O King Pariksit, anyone who orally receives the narrations concerning the characteristics of Lord Ramachandra's pastimes will ultimately be freed from the disease of envy and thus be liberated from the bondage of fruitive activities.
Ayodhya Vasi Ram, Ram Ram, Dashratha Nandana Ram.
Sincere prostrated obeisances at the lotus feet of all of the assembled devotees of the Lord, who have come with such eagerness to hear the nectarine glories of the Supreme Personality of Godhead. According to Srimad Bhagavatam, this eagerness to hear the glories of the Lord is the qualification which attracts the Supreme Lord within our hearts to purify us of the anarthas, or the unwanted desires that perpetuate the suffering of birth, old age, disease, and death. One who hears this narration of the Supreme Lord in His illustrious incarnation of Lord Sri Rama will certainly find supreme resting place in the ecstatic love of the Lord. But one must hear with submissive attention, with a very sincere and deep desire to serve the Lord and serve His devotees. We have come to this very holy dham, the Ayodhya, for the purpose of purifying our hearts by our earnest attempts to please the Supreme Lord in the association of His devotees. This narration, which has been so gloriously bestowed upon us by Sri Valmiki Muni, is the original poem in all of the creation. And it is very sweet to hear and full of great lessons in spirituality, morality, but most of all, it helps us to fix our minds in the loving service of the Lord. Ayodhya is a very ancient city. The oldest of the Vedic literatures, the Ramayana of Valmiki Muni, speaks the glories of this very holy place. We have come here following in the footsteps of our previous acharyas. Lord Nityananda Prabhu visited here on his pilgrimage. It is said that Lord Gauranga Mahaprabhu had visited, as well as Madhavendra Puri. When Nityananda Prabhu came here in the mood of Lakshman, he experienced ecstatic love. We have come here to purify our hearts by begging for the mercy of the Supreme Personality of Godhead, Krishna, who descended in the Treta Yuga in His divine incarnation of Sri Rama. Our acharyas describe that above this material realm there is the Viraja. The Viraja is like a river that separates material existence from the spiritual world. Beyond the Viraja, which is situated above Brahmaloka, the Brahmajyoti in the Paravyoma are innumerable Vaikuntha planets where Lord Narayan resides, and the various incarnations of the Lord that appear in this world are eternal personalities of the Lord that reside in Vaikuntha planets. Varahadev, Nrsimhadev, Vamanadev. Those who are their pure devotees go to the eternal Vaikuntha planet where they can be served eternally. In the Vaikuntha planets, the devotees serve the Lord in Aishwarya Bhav, with great awe and reverence, with complete understanding that you are the Supreme Lord and I am your eternal servant. However, above all other Vaikuntha planets is Ayodhya Dham, the abode of the Supreme Personality of Godhead, Sri Ramachandra, where there is relationships with the Lord as friend, as parent, as lover, but it is all with this Aishwarya Bhav. The Supreme Lord Ram has one consort, Sita, who is above all the goddesses of fortune, Lakshmis. And above the Ayodhya Dham is Krishnaloka, which has Dwarka, Mathura, and Vrindavan. And Vrindavan is considered to be the highest realm of all the abodes of the spiritual world. So Rupa Goswami explains that of all the incarnations, besides Krishna, Lord Ramachandra and Lord Nrsimhadev are of very, very primary importance, because their munificence and their relationships with the devotees are very, very special. It is explained in Bhagavad Gita, Paritranaya sadhunam vinashaya chaduskritam dharma samstapanaradaya sambhavami yuge yuge, that the Lord descends into this world to annihilate the miscreants, to reestablish the principles of religion, and to give pleasure to his devotees. When demons come to this world, they create terrible suffering to the inhabitants. And that suffering is an impetus for people to come to the proper understanding that we are helpless without the mercy of the Lord. Therefore, the great scriptures explain that the pleasures of this world are pathways to death. And the sufferings remind us of that reality. So the Supreme Lord descended from his eternal abode of Ayodhya in Vaikuntha through the agency of Kshirodakshayi Vishnu for the purpose of relieving the burden of this world in the form of Ravana. While here in Ayodhya, to hear the pastimes of the Supreme Personality of Godhead, Sri Ram, is especially purifying. So please, please, with very rapt attention, hear this ambrosial narration. There was a Rakshasa. Actually, he was from the Rakshasa dynasty. But sometimes people from the Rakshasa dynasties could be pious. They are born of that gotra, but they do not act like their parents. Just like there are some people here from Maleksha and Yavana backgrounds, but they're behaving like very, very honest and sincere Vaishnavas. So just because you're born a Rakshasa doesn't mean you have to be a Rakshasa. After all, Vibhishan was born of a Rakshasa, but he was a very pious devotee. That is why Krishna says, Chaturvanamaya Shrista Guna Karma Vidakasha. It is not by birth that we evaluate a person's position. It is by one's activities. So there was this Rakshasa of the name Sumali. And at that time, the demon race was very, very much being trampled on by the demigods. So he was thinking that if we can continue our Rakshasa race through the genealogy of very, very powerful Brahmins, then we can have long duration of power. He had a daughter of the name Kaikashi, who was very, very beautiful and very innocent by heart and full of very virtuous qualities. Sumali told his daughter that you should get married to a great Brahmin sage and you should have children through him. So he told her about a Brahmin who was a rishi performing severe tapasya and gaining tremendous amounts of powers. His name was Vishrava. So knowing that she was before him, he opened his eyes and he accepted her request. But then he wanted to tell her what the future of her desires will be. So he went into meditation and he said, I will have children through you, but because you approached me at a very inauspicious time for children, I will tell you what will happen. Your children will be cruel, bloodthirsty Rakshasas. Now she was a very pious lady, although from a Rakshasa dynasty. So she was horrified to hear this. She fell at his feet and she prayed, please, please, is there something we can do to have nice children? He said that your youngest child will be a very pious and good devotee of the Lord. He will be the very embodiment of dharma. The first child born from Kaikashi and Vishrava had 10 heads. From the moment that child came out of the womb of his mother, his eyes were ferociously red in anger, and there were burning flames flying out of all of his 10 mouths. He had 20 arms, and he was anger personified. His father named him Dasagriva because he had 10 heads. Later on, because he would cause tears to everyone within the universe, his name became Ravana. His younger brother, when he came out of the womb, he immediately, instantly grew into an all-devouring monster. He was practically big like the universe. And from his very infancy, he was devouring everything and everyone that came in his sight. This child was named Kumbhakarna. The next child that was born was a very, very ugly, deformed, misshapen little girl who grew very big Her name was Surpanakha. And there were some more children, but the last of the children, the youngest child, was Vibhishan. Very gentle, very polite, very humble, compassionate for all living beings, and always remembering the beautiful pastimes of the Supreme Personality of God. So they lived together. Now Vishava, from one of his other wives, had a son named Kuvera. Kuvera is the treasurer of the demigods. Very wealthy, very pompous. One day, Kuvera came to meet his father. When Kaikashi, the mother of Ravana and Kumbhakarna, Surpanakha, and Vibhishan, when she saw Kuvera's opulence, his prestige and power, she said to her sons that you are the son of the same father as him, and you have no opulence, you have no power, you have no abodes like him. You should perform tapasya and you should gain at least equal to Kuvera. So they went to a place called Gokarna, and there they performed tapasya. They all worship Lord Rama and Lord Shiva. And they performed such incredibly severe tapasya. They had such intensely deep concentration in their meditation that they literally forced Rama to come and appear. Kumbhakarna stood on one leg for thousands and thousands and thousands of years, hardly eating and not even sleeping and hardly even breathing. Sugriva, Ravana, he performed tapasya for 10,000 years. He did not eat or sleep for 10,000 years. And not only that, Kumbhakarna and Ravana, during their tapasya, they followed complete celibacy and the absolute pure morality from a material point of view. Ravana, every 1,000 years, he would cut off one of his heads and put it into the sacred fire. After 9,000 years, he only had one head left. Still, no eating, no sleeping. Standing in one place. At the end of the 10,000th year, he was about to cut off his last head. At that time, out of obligation, Lord Rama had to appear. So he asked Ravana, what benediction do you want? You have satisfied me. He said, I want to become immortal. Rama said, I have no power to give the benediction of immortality. Ask for something else. So he went down a list. He had everything figured out. He had his notes. But in Treta Yuga, you didn't have to have notes on paper. You have them right in your mind. He said, I want the benediction that I cannot be killed by any demigod, by any Gandharva, by any Kinara, by any Rakshasa, by any Naga, by any Rishi. He went down the whole list, and at the end of his list he said, but don't bother giving me the benediction that I cannot be killed by a human being. Because human beings are so insignificant. It is below my integrity. It is an insult to give me the boon that I will not be killed by a human being. It's like, are you going to ask the benediction that you will not be beat up by an ant? You don't even think. Answer insignificant. Please understand, what is a Rakshasa? Rakshasas, their race is equal in power and strength to the demigods, except they're evil instead of good. They have duration of lives, power, strength, like the demigods, except instead of being in the mode of goodness, they're very deeply entrenched in the mode of ignorance. Human beings are insignificant. So he asked for these benedictions. Lord Rama said, so be it. He considered, I am immortal. Nothing can destroy me. Then Brahma gave him extra benediction. That all the heads that you cut off, I'll give them all back to you. And anyone who ever cuts them off, they'll grow back. And also you'll be able to change your form into any way you like. And you will have insurmountable powers. Then he was about to ask Kumbhakarna what boon he wanted. At that time, all the demigods, they came running to Lord Rama and said, please listen to us before you ask him. Please just come aside and listen to us before you ask him. This Kumbhakarna, he doesn't have any boons yet. And yet he's devouring the whole universe. He's so big, he's just eating everything and everyone. Nothing can stop him. He went to Indra Loka, and Indra's own warriors, his best soldiers, he just put them in his mouth and ate them. We have never ever seen anyone who has ever had such powers and was so ghastly and cruel as Kumbhakarna. He's bloodthirsty. He's cruel. Now, if you give him benedictions, that will make him even more powerful. Please don't give him any benedictions. So Brahma was thinking, I have to give him a benediction. He's performed tapasya. So what should I do? Brahma decided a plan. He called his consort. Not eternal consort, but his consort who remains as long as the 300 trillion years of his life. Who is his consort? Saraswati. Saraswati appeared. Lord Rama said, Saraswati Devi, you are the goddess of speech. Please enter on the tongue of Kumbhakarna and make him speak what the gods want him to speak. So Saraswati entered onto Kumbhakarna's mass, bloodthirsty tongue by her powers. And Brahma said, Kumbhakarna, what benediction do you want? Kumbhakarna, whose voice was like the tumultuous roaring of a mountain. Saraswati Devi made that voluminously loud and irritable tongue speak her words. He said, I want to sleep. I want to sleep all year round and just be awake one day of the year. So Brahma said, so be it, go to sleep. And then Saraswati left his tongue and Kumbhakarna was totally bewildered. What did I say? That's not what I wanted. I did 10,000 years of tapasya. And I was following celibacy. I didn't eat any meat. I was courteous to everyone for 10,000 years. Do you know what an austerity is for me? And I asked for a benediction of going to sleep my whole life. So then he went to sleep. They all achieved what they desired. Rama gave them all their benedictions. And Vibhishan was not an exception. He performed thousands of celestial years of severe tapasya. And Brahma appeared to him. And when Brahma asked Vibhishan for benediction, unlike Ravana and Kumbhakarna and Kara and Dushan and the others, Vibhishan asked bhakti. He asked for pure devotion unto the lotus feet of the Supreme Personality of God. Vibhishan Maharaj ki Jai! So he was a great devotee. And even though he was the younger brother of Ravana, and he was one of his very chief ministers, in his home he was always engaged in the worship of the Supreme Lord, Sri Ram. Lord Rama, he gave the benediction to Vibhishan that he would always be the perfect emblem of dharma, and he would always remember the Supreme Personality of God. Ravana, he became so arrogant due to the powers of the benedictions that he had received. He sent a messenger to Kuvera, who had his abode in Sri Lanka. It was a beautiful golden city, the most opulent place on earth. It was the headquarters of the treasure of the demigods when he was on this earth planet. So knowing Ravana's powers, Kuvera was told, you get out or you die. This is the message of Ravana. He has decided that Sri Lanka used to be the abode of the Rakshasas, but then it was inherited because they were all defeated by you. Get out or be killed. So Ravana came, and Kuvera, knowing that he was no match to the almighty Ravana, he left. And just to insult him, Ravana even took Kuvera's very famous airplane called Pushpaka. And then to show off his glories, he started traveling around the universe with this Pushpaka. He was traveling over Himalayas, thinking himself to be the conqueror of everything. And the nature of one who becomes proud is we think that everything is meant for our enjoyment. We cannot tolerate to see something we like being enjoyed by someone else. So he saw in the beautiful, beautiful forests of the Himalayas a lovely woman with matted hair sitting down in meditation. He became so much charmed by the beauty of this woman. He decided, I must have her as my wife. He came down and with his very, very deep voice, he said, please tell me, O lovely woman with shapely limbs, what are you doing in the forest meditating, all alone? She said, my name is Vedavati, and I am the daughter of the great Brahmin sage Kushatvaja. And my father has told me to perform tapasya, meditating on the lotus feet of Vishnu, praying that he will be my husband. Ravana, when he heard the name Vishnu, he became intolerably angry. And he laughed. He said, Vishnu is just an insignificant fool. I am Ravana. I am the conqueror of the universe. I desire that you be my wife. You come to my capital of Sri Lanka and enjoy with me. And I will give you all the pleasures that you could have ever desired. When she heard this, she said, this is impossible. My heart belongs to Lord Vishnu, and I will not be touched by any other man. He said, you come and you let me enjoy me by your free will, or you let me enjoy you by force. But you will not get away from me. I have conquered the universe, and I will conquer you. Then he grabbed her by her matted hair. But by her mystic powers, she chanted a mantra. And through that mantra, her hand became as sharp as a sword, and she cut her matted hair and got away. He was standing there holding the hair, but she went away. Then she told him that I will return. And then when I return, I will be the cause of your death and the death of your entire dynasty. Then meditating on the lotus feet of Vishnu, she increased the heat of the fire element in her body by her mystic powers, and she burned herself into ashes. Ravana later on was traveling, and he came to Ayodhya, which was at the time ruled over by a king named Anaranya, one of the great kings who were descendants of Ikshvaku. And he challenged the city. Anaranya came out with all of his armies. It was a very exciting battle. But ultimately Ravana destroyed the whole armies and then ruthlessly killed the king of the Raghu dynasty. Just as the king was about to die, he cursed Ravana that someday one of the descendants of my dynasty will be the cause of your death and the destruction of your entire race. Ravana wasn't worried about these curses so much. And he just left Ayodhya because it was just a insignificant kingdom of this world. For him it was just play, killing, eating. Ravana was terrible. He had a whole army of Rakshasas that traveled with him. And wherever they went, they killed people, they tortured people, and they ate their flesh and drank their blood. And the tastiest of all species is humans. And the special delicacy amongst humans is rishis and brahmins, because they're very pure. Because they're very pure, and they perform nice tapasya, and they eat only prasad, their flesh and blood tastes the best. Even the Rakshasas accept this fact. So this is what they did. Whenever they would see rishis doing yajna, they would destroy them. So this is what they did. Whenever they would see rishis doing yajna, they would destroy them. So this is what they did. Whenever they would... And the story of Ram's appearance is narrated in the great Vedic literature called Ramayana. Valmiki Muni, at one time, you know the story, he was a hunter. But Narada Muni, by his compassion, revealed to him what will be the sinful reactions of going on with this type of life. So hearing Narada Muni speaking and believing him, because he was such an honest and compassionate devotee, he asked, please tell me, how I can be purified of my sins, and how I can become a devotee of the Lord. So knowing he was too sinful to chant the name of Rama, he told him to chant the name of Mara, the name of death. But by chanting Mara again and again and again, he found himself chanting the name of Rama. Mara, 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 Rama, Rama. He was constantly chanting the name of Rama. When he became completely purified, Narada Muni came back to him and described to him the beautiful pastimes of Lord Sri Ramachandra. What happened is Valmiki Muni inquired from Narada, is there anyone who has lived on earth that's truly moral, that's always compassionate to other living beings, that's purely pious, that's so honest, never tells a lie, that has no sinful desires or selfish thoughts in his heart? Is there any perfect human being that is living anywhere in this world? So Narada Muni said, yes, I will tell you the story of such a perfect human being. Narada Muni then explained the birth and the life of Lord Ramachandra in great detail. Upon hearing this, Valmiki Muni was overwhelmed with ecstatic love for Lord Sri Rama and completely purified by hearing this story. One day, Valmiki Muni was in the forest and he saw two beautiful birds. They were cranes by species. One was a male and the other was a female. They were enjoying together very happily when a hunter came and shot an arrow and killed the male. The male bird was laying in a pool of blood. The female bird was weeping and crying in great distress. Valmiki Muni, who previously was a hunter, now he had so much love and compassion toward the feelings of every species of life. He began to cry to see the suffering of these birds. And he pronounced a curse. The curse he pronounced in beautiful Sanskrit meter. It was 4 lines with 8 syllables in each line. He said, may this hunter, who has caused so much pain and suffering to these birds when they were just enjoying together, suffer without any peace endlessly. After he pronounced this curse, he felt very, very bad. He was thinking, I should not have cursed. I should be equiposed. Great sages should not be cursing others. So he felt very, very bad. He went back to his ashram and met one of his disciples, who was Bhardraj Muni, and told him what happened. That it's very bad what I have done. I have cursed this hunter. But at the same time, please hear the beautiful, beautiful poetic expression that I cursed him with. And he sang the curse. At that time, Lord Rama appeared. Lord Rama told Valmiki Muni that you should compose Ramayana, the beautiful life story of Sri Ramachandra. And you should pass it down to your disciples for the purification and joy of the whole world for all time to come. Valmiki Muni asked, how will I be able to do such a great, great service? Lord Rama told him that you should sit down in meditation and pray to Lord Sri Ramachandra, and he will reveal every minute detail of his pastimes. And then you should compose it in exactly the same type of poetry as you curse the hunter. Valmiki Muni sat down in prayer to his Guru Maharaj Narada Muni, his Param Guru Lord Rama, and at the lotus feet of Sri Ram. And by the mercy of Sri Narada Muni, he was able to see the pastimes of Lord Ramachandra being enacted within his heart. He saw every detail. He was right there, day and night, watching Ram's Leela. He was hearing all the discussions and conversations of everybody around in Lord Ramachandra's divine pastimes. And he perfectly memorized everything he had seen. But then he was thinking, I must speak this great treasure house of transcendental knowledge to someone. But who is qualified to realize it and remember it? This Ramayana that he had memorized in his heart was 24,000 slokas that he had composed. In that every sloka is in that same type of verse that Brahma told him. He saw no one qualified. But one day, the two sons of Sitadevi and Ramachandra, whose name were Lava and Kush, they came before him to offer their very humble and obedient services. Valmiki Muni concluded that these two disciples, being the sons of Lord Ram himself, full of all virtues, so absolutely pure in heart, they never forget anything they hear, and they have full realization of whatever I speak to them. So they and they alone are fit to be the recipients to pass on through Parampara Ramayana. Valmiki Muni sat Lava and Kush down and personally spoke the 24,000 slokas, which are made of 500 cantos, thousands of chapters. Lava and Kush, they sat and they heard it. Valmiki Muni not only narrated it to them, but went into great detail of teaching them how to properly understand it. And after putting his heart and soul into training them, he sent them out to preach the glories of Ramayana. Lava and Kush, wherever they went, they sang so beautiful. Their voices were more sweet than the veena and the flute. They sang each verse, and the words that came out were like ambrosial nectar. They were the topmost musicians. They were so beautiful to look at. Although they were sages with matted hair and tree bark or deer skins, their bodies had the effulgence and the moonlight beauty of Lord Ram himself. So wherever they went, Lava and Kush utterly captivated the hearts of their audience. They came to Ayodhya. They were dancing through the streets of Ayodhya, singing Ramayana. Lord Ramachandra, he happened at this time, as you know, Lava and Kush were born after Ramachandra had already come back to Ayodhya after his 14 years of exile, and he was the king. When he heard these children, beautiful little children, singing so sweetly Ramayana, he invited Lava and Kusha to come to his palace. He brought his brothers, Lakshman, Bharat, and Shatrughna, as well as his ministers and his family members, and told them, please, with rapt attention, hear what these two young sages are singing. It is nectar to the ears. It will purify our hearts. It will give us the highest perfection of life to hear this narration. Everyone sat down. Where the Janmastan is now, that place used to be Palace of Ram. Now I don't know what it is. But if you have spiritual vision, then you don't have to go through all these political things to make it what you want it to be. But it's actually the eternal abode of Lord Ram. If only we could see it. So, in that palace, Lava and Kusha narrated Ramayana. They began by describing the glories of Ayodhya. Ayodhya was originally built by Vaivashvata Manu. Vaivashvata Manu was at the time one of the descendants of Swayambhuva Manu. He was the ruler of the entirety of mankind. And Ayodhya was the capital of all of humanity. Vaivashvata Manu built this city to be the most glorious city on earth. His son was Maharaj Ikshvaku. Through the descendants of Ikshvaku, many, many great, great kings, one of which was Sagara. One of his descendants, Bhagirath, brought the river Ganges down to the earth. But of all the kings, one of the very, very greatest, Lava and Kush explained, was Dasarath. Dasarath, he developed this city to such glorious proportions. He was such a pious and pure-hearted soul. The city of Ayodhya was like the kingdom of God on earth. Even the abode of Indra could hardly compare to it because of the piety of the king Dasarath. All of the buildings were made of the most precious stones and jewels. There were beautiful parks. Every tree had fruits and flowers blossoming practically throughout the year. All the animals were friendly with one another. And the birds were always singing very, very sweetly. The Brahmins were very pure. They never made any mistakes in chanting their mantras. The Vaishyas were all wealthy and prosperous and rich. They were very obedient to the Kshatriyas. The Kshatriyas were always humble and respectful and willing to follow the advice of the Brahmins. And the Sudras were always blissful because they were so nicely being protected by all the other castes. In Ayodhya, no one ever spoke a lie. Everyone was completely honest. In Ayodhya, no one ever was hungry. No one ever got sick. There was constantly musicians singing in the streets. There was constantly people dancing in the streets. Every day was a festival in Ayodhya. And Dasarath Maharaj, he treated every citizen like his own child, with such love and concern. And all of Dasarath's ministers, they were humble, they were pure in heart, they were pious, they were honest, they were very expert in all of their responsibilities. And Dasarath had armies and weapons that no power on earth could come to disturb them. There was such happiness, such prosperity, such luxury in this great city of Ayodhya. But yet, Dasarath was feeling aggrieved in his heart. Because although by his loving service to the Lord, he had created such a perfect city, perfect kingdom, he did not have any son to hand it over to. Therefore, there was no one qualified to take this responsibility of king after he were to leave. You see, in the days of Vedic culture, it was the most important responsibility of a king to train up a son to be the king after he retires. And that was his compassion to the citizens and his service to the Lord. Just like today, fathers, when they have some wealth, it's one of the most important responsibilities they have to have a will by which their estate will be properly taken care of. What to speak of a king who is ruling the world on behalf of God? So he felt that all of his activities in the service of his citizens were incomplete and ultimately a failure if he did not have a son. Dasarath Maharaj had 350 maidservants, and of them there were 3 principal queens, Kaushalya, Sumitra, and Kaikeyi. For years and years and years he tried to have children, but he was never successful, except he had one daughter of the name Shanta, but no sons. Dasarath Maharaj revealed his heart to his ministers. He approached the great Brahmins and sages and told them how sorrowful his heart was, and presented the idea that perhaps if I perform the Ashvamedha Yajna, horse sacrifice, and please Lord Vishnu, he will award me with a son. The chief minister of Dasarath was named Sumantra. He was also his dearmost trusted friend. Sumanta explained to Dasarath Maharaj a story that he had heard long ago. Sanat Kumar told the forefathers of Dasarath that there will be a king named Dasarath who will be born. And he will have no sons. But he will call the great Brahmin, Rishishringa, to perform a yajna. And by this yajna, the Supreme Lord will be born as his son. So Dasarath, he immediately contacted his very good friend, Romapad Maharaj. The story of the history is this, that Romapad Maharaj, being a very, very dear friend of Dasarath, had no children. So Dasarath Maharaj allowed Romapad Maharaj to take care of his daughter, like an adopted father or adopted daughter. So Shanta, although very, very dearly loved by Dasarath, was raised by Romapad Maharaj. Romapad Maharaj was the king of the province of Anga. Romapad Maharaj committed a very serious mistake. And due to the offense of the king, the entire kingdom had to suffer. This is a very important philosophical principle to understand. It is a serious responsibility to take the position of leadership on any level, spiritually or socially. Because if someone takes the position of a leader, they are responsible to act according to their duties. Srimad Bhagavatam explains, you have no right to be a king, a guru, a teacher, or a mother or father, unless you live and speak in such a way that those who are subordinate to you never have to take birth in this material world again. Whether you succeed or not is beyond your control. A father can be a perfect Krishna-conscious father. Maharaj Anga was a pure devotee, but his son was Vena, a dacoit. But still, it is our duty to behave properly and speak properly. And if we do not only ourselves, but everyone around us has to suffer the reaction. So one who is king, if he commits sinful activities, the reaction is shared by the whole kingdom. Now these days, people say that it really doesn't matter whether a king is moral or immoral as long as he's doing his job. You know, in the United States of America, these things are being debated recently. Yeah, he's doing a good job, the economy is good, whether he's doing moral or immoral, that's his own private. Externally, that may be somewhat true. But on a higher level, when you take a position, if you do pious work, the whole kingdom flourishes immensely by it. And if you do impious work, the whole kingdom suffers. So due to the offense of Maharaj Romapad, the whole kingdom was suffering terrible drought. This drought was so bad that nothing grew. There was no food. In the kingdom, the city, people were starving. And in the forest, There was nothing to eat for the animals. So what did the animals do? The lions, the tigers, the wolves, the bears, they would just come charging into the city to eat people, because there was nothing else to eat. It was terrifying. And you know, when there's no money and no food, even good people can go bad out of desperation. So Ramapad Maharaj, he was wondering what to do. So he was consulting his ministers. He was so repentant to the core of his heart. And they explained that there's a great devotee named Rishyashringa. He is born of the great sage Vibandaka. If he comes to this kingdom, due to his purity and piety, it will bring rains, and your whole city will flourish. But they told him the story that this Vibandaka is a very instructive story. There was a Brahmin named Kashyapa Muni. Kashyapa Muni was a Prajapati. That means he could just produce offspring in miraculous ways. He could just think about producing someone and some child would be born. So one day he was just looking at the sun and he just chanted some mantra to the sun god and was thinking of a very wonderful Brahmin to be born. So then a son was born. And his name was Vibandika. Vibandika, he was such a very, very pure-hearted, saintly person. He was very pleased with doing great, great austerities. He was doing such austerities that Indra became fearful of him. So Indra called upon one very, very beautiful heavenly lady named Harsha and told her that somehow or other we have to break the tapasya of this Vibandaka. Otherwise he's going to become so powerful, he's going to take over my kingdom. So she said, you have given me the order. I am your servant. I must obey your order. So while he was doing his tapasya, she appeared to him, very, very beautiful lady. And she said that I have already decided that I must have a child from you. And you're a Brahmin, and you must fulfill my desire. Otherwise, I will immediately die. So he said, I'm not going to get entangled in family life with you. There's just no way. But if you want a child, some of the energy of his body, he just released it and said, take this. And then he went away. There you go. So Harsha was thinking, well, I succeeded. He released some of his energy, so therefore Indra doesn't have anything to fear anymore. But this energy was so powerful, the earth started trembling from this drop of semen that he left. It was laying on the ground. So she decided, I have to do something with it. So she put it in a beautiful female deer, Hare Krishna, by her mystic power. And in one day, the deer had a child. It was a beautiful little human boy with two little deer horns coming out of his head. Very sweet-looking little boy. So he was named Rishyashringa, means like us little deer horns. So the mother deer just had this baby, and she came to Vibandaka because Harsha already went back to the heavenly planets. She did her work. And she said, there's this little baby, and I can't take care of him. Not like me. He's your son. You have to take care of him. You have to be responsible. So he came and saw this beautiful little child. His heart melted, and he understood, I have to take care of him. He was very upset with this Harsha because she just took off and left the child for him. So then he was a rishi with a son. So for some time he went to his brother's house. And his brother and him were very, very good friends. But somehow or other, because he was so austere, his brother's wife really didn't like him, because she was afraid that he was going to influence the brother to be too much austere. So she was always harassing him. So he decided, I can't tolerate this, so he left, with this little Rishishringa in his arms. This was his personal realization, according to the Shastras, that living with ladies is just too much trouble. I'm not saying that this is a irrefutable truth. Living with men is also a lot of trouble. But this was his personal realization due to the experiences he went through in life. So every parent wants the best for their children. So he decided, I want to raise this little Rishishringa in such a way that he never sees the face of a female ever in his life. He was very, very committed. So they went into the forest, and he made a hermitage, miles wide. And no female species were allowed in that. Even female animals and insects couldn't get in. This is a true story. What to speak of humans? The only people allowed in were rishis, Brahmins and rishis and saints. So Rishishringa was just taught to serve rishis and do yagyas, because it was Treta Yuga. Treta Yuga, yagya was the yuga dharma. So he was very much absorbed. And he lived a very peaceful life. He grew up to be a young man, and Vibhandika was very powerful. It was a very strict brahmacharya ashram. Now, Dasarat previously had one daughter. Her name was Shanta. And he had a very, very dear friend who was the king of the Anga dynasty. His name was Romapad Maharaj. Romapad Maharaj really longed to have a daughter. So Dasarat Maharaj, just to please him, he entrusted his daughter to Romapad Maharaj to take care of as she grew up. Now one time Romapad Maharaj was performing a yagya, and he called all these very, very qualified Brahmins. After the yagya, he was giving the Brahmins charity, and he gave one of the chief priests a big bag full of diamonds. As he looked in the bag, he saw one particular diamond was really, really priceless. So he was thinking, it's Brahmin, they don't keep the diamonds anyway, they're just going to give them away to somebody else, so why should I give such a priceless diamond to this Brahmin? So he took that little priceless diamond out and put a big diamond in that was not as valuable. He gave the bag to the Brahmin. The Brahmin, by his powers, you stole my diamond. You have offended a Brahmin. Therefore, I will not allow any Brahmins to do any yagyas in your kingdom. So all the Brahmins left his kingdom. And in Treta Yuga, no yagya, no rain. No rain, no food. So there was a drought year after year after year in the kingdom of Anga. It was so bad that people were starving. It got so severe that the animals in the forest had no grass to eat, had nothing to eat. The animals were just coming right into the city and just eating the people. They were so hungry. So Maharaj Anga didn't know what to do. Then some very learned ministers and pious people, they told him that unless the most pure-hearted, pious Brahmin puts his feet on the soils of your kingdom, this drought is going to continue. And as far as we understand Rishishringa, he is pure. So you should get him to come. But there was a problem. He wasn't allowed to leave the ashram. So they made a plan. He got the most beautiful women of his kingdom and told them to disguise themselves as rishis. Hare Krishna. and wait till Vibhandaka was gone, and then just go and visit Rishyashringa and somehow try to get him to come. They built this beautiful boat, magnificent, opulent boat, and the river. And one Brahmin somewhere got caught in the mouth of an elephant. So he was like in some emergency situation. So Vibhandaka went to help him. And while he was gone, so many people were asking him for favors. So at that time, these beautiful Rishi ladies, they came to the ashram, and they were dancing and singing, and Rishyashringa heard it. So he went, and he just thought they were rishis. His father told him to serve all rishis, so he was serving them, and giving them food, and giving them water, and massaging them. And somehow or other, there was just something happening inside of him that never happened before. There was just something about these rishis that were different. They told him, we have to go. No, please don't go. He just didn't want to give up their association. He didn't know why. So they told him, well, why don't you come to our place? We have a boat, and you can come we have a very nice place, good place for rishis to live. And he said, how can I refuse your offer? So he got in the boat, and the boat went to the kingdom of Anga, and Ramapad Maharaj and all the people were waiting for him, big celebration, and he got off the boat. As soon as he placed his foot on the soil of the kingdom, immediately rain started pouring, crops started growing, fruits started growing from trees, the river started filling up. There was great prosperity. So Rishyashringa was there, and everything was very nice. And Ramapad Maharaj was so happy. But then he was thinking, what's going to happen when Vibhandaka finds out what we did? The father. So he had the idea, if Rishyashringa marries my adopted daughter Shanta, then we will be part of the family of Vibhandaka. So the marriage took place, and Rishyashringa married Shanta, who was actually the sister of the future brother Ram. So since they were very much part of the family, Dasarath Maharaj sent a message to Ramapad Maharaj, please send Rishyashringa to perform this yajna. They sent the horse with the army of the best soldiers of Dasarath to travel throughout the whole world. And if anyone did not pay their taxes to Dasarath to give money or wealth for this yajna, then there would be a battle. And only if everyone on earth accepts that he is the emperor and we are the subordinate kings, there cannot be an Ashwamedha yajna. You have to be the emperor of the planet before you can do this yajna. The horse came back. Then all Brahmins, sages, and kings came to attend, including the great king Janaka. Vashishta Muni was the head priest of Ayodhya. And he made all the elaborate arrangements for this yajna. They had to build palaces for all the different kings that were going to come to attend the yajna. They had to have opulent foods, all facilities for Brahmins. The yajna was performed on the banks of the river Sarayu. Rishyashringa performed his yajna by chanting every mantra with perfect meter and pronunciation, great depth of meditation from his heart. Toward the culmination of this sacrifice, the various demigods appeared to claim their shares of the sacrifice. Then Lord Rama personally appeared. At that time, the demigods approached Brahma and they said, "We are all miserable. This Rakshasa, Ravana, is causing such chaos. He is so cruel and murderous that we are being subjugated by him moment after moment after moment. He's terrifying the entire universe. Something has to be done about him. And you're the one that gave him all these benedictions." Then Lord Rama meditated on Lord Vishnu to come to the yajna to claim his share. In the midst of the sacrifice, the supreme form of Lord Narayan descended on his bird carrier Garuda. Lord Brahma, on behalf of the demigods, appealed to him, "Please descend into this world to kill Ravana." Lord Vishnu explained to them that through this yajna, I will expand myself into 4 forms. And my primary form, Ram, will be the cause of the death of Ravana. Then Lord Vishnu, after saying this and accepting his share of the sacrifice, returned to Vaikuntha Dham, Sveitadvip. Then Lord Brahma explained to the demigods that this is the message that the Lord has given, that all of you should expand yourselves into your own offspring in the monkey dynasty of the Vanaras. And these expansions of yours should have all the power, knowledge, and strength of yourselves. You should be able to take any form you like. You should be gigantic. You should be strong. You should be learned. And you should be willing to give your life to kill Ravana in the assistance to the Supreme Lord, Sri Vishnu. Rishi Shringa then offered the most auspicious of all oblations into the sacred fire. At that time, one of the representatives of the Lord, who he had sent from Vaikuntha, appeared from the fire. This personality was so beautiful. He was very large, like a mountain. He had a bluish complexion. He had beautiful, beautiful silken garments. And he had an effulgence which was glaring gold. He was so pleasing to see. In his hands there was a pure golden pot, filled to the top with celestial nectar, in the form of payasam, milk cooked with rice and sugar. That celestial denizen of Vaikuntha gave the golden pot to Rishi Shringa and then disappeared back into the fire. Rishi Shringa gave the pot to Maharaj Dasarath and told him that you should divide this amongst your 3 wives in 4 portions. 1 portion to Kaushalya, 1 portion to Kaikeyi, and 2 portions to Sumitra. And from them, 4 children will be born. Dasarath Maharaj, he was crying in joy. Divided up the payasam and gave to his 3 wives. With great happiness, they drank that nectar. Immediately after drinking it, their hearts were filled with divine happiness. instantly they could experience the presence of God within their wombs. These three ladies were effulgent with the divine mercy of the Lord. After, I believe it was almost 12 months of the children within the wombs of their mothers, on the 9th day of the bright moon, the month of Chaitra, from the womb of Kaushalya, the Supreme Personality of Godhead appeared in the great city of Ayodhya. Shri Ramachandra Bhagavan ki. When Dasarath Maharaj, Kausalya, and all the inhabitants of Ayodhya saw the lustrous beauty and divine qualities of this little baby child, who they named Ram, they were filled with bliss. Their hearts instantly fell in love with Lord Ramachandra. A few days after this, Bharat was born from the youngest wife of Dasarath, of the name Kaikeyi. And soon after that, a couple days later, from the womb of Sumitra, 2 children were born, Lakshman and his younger brother, Shatrugna. The festivities that were taking place here in Ayodhya are extraordinary to hear about. Throughout the streets, it was like rain after a long drought. You see, the kingdom loved Dasarath. They loved him more than they could love even their own fathers, because he was the king and they trusted him. He protected them. He nourished them. He brought them happiness at every stage of their life. Because he was unhappy, to have no children was the only grief in anyone's heart in the whole city. When the city of Ayodhya saw these 4 most beautiful children, they were all expansions of the Supreme Personality of Godhead. In the Vaikuntha worlds, it is described in Srimad Bhagavatam, on the 4 sides of Goloka Vrindavan, there is Vasudeva, Shankarshan, Aniruddha, and Pradyumna. Vasudeva appeared as Ram. Shankarshan appeared as Lakshman. Pradyumna appeared as Bharat. And Aniruddha appeared as Shatrugna. These were the 4 forms of Lord Vishnu that appeared simultaneously in the city of Ayodhya, of the Koshal province. There was dancing and singing. The whole kingdom was decorated with beautiful garlands and festoons and flags. There were celebrations and festivals going on day and night. Dasarath Maharaj was giving immense charity to the Brahmins, to other kings and to the sages, and giving charity to everyone. As Lord Ram grew, his constant companion was Lakshman. Day and night, Lakshman was there spontaneously to serve Lord Ram in every aspect of his life. They were inseparable. Lakshman was like the second heart and soul of Lord Rama. That is how close they were to each other. The same relationship was there between Bharat and Shatrughna. Shatrughna's life and soul was only to assist, to please, and to be the companion of Bharat. Dasarath's heart was thrilled with joy to see the intimate, loving relationships between all the four children. They never, ever, ever fought. They never quarreled. Have you ever heard of children like this? From what I have heard from fathers who I have known, as they grow older, it's one of the greatest longings in their life is to see that their children will not become enemies with each other. How many fathers have that experience? If you don't raise your hand, it means you're not a father or you are not truthful. Because if you love your children, you want them to love each other. Otherwise, you don't love your children. And these days in Kali Yuga, it's the age of quarrel and hypocrisy. As soon as children come out of the wombs, they start fighting practically. Little babies, we have seen. Fighting over toys, fighting over who gets more affection, fighting over who gets more attention, fighting over who can do things better, fighting over who can be a better fighter. And then as they get a little older, they become more competitive in other ways. And sometimes if they become business or if they go into politics, they become enemies. They become competitors. It's very heartbreaking to parents when they see their children fighting. That what greater pleasure is there to see that your children respect each other, love each other, and simply want to serve each other. This is the kind of children Dasarath Maharaj had. Therefore, he was the happiest man. He was teaching his children all the best things of his life. When they would play and fall to the ground, Dasarath would be right there to pick them up, and he would wipe the dust from their face and dust from their body. He would just cry upon seeing his children. He gave them so much love, so much affection. He disciplined them with such care and concern. He taught them everything he knew about everything, about God, about worship of God, about how to run a state, how to mobilize military, how to fight with weapons, how to play games. He taught them everything. And they were so grateful to receive it. When Lord Sri Ramachandra and his brothers were hardly 16 years old, Visvamitra Muni came to visit Ayodhya. Visvamitra Muni was one of the most celebrated of all great saintly persons. He lived in the Himalayas, but he came down to the plains of India to a hermitage called Siddha Ashram. There he was performing yajna. He would, in those days, never come to any cities. He was always in the forests amongst other great sages and rishis. the fact that Visvamitra Muni paid such a special and rare visit to Ayodhya was a cause of great honor and celebration to Maharaj Dasarath. He came out to meet him. He offered Visvamitra Muni his throne to sit on. Maharaj Dasarath, who is the king of the world, wanted to show what is a real Kshatriya. The nature of a Kshatriya is to be very humble, submissive, and obedient to the qualified Brahmins. If they are not, then they are not real Kshatriyas. He washed the lotus feet of Visvamitra Muni. He offered arti to Visvamitra Muni. He brought palatable foodstuffs to Visvamitra Muni. Came and gave him beautiful gifts, sweet words to welcome him. After pleasing Visvamitra Muni in every possible way, he said, "My whole kingdom belongs to you. Anything in this kingdom is yours. My life is at your service. Whatever you ask of me, I will do. How may I serve you, O best of Brahmins?" Visvamitra Muni inquired, "Are you serious? You will fulfill whatever I ask of you?" Dasarath said, "Yes." Visvamitra Muni further inquired, "Is this a promise?" "Yes, of course. It is my promise." Amongst many great sages, I am living in the forest, performing yajna for the benefit of all human society. But there are deadly Rakshasas who are continuously spoiling this yajna. I desire that you give to me your son, Ramachandra, to slay these Rakshasas. When Dasarath Maharaj heard this, it was like a thunderbolt crashing against his soft heart. He was shocked, momentarily paralyzed. He could not speak, could not breathe, fell to the ground. When he got up, tears were flowing from his eyes, trembling. Ask anything, but not wrong. Please know that I live moment after moment only due to my love for Ram. He's my life and my soul. He's the only source of my happiness. He's the very essence of my life. Even a moment of not seeing him, my heart becomes filled with the anxiety of separation. If I do not see him for an hour, I have to run, trying to look at him. I cannot live without him. You can take anything else, but not Ram. Besides that, he's just a child. He hasn't even finished his education. He doesn't fully understand how to use proper weapons. He's immature and inexperienced. He cannot fight against Rakshasas in the forest. I will bring my armies, an entire Akshauhini division of soldiers, and I will personally ride on my elephant to lead that. And we will protect your sacrifice. And we'll bring Ram with us. But please do not take him away from me. Visvamitra Muni, upon hearing Dasarath's reply, his eyes became red. Dasarath saw this and asked, "Can you tell me, who are these Rakshasas?" Maricha and Subahu. They are the servants of Ravana. Visvamitra Muni explained to Dasarath Maharaj that Ravana is creating terror to the entire world. However, little sacrifices of the sages, like what we're doing, are below his dignity to personally come and destroy. So he sends his associates to do it. Maricha and Subahu are his associates. But actually, the real person that's causing this disturbance is Ravana himself. When Dasarath Maharaj heard the name Ravana, terror struck his heart. Ravana! No one can stand before him. Myself and all my armies, we will be extinguished in a moment if we stand before him. He has defeated even the gods of the heavens. And you want my young, inexperienced, tender-limbed, small child Ram to fight against him? Impossible! It cannot be! Visvamitra Muni exhibited a type of anger that no one could even look upon him. He said to Dasarath, "Either you give me Rama to take with me, or you keep Rama here, and your honor and the integrity of your entire dynasty will be eternally destroyed." Dasarath Maharaj was being torn in two, trying to decide what to do. At that time, Vasishtha Muni spoke. He said, "Please, you have given your word. You cannot break your promise. Your son is the Supreme Personality of Godhead. No one can defeat him. And besides that, he's with Visvamitra Muni. I have personal experience of the power of Visvamitra Muni. He himself, by his mystic yogic power, he could destroy Maricha and Subahu in a second. Why doesn't he? He has already explained. Because he's conducting the yajna. And if the priests of the yajna in any way show anger, the whole yajna is spoiled. So he cannot show anger. But he will protect your son. Have no fear. Send Ram immediately. Dasarath called Ram and also called Lakshman and told Visvamitra Muni, "Here is Ram, but please take Lakshman also, because he cannot live without Ram." Then Dasarath turned to Lord Ramachandra, his beloved son, who Dasarath Maharaj could not possibly perceive as the Supreme Personality of Godhead, however much philosophy he was preached. because he loved him as his child. He told Ram that I am turning you over to the care of Visvamitra Muni. Please love him and serve him, obey him as he is your own father. Give him the same respect that you give me. Lord Rama, thoroughly detached, touched his feet with his father and walked out the door with Visvamitra Muni. They entered into the forest. Visvamitra Muni, by his divine vision, understood clearly the plan of the Supreme Personality of Godhead in this particular incarnation. He wanted to perfectly assist the Lord in his mission. Lord Ramachandra appeared in the dynasty of human beings. He wanted to show by his behavior the perfect conduct of a king, of a son, of a brother, of a husband, of a friend, of a master, of a disciple. Visvamitra Muni's service was to be the Guru Maharaj of Lord Ramachandra and teach him the most essential truths, both spiritual as well as those which would assist in his mission. They lived in the forest together. They traveled from one forest grove to another. He taught Ramachandra Gayatri mantra and various other mantras, how to chant it perfectly, when to chant it properly. Actually, they would go to sleep on the ground made of nice leaves. And in the early morning, during the Brahma Muhurta, Visvamitra Muni would wake up Ram and Lakshmi. Tell them, now it is time for you to take your baths. Now it is time for you to do your meditations. Now it is time to offer your ablutions to the sacred fire. He was so pleased by the humility and the service of Ram and Lakshmi. Each day, Lord Ramachandra and his beloved brother Lakshman, they would go out and collect wood for Visvamitra Muni to perform his yajnas. They would bring water for him. In the evenings, they would massage their Guru Maharaj's feet and legs. They would go and collect roots and berries and fruits from the forest and make nice plates and offer it to their Guru Maharaj. Being pleased, Visvamitra Muni one day told Ram and Lakshman to perform their achman and offer their prayers, because he was going to teach them very powerful, special mantra. The mantra is called Bala and Ati Bala. By chanting this mantra, you will never become tired, you will never become weakened by hunger or thirst, and you will gain extraordinary power in any situation of life. They traveled, and Valmiki's Ramayana, which is being narrated by Lava and Kusha, to Lord Rama himself, he explained this extraordinary journey, how Sri Ramachandra and Lakshmana, every day, with such eagerness to hear, they would ask Visvamitra Muni various questions as they traveled along the forest path. They came to the confluence of the Sarayu River and the Ganga. Lord Rama asked, "Can you tell me the history of the river Sarayu?" Visvamitra Muni explained how long ago Lord Rama, who was born from the navel of Garbhodakshaya Vishnu, as he was creating the universe, he created a lake called Mansarovar on the great mountain which is Kailash, the abode of Lord Shiva. Seeing the great devotion and love of Lord Rama in his service, Lord Vishnu filled that lake with the tears from his eyes. The Sarayu is a river that has its origin in Mansarovar, and it is flowing from Mansarovar, and at this place it is coming to meet the holy river Ganges. Lord Rama asked him, "Can you tell me the story of the river Ganges?" He narrated in very elaborate detail several chapters of Valmiki Ramayana, the whole history of how the Ganges originates and comes to this world. When they came to that place where the Ganges and Sarayu met, there were many great sages and rishis living there. It was a beautiful place. And the sages seemed so happy. Lord Rama asked to Visvamitra Muni, "Can you tell me, why is this place such a nice place? What is the history of this place? What is it called? And who are all these sages?" Visvamitra Muni replied that long ago, Lord Shiva performed his tapasya here. And because of that, it became permeated with his Shakti. It was here that Kandarpa, is also known as Kamadev, decided, with the influence of the demigods, to break Lord Shiva's meditation. Because at the time the demigods required Lord Shiva for some important business, and he was immersed in meditation. So, who better than Kamadev could distract you from your meditation? Do any of you have this experience in your life? So Kamadev made all sorts of wonderful, wonderful arrangements to distract Shiva's mind. But Shiva was just detached. Kandarpa, sending up sorrows and beautiful winds and sweet music and scented flowers, still Shiva remained fixed. He became angry, and he took his most celebrated of all arrows, the arrow of passion, and shot it into the breast of Shiva. Lord Shiva turned around to see who has done like this. There he saw, hiding in a tree, with a bow in his hand, was Kamadev. Lord Shiva looked at him. His third eye opened. Kandarpa was burned not into ashes, into nothing. His body simply ceased to exist. And Visvamitra Muni explained, because of that, Kandarpa had no body. Therefore, these days when he attacks people, nobody sees him. He's there, right in front of you, but you can't see him. His name became Ananga, which means one who has no body, no limbs. And due to that pastime where Kandarpa became Ananga, this province is called the Anga province. And the great sages and rishis, knowing that this is the place where Lord Shiva performed this wonderful pastime, and this is where Kandarpa assumed this incredible formless form, they have come here since that time, and they do their yajnas, and they're very, very happy. That is the story of this place of pilgrimage. They bathed at the confluence of Ganga and Sarayu, and they continue their journey. They came through these beautiful, beautiful forests with scented flowers and birds singing, and they saw so many saintly persons performing their religious activities. Lord Sri Ram, Lakshman and Visvamitra Muni entered into a particular area of the forest that was haunted. Everything was dark. There was no leaves in the trees. There was no birds singing. There was only the shrieking of vultures. The whole atmosphere was full of darkness, ignorance, and fear. There was no animals, no humans, nothing was there. Lord Ram asked Visvamitra Muni, "Can you explain where we are? What has caused this terrible atmosphere to be in such a beautiful forest?" Did Visvamitra explain that there was a yaksha whose name was Suketu. And he was a very pious yaksha. He had a daughter of the name Tataka. She was very beautiful, very simple, very sweet person. Her beauty was so enchanting that it attracted whoever would see her. When she came of marriageable age, Suketu offered her hand in marriage to a Rakshasa of the name Sunda. Now Rakshasas and Yakshas, according to caste regulations, they're allowed to marry together. So they roamed and lived in the forest very happily together. And Sunda and Tataka, they had a son of the name Maricha. And they were all very beautiful people. But one day, Sunda, being a Rakshasa, he misbehaved in the presence of Angira Muni. Angira Muni cursed him to die. he died. Ataka and her beloved son, Maricha, were so angry. They attacked Angira Muni to kill him. When they did that, by the chanting of mantras, Angira Muni just sent them in total defeat, but also cursed them. He cursed Tataka and Maricha to be huge, ugly, deformed, violent, cruel Rakshasas. So Tataka, she lost her beautiful shapely form and became a hideous demon. Large in size, with big, ugly, bulging eyes and hairs all over her body and a bulging stomach. She was so ugly and terrifying, and her mouth was so big she could just eat anything. Then she performed tapasya, because she had such a cruel heart at this time, and she gained the benediction of the strength of 1,000 elephants. And her son, Maricha, he became just a savage, powerful, man-eating Rakshasa. Nobody could stand before him in battle. He's terrifying to men, to gods, to rishis, to everybody. And this Tataka and Maricha, because a rishi killed their husband and father, they hate the rishis. And their only business is to torture them and murder them. Hare Krishna. Visvamitra Muni told Lord Rama that this particular forest is the residence of Tataka. Lord Sri Ramachandra, you should kill her. Don't think that because she's a woman, you should be sentimental about her. She must be killed. Lord Ramachandra went into the forest. He took his mighty bow. Without an arrow, he just played that bow. It made such a loud, reverberating sound that the whole earth shook at the thread of his bow. I don't know when she heard it. She was inflamed with anger. Who has come to my forest? These human beings? She appeared before them in this ghastly, grotesque form to kill them. Cried out to them that today you will be my food. She attacked them. But Lord Ramachandra shot some arrows. She was such a great mystic that she went into the sky and created total darkness. Covered the sun, the moon, there was nothing but pitch darkness. And from the sky, she started throwing down thousands upon thousands of gigantic, sharp-edged rocks like rain. Lord Rama, with his celebrated bow and arrow, was breaking all of those rocks into powder. She was creating all kinds of terrible mystic illusions. But whatever she did, Lord Rama dispelled. She was becoming angrier and angrier and angrier. But they could not even see how to shoot her, how to fight with her. She was invisible. She kept tormenting them with various attacks in various ways. Ultimately, Lord Sri Rama dispelled all of her illusions, and she appeared before them in person. The Lord, with his arrows, cut off both of her arms. She was screaming, howling in pain, ever. Then Lakshman, with his arrows, he cut off her ears and the tip of her nose. And even though she was such a forbidden Rakshasa, still, every woman is proud of her beauty. Having her nose tip cut off and her ears, very humiliating. Angrier than ever, she attacked. Visvamitra Muni told Lord Rama, it's just about to become dusk. Her power will become much greater than ever. It's almost impossible to kill these Rakshasas in the nighttime. I can see that you're sentimental because she's a woman. I know it's the law of morality that women must always be protected, that women must always be honored and respected as mother. But there are exceptions when it's a woman like this. She has devoured thousands of Brahmins and sages. She's caused havoc to so many people's lives. Ram, give up your sentiment. Kill her now. Visvamitra Muni's order, Lord Ramachandra pulled out his celebrated bow and arrow, and he shot an arrow right into her breast. She screamed violently, fell to the ground, and Tataka gave up her life. Sri Ramachandra Bhagavan Visvamitra Muni was very happy to see this. He decided to give Ram more benedictions. He had them sip water, chant their mantras. Visvamitra Muni had told him, I will now teach you the mantras by which you can invoke the missiles and weapons of the demigods, which will make you insurmountable in any combat. In those days, these mantras had to be heard from a guru. And you had to be taught how to chant them perfectly. This is the power of sound vibration. In this age of Kali Yuga, everything is gross. But actually, the subtler you get, the more powerful things are, even on the gross platform. Just like sometimes we fight with our fists. We pound each other. That's pretty gross. But someone who knows karate or kung fu, they can beat someone who just fit because it's a little more subtle. They understand not just the brute force of the fist against bone and flesh, but they know certain points of vulnerability, and they use different types of quickness, of air and energy. So it's a subtler form, but it's more powerful. And then you have weapons. They used to have cannons, where just a big ball comes and hits you in the head. Then they put some dynamite in the ball, and it hits you in the head and it explodes. But then they got subtler. The atom. Atom is a very, very subtle form of gross energy. And if you can somehow or other split the atom and extract the energy of the atom, then you have an atomic bomb. It's actually a very subtle form of gross manipulation. And then you have nuclear bomb, which is subtler than the atomic bomb because it's dealing with subtler forms of material energy. And what type of gross manifestations of destruction they can create. However, in previous ages, sound vibration was understood to be the most powerful of all elements. Sound vibration, you can manipulate the various aspects of this world in such a way that no gross effort could ever compete with. These Kshatriyas, when they would shoot their bows and arrows, the Atiratis and Maharatis, they would chant mantras. These mantras would invoke certain ashras or weapons, which were oftentimes the weapon of demigods. Example, Brahmastra. The Brahmastra is powerful enough to destroy an entire planet in a second. That's its power. It's so accurate that it could go into the womb of a mother and kill the child without even hurting the mother. And by chanting the mantra, you can invoke it and let it loose toward your target. It doesn't matter where your target is, it will go right to it. So Visvamitra Muni taught these mantras to Lord Ramachandra, by which various weapons of the gods would be at his disposal. The Lord Ramachandra, being very compassionate and thoughtful, he asked Visvamitra Muni, can you teach me the mantras how to withdraw these missiles if I shoot them and change my mind? That's something people can't do today. You press that button, it's gone. There's no button to change your mind. But these missiles, you can send a Brahmastra, you can send the weapons of Shiva or Indra to your enemy, and then you can chant another mantra and it'll come right back. Visvamitra Muni then taught Ram the mantras to reverse the effects of these celestial missiles. This is a very important part of Ramayana, because later on, during the battle with Ravana and Ravana, we find that he's sending these different astras that he learned from Visvamitra Muni. Because Lord Ramachandra wanted to teach the world, although he's the Supreme Personality of Godhead, in the role of a human being, he wanted to give all credit to his devotees. He wanted to teach the world, give all credit to your seniors. Take no credit for yourself. Never consider anything to be your own, but always be grateful and willing to offer respect, adoration, and give all glory that comes to you to your superiors. That is a sacred lesson that we learn in this history. The Supreme Personality of Godhead is the cause of all causes. Whatever the demigods have is given by Him. But the principle of humility is even there in the Supreme Lord. Then there came Kidnapping. When the Supreme Lord Sri Ramachandra saw the beauty of Siddhashram, there were thousands of pure-hearted Brahmanas meditating, taking their baths, offering ablutions to the water of the Ganges. Some were doing the holy fire sacrifice. Some were chanting Vedic hymns. They were all illustrious due to their moral and spiritual qualities. Visvamitra Muni explained to Lord Ramachandra not only the history of the place, but he also explained the history of himself and his whole dynasty, genealogical forefathers. Then he explained that these very pure-hearted and saintly devotees, they are performing yajna, but they're always being harassed by these two demons, Maricha and Subhapa. I have brought you here to kill them. The the devotees saw their Guru Maharaj coming with their worshipable Lord Rama Lakshmana, they immediately came running and offered them all respect, gifts of affection, brought them nice fruits and roots from the forest, honored them in so many nice ways. And the sages explained to Ram Lakshmana that we were in so much distress because so many of us have been killed and eaten by these demons. And every time we perform this yajna, at the very end, they spoil it all. So Lord Rama said, perform your yajna, and we will be here to protect you. Because we have the blessings and the instructions of our Guru Maharaj upon us. So Visvamitra Muni told him, let us commence the yajna. He said to the Lord, this yajna will be for 7 days. But they'll never come until the very end of the 7th day. And then they will come and howl and scream and throw buckets of blood and human flesh and everything else abominable on our yajna and kill everybody. They began the yajna, chanting mantras. First day, second day, third day, fourth day, fifth day, sixth day, Ram was sitting there with his bow and arrow, waiting. The end of the 7th day, when the yajna was just about to find its culmination, the sky turned black. They heard terrible sounds of screaming. Chilling winds came to their bodies. All of a sudden, from the darkness of the sky, blood started pouring everywhere. Then bad flesh and other disjointed and torn apart limbs and bones started flying all over like rain. Then stool and urine and next bodies of pus flying all over everyone. The sacrifice was being ruined. Then Maricha and Subahu, 2 gigantic, ghastly ogres appeared. Lord Rama, with one bow, he chanted a mantra. I think it was an ashtra from Vayu he invoked, and he shot it into the chest of Maricha. And Maricha went flying back 100 yojanas, 800 miles into the ocean. Subahu came to seek revenge. He shot an arrow into the heart of Subahu, fell to the ground, vomiting blood, and died. Then all of the other Rakshasas came to seek revenge, and he shot different arrows and scattered them in all directions. Thus, all the Rakshasas were defeated. The demigods showered flowers on those shields. The sages celebrated. Visvamitra Muni was so pleased, he gave profuse blessings upon Sri Hanuman. Ramachandra Ravana. Then they performed their yajna and completed it perfectly to the satisfaction of everyone. The rishis of Siddhartha told Lord Rama, now that we have completed our yajna, by your great mercy, we are going to Mithila on a pilgrimage. That is the holy city of King Janak. There is a big sacrifice taking place there. And there's a big, big bow of Lord Shiva that we want to see. We're going there. Would you like to come with us? Visvamitra Muni invited Rama. Said, let us go. I would like to show you the holy city. They began their journey. On the way to Mithila, they crossed the holy river Ganges, spoke the glories of river Ganges. They visited different hermitages of great devotees of the Lord. Thus they came to the outskirts of Mithila. Just on the outskirts, they came to a beautiful hermitage. There was no one there. Lord Rama asked Visvamitra Muni, can you tell me why this beautiful hermitage, no one is here? Visvamitra Muni explained that this is the ashram of Gautam Rishi. Gautam Rishi has a wife of the name Ahalya. They were living here long ago. One day, Gautam Rishi went to take his bath. While he was gone, the king of heaven, Indra, he was so much attracted by the beautiful bodily features of Ahalya. He desired to enjoy her. By his yogic powers, he assumed the form of Gautam Rishi. In this disguise, knowing Gautam Rishi was away, came to Ahalya and said that, oh my dear wife, I know it's time for Ayodhya and everything like that, but I have a great longing to enjoy with you. So please satisfy my desire. Please understand that King Indra is not an ordinary person. He's a very charismatic celebrity. And when Indra comes before a lady, in whatever disguise he may be in, he's very powerful. Ahalya knew that this is Indra, the disguise of my husband. But in the weakness of the moment, she could not say no to the King of Heaven. And after some time, Ahalya knew that my husband, the real Gautam Rishi, he's coming soon, so you better get out. So Indra, afraid of the power of Gautam Rishi, left the hermitage. But on his way out, he happened to come across Gautam Rishi. But he was still in the form of Gautam Rishi. Gautam Rishi understood something suspicious is going on here. So he went into his meditation and understood exactly what happened. So he cursed Indra. I'm not going into any details of that today. If you want to know, you can read Valmiki's Ramayana. It was a very painful curse. More than that, it was embarrassing. And for one who is honored, dishonor is very difficult. That's his wife. He cursed her because she has misused the beautiful body that God has given her for the service of her husband and Krishna, that she would be without body. So she pleaded with her, please, do not do this. It was a mistake. beg forgiveness. If it's an accident, please forgive me. So Gautam Rishi explained to her that because of your sincerity and because of your repentance, I give you this benefit. That when the Supreme Lord descends into this world as Lord Ramachandra, along with Vishwamitra Muni and his brother Lakshmana, he will come to this place. And when he sees you, and when he places his foot upon you, then you will become completely purified. All that you are contaminated. Then you will attain the perfection of life of pure devotional service. Then we will be reunited. Ahalya then became disembodied. According to some, they say that she became a stone. Visvamitra Muni explains to Lord Rama. And Lord Rama, with his spiritual vision, was able to see her. And on that stone he placed his lotus feet. And by the touch of the lotus feet of the Lord, and the glance from the lotus eye of the Lord, Ahalya became completely purified, and manifested her original beautiful form. There she surrendered to the Supreme Lord with tears of love in her eyes. And Gautam Rishi appeared also. Together they worshipped Lord Ramachandra, offered all respects to the Vishwamitra. The Lord blessed them. And then Gautam Rishi and Ahalya reunited to form their devotional service again. Gautam Rishi told his wife that actually this was a benediction. Our relationship now is on a higher and sweeter platform of pure devotion than it has ever been before by the causeless mercy. From Gautam Rishi's ashram, they entered into the kingdom of Mithila. The news came to Maharaj Janaka. Visvamitra Muni has come with his disciples to Mithila. Immediately, personally came out to greet them. This was the etiquette demonstrated by these great souls. Maharaj Janaka is such a beautiful king, with great armies and subjects, but yet, when an advanced devotee would come to his kingdom, he would not just call him to have a special appointment with them, but he would come out to wherever they were, to personally worship them and bring them to his palace and offer them his throne. Sometimes when our devotees in the past were doing life membership in Bombay, like our Giriraj Maharaj, they would sometimes go to some wealthy people's office. First they had to go to the secretary. Then the secretary would call the owner or the president. The president, usually they say, oh, tell him that I'm busy today, they should come some other time. Or if they're lucky, they'll say, oh, tell him he can have an appointment 10 o'clock tomorrow morning. Or if they're especially very magnanimous, they'll say, oh, he's a Vaishnava, he's come, send him to my office now. This was like a great privilege. You get to enter into his office. But those who are like King Janaka, they will come running out. You shouldn't come to me. I would come to you and greet you and wash your feet. But then, they don't like to do that. Because if you do that, then you have to say, how can I serve you? And they may ask you for something. Maharaj, keep them out coming. There are all sorts of gifts and articles of worship. Radhanath can tell us, read it so nicely. Sarah said, the perfection of all of my duties as a king have fructified today because a great devotee like you has come to purify and sanctify our kingdom with your lotus feet. Then he asks, who are these two beautiful personalities that you have brought with you? Visvamitra Muni introduced them, that this is Ramachandra and this is Lakshmi. They are the two sons of Dasarath. And they have just come to Siddhashram. They killed the two terrible Rakshasas, Maricas, with all their armies to protect our yajnas. The chief priest of King Jatayu was named Satananda. Satananda wanted to extol the glories of Visvamitra Muni to Maharaj Jana, as well as Rama and Lakshmi. But before describing the glories of Visvamitra, Satananda, this great Brahmin priest, he introduced himself. He said, I am the son of Gautam Rishi and Ahalya. And although they are two such great personalities, I think you may know what happened to my mother. On your way here, did you go through their ashram? And if you did, what was it like? So Visvamitra Muni explained, Lord Rama glanced upon your mother, and she once again became Ahalya after so many thousands and thousands of years. And her heart was completely purified. And now she is reunited with Gautam Rishi, performing the worship of the Lord. Satananda, son of Gautam Rishi and Ahalya, was so overjoyed to hear the mercy of Lord Rama upon his mother and father. Then he explained the glories of Visvamitra Muni. Upon hearing it, King Jana was struck with wonder. They spoke for many hours. It became a little late at night. Maharaj Jana, with great love and affection, he told them, let us meet again tomorrow morning. Tonight let us have prasad and take rest. The Lord manifested within his pastimes the sweet loving relationships that he shares with his eternal associates. And by showing the nature of the love between the Lord and his devotees, he is giving all living beings, conditioned by the three modes of material nature, the opportunity to absorb their consciousness in remembering the Lord's pastimes, and thus become attracted to once again return to our eternal loving service to him. We discussed in brief the Supreme Lord's appearance, his beautiful pastimes in the palace of Dasarath and Kausalya, and then his journey with Visvamitra Muni to the Siddhashram, where the Lord dispatched Maricha and Subahu, we came to the Lord's visit to the holy city of Mithila. Through the evening, Maharaj Janak discussed with Visvamitra Muni various transcendental subject matters. Then they all took rest for the evening. Early the next morning, Visvamitra Muni, Lord Sri Ram and Lakshmana arose and performed their spiritual duties of devotion and worship to the Lord. Interesting how the Supreme Personality of Godhead was worshipping Lord Vishnu, because he took the role of a human being to show us how we should begin each day. Until later that morning, Maharaj Janak came to greet them. He bowed down at the lotus feet of Visvamitra Muni and offered his very sincere greetings to Rama and Lakshmana. King Janak, with folded palms, asked Visvamitra Muni, "How may I serve you? I am here for your pleasure. Tell me, how can I please you?" Visvamitra Muni requested that you bring us to see this famous and celebrated bow. King Janak proceeded to explain the history of this bow. Long ago, Lord Shiva, Mahadev, he fought with the great demon Tripasura, and he defeated him and his cities with this bow, and thereby gained the name Tripurari. Then, during the Yajna of King Daksha, Lord Shiva, with this formidable bow, challenged the Devatas and those who were on the side of Daksha. But when they saw the wrath of Lord Shiva, they became so very fearful that they surrendered to him, offered prayers and worship to him. Thus Lord Shiva gave the demigods this celebrated bow, which is all-powerful. The demigods later on entrusted it to one of the great forefathers of Maharaj Janak, whose name was Devarata. He kept that bow in a very reverential place in the kingdom, in a beautiful, beautiful casing. And since that time, the ancestors of Devarata worship that bow as none different than Lord Shiva himself. Janak Maharaj explained that this bow is so big, it is so powerful, that no man besides Shiva had had the power to even lift it. Maharaj Janak went on to describe how he was about to perform a great yajna for the welfare of all of his citizens. And he personally, as the king, took plow in hand to plow around the sacrificial arena, as was the tradition. As he was plowing in the earth through the sacrificial arena, the most wonderful pastime took place. The plow turned over the earth, and from the heart of the earth, a beautiful golden child appeared. This beautiful little daughter, King Janaka took from the earth and brought home to his palace and raised her as his own daughter. Her name is Sita. She became the life, the soul of everyone in Mithila, because she was the very embodiment of devotion. She was the most beautiful of all females in all of creation. Maharaj Janak, he vowed that it would take someone to lift that bow and string it to take the hand of Sita in marriage. Because of Sita's fair qualities, great warriors, kings, from all directions were coming to win the hand of Sita. By the thousands. But none of them could even lift the bow. In fact, most of them, they were not even able to look at the bow. Even the great Rakshasa king Ravana came. And with all of his might, he pulled and he pulled and he pulled and he struggled and he strained and he wept and he cried, but he could not lift the bow. The kings, the princes, they became so much aggrieved because they so much wanted Sita. But they were so humiliated in an ocean of shame that they could not even move the bow. Due to this shame, they all came together and declared war against me. With great armies, many Akshauhini divisions, they attacked my city. With all of my forces, I fought with them. 1 full year of continuous battle. My armies, my treasury was being depleted, trying to fight against all these heroes. Thus, King Janak explained, I had to pray to the demigods to help me. Demigods, in answer to my prayer, they scattered all of these Kshatriyas in all directions to protect our kingdom. Since that time, there is no one who has been able to match the challenge that I have given to win the hand of Sita. But now I am feeling very much worrisome. Will my daughter remain a widow throughout her life? Is there no one in all the world who is qualified to marry her? But today I am seeing the illustrious beauty and virtues of Sri Rama. It is my hope and my prayer that he will lift and string this bow. For no one before in my life have I ever seen who is a suitable match for the virtuous and chaste Sita. Please come, and I will bring you to the assembly where the bow will be revealed to you. They went into the assembly house, and Maharaj Janak called for the bow to be brought. There was a big cart with many wheels. 5,000 strongly built soldiers struggling and straining with all their might to pull that cart on its wheels into the assembly hall. Thus they opened the case. When Visvamitra Muni, Rama and Lakshmana saw this bow, they were struck with wonder. It was a huge, formidable bow, personally constructed by Vishwakarma for Lord Shiva's use. No one had ever used it before or after Lord Shiva. It was beautiful wood, ornamented with gold, silver, and all kinds of jewels. Sita was sitting on a balcony with her girlfriends. Many of the other citizens of Ayodhya crowded into the assembly hall to see whether this beautiful prince, Dasarathi Nandan, would be able to win the hand of Sita in marriage. When Srimati Sitadevi saw the beauty of Sri Ram, that eternal love within her heart awakened for him. She looked upon him and prayed that let him string this bow. Let him take my hand in marriage. Let me forever be his servant. But with her beautiful lotus eyes, which were timid and shy like that of a young deer, when they saw the very tender limbs of Lord Rama, and then they glanced upon the very hard, formidable bow, she began to worry. How is this possible? At the time, Lord Rama was only 16 years old. He was a youth in his blooming stage of life. Even old, seasoned gods, rakshasas, and heroic kings could not even look upon this bow. How will Ram possibly be able to do it? But hope against hope, Sita prayed. Lord Ram approached the bow. With folded palms and great respect, he offered his obeisances to this mighty weapon of Lord Shiva. Reverentially, with folded palms, he circumambulated the bow several times. Then he stood before it, looking upon it with great gravity in his eyes. Then he looked toward his spiritual master, Visvamitra Muni. Because without the blessings of Guru, Lord Ram considered no endeavor to be auspicious. Visvamitra Muni offered his blessings to Lord Ramachandra to lift the bow. Then the Lord walked up to the bow and put his one hand in the center of it. Meanwhile, Sitadevi, with tears of expectation in her eyes, her limbs were trembling with anxiety. And King Janak, he was praying hope against hope that let this Ram string this bow. Now all the citizens of Ayodhya who were assembled on that day were in rapt trance, seeing this beautiful, youthful boy about to attempt to do what no one has ever done before. Sri Ramachandra grasped the bow and effortlessly he lifted it up above his head. People were shocked. Maharaj Janak was thinking, this is extraordinary. How is it possible? Sita, her anticipation was growing more and more and more. After lifting it above his head, he placed one end to the ground and the other one was way up high. Sri Ramachandra then took the string. He strung the bow and he pulled the string. As he pulled the string, the bow bent more and more and more until it was like a half circle. Then the Lord pulled it all the more. He pulled it and pulled it until that mighty bow could no longer bear his strength. It cracked. The sound of the crack of that bow was like thunder. In fact, it created an earthquake throughout the world. even the heavenly planets, they were shocked and stunned to hear this thunderous sound coming down from the earth. As the earth was shaking and this thunderous roar of the bones breaking was reverberating in all directions, everyone on earth fell unconscious. Except Ram, Lakshman, Visvamitra Muni, Janak, and Sita. Of course, you know how Parasuram became quite angry that the bow of Shiva, which he entrusted, was broken. But then Lord Ramachandra revealed his supreme divinity to Parasuram, and Parasuram worshipped his lotus feet. So Maharaj Janak began weeping in joy. The citizens of Ayodhya began to call out, Jai Ram, Jai Ram, Jai Ram. And Sitadevi, her eyes filled with tears of happiness, was beyond herself with excitement. She was breathing, heaving very hard with uncontrolled happiness. Maharaj Janak then called for her to come down. She came before Lord Ramachandra with the garland of victory. This beautiful garland, which was made up of golden flowers, was only meant for the person who would be the future husband of Sita. He stood before Ram holding the garland, looking at his lotus feet. Then she looked into his eyes. And when both of their eyes met, the eternal union of love between them was ecstatically awakened. With Janak Maharaj's permission, Sita placed the garland around the neck of Lord Sri Ram. At that time, everyone in the city of Ayodhya present began to cry out with jubilation in their heart, Sitaram ki jai! 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 King Janak, weeping in exhilaration, he said, now, Ram, we will make all preparations, for you have won the hand of my daughter in marriage. Immediately, Visvamitra Muni and Janak Maharaj sat together and dispatched messenger to go back to Ayodhya to bring the good news to Dasarath Maharaj. It took 3 days for them to arrive in Ayodhya. The messengers brought precious gifts from Janak Maharaj to be presented to Maharaj Dasarath. The messengers explained the whole story, how Lord Sri Ram broke the bow of Shiva. Dasarath Maharaj was shocked. How is it possible? He's just my little boy. He's only 16 years old. He's still depending on me for his survival. How did Dasarath Maharaj, no matter what he saw or heard of Lord Rama's glories, to him he was still his child. Dasarath explained to his ministers that just when Visvamitra Muni came, I was pondering about who would be a suitable bride to marry Lord Ram. It was certainly the will of Providence and the arrangement of Lord Vishnu that Visvamitra Muni had come to take him and bring him to Mithila. Dasarath immediately ordered all of the virtuous senior members of his kingdom to prepare to leave for Mithila for the marriage of Sita. Very soon they began their journey. Maharaj Janak made every possible arrangement on the way to bring comforts and pleasures to the bridegroom's party as they approached. I believe it took about 6 days for Dasarath's party to arrive. Maharaj Janak and Dasarath Maharaj, when they met, they embraced. They were old friends, and now there was going to be an everlasting union between the two great dynasties. They embraced pride and happiness as Janak explained everything about the great victory of Ram. They made arrangements for the marriage, called the Muni to be the head priest. Janak told Dasarath that this was the fulfillment of a prophecy that Narada Muni had spoken to me. When I met him, he saw the beauty of Sita. He explained to me that she is the eternal consort of Lord Vishnu. And Lord Vishnu himself will personally descend into this world and take her hand in marriage. And it is because of this that I made a condition of lifting this bow and stringing it, because I knew no one but Vishnu could do it. So the arrangements for the marriage began, and there was a wonderful arena made. They made a pandal that was 4 miles in diameter, because they invited kings, rishis, and sages and princes from all over the world. There was beautiful assembly houses, palaces for them to be comfortable. Muni personally orchestrating all of the arrangements for this most blessed of all events. It is explained that Visvamitra Muni requested Maharaj Janak that since you're going to marry Lord Rama to Sita, assembled here is also Lakshman, Bharat, and Shatrugna. I suggest that we find suitable matches for them also. You have another daughter who can marry Lakshman, and your brother has 2 daughters who could marry Bharat and Shatrugna. Very good, this is very good. He called his brother, whose name was Kushadvaj. He made the arrangements that Ram would marry Sita, Lakshman would marry Sita's sister, Urmila, Bharat would marry Kushadvaj's eldest daughter, Mandavi, and Shatrugna would marry Kushadvaj's younger daughter, Shrutakirti. So the 4 princes, they had their special baths. They shaved their heads. That is the tradition for people getting married, according to the Vedic system. But these days people are very attached to their hairs. They were decorated very, very costly silken garments, anointed with oils, and very beautiful jewelry and ornaments were put upon them. Maharaj Dasarath personally led them into the sacrificial arena. As they sat, there were thousands upon thousands of Brahmins chanting Vedic hymns to invoke auspiciousness. There was musicians playing beautiful ragas from the Vedas. And there were dancers dancing. Then Maharaj Janak, along with his brother Kushabaj, escorted in beautiful princesses. There was Sita, Urmila, Mandavi, and Chutakyuti. When the four princes saw the beauty of the four princesses, they were very satisfied. The Shishtamuni began the ceremonial rituals, and at the auspicious moment, the great King Janak brought his daughter before Lord Sri Ramachandra. And with the word, I offer my daughter Sita to you, dear Ram. She is more dear to me than my very life and soul. It is my promise that she will serve you with all dedication. She will be like your shadow to follow you wherever you may go. Whatever your fortune or misfortune may be, she will be by your side to give you happiness. Now, please take the hand of Sita in marriage. Giving the hand of Sita to Lord Ram, the Shishtamuni, as well as Janak, sprinkled sacred water to consecrate their holy marriage. The same divine ritual was then performed between Lakshman and Urmila, between Bharat and Mandavi, between Sugriva and Chutakyuti. Thus, the marriage is complete. Upon the marriage of Sita and Ram, demigods showered flowers. The rishis and sages were jubilant at heart. They knew that this would bring about great dharma and prosperity for the whole world. And Dasarath and Janak, they simply wept in happiness. This wonderful marriage was so pleasing to the hearts of everyone. King Janak then gave rich dowry. He gave hundreds and thousands of elephants and horses, chariots, soldiers. He gave millions of beautiful garments, silks, jewels, decorations. They gave hundreds and thousands of cows to all the Brahmins who performed the sacrifice. Each cow had just given birth to a calf and had golden horns and golden hooves. They gave abundant food grains to the Brahmins, to the sages. In this way, everyone was fully satisfied. Visvamitra Muni, who had fulfilled his purpose, then took leave of all of them, returned to the Himalayas to perform his tapasya. After a few days, King Dasarath returned to Ayodhya with his entourage. Ayodhya was overjoyed with jubilation to welcome their beloved Ram and his brothers with their new brides. Together they lived.
All of the residents of Ayodhya Dham were simply looking forward to the day that Lord Rama would be king. Because they all loved him more than their own lives. Every mother loved Ram more than they loved their own children. Every child loved Ram more than they loved their own mothers or fathers. Every friend loved Ram as their best friend. Such a phenomenon can never be enacted in this material existence. It is the all-attractive, all-pleasing nature of Sri Rama to attract everyone's heart.
Lord Sri Ramachandra, his life and soul was to please Sita. And Sita, she was so intensely eager to serve Lord Rama that she had the ability to know whatever was in the innermost core of Rama's heart without his asking. She would be doing all services just to give him happiness. King Dasarath, seeing how all of the citizens of Ayodhya had such deep love and regard for Ramachandra, he one day called an assembly. Just before this, Kaikeyi, who was the mother of Bharat, her father, who was the king of Kekaya, called for Bharat and Sugriva, his grandchildren, to come to his kingdom to spend some time with them. So he sent his son, who was Kaikeyi's brother, Yudhajit, to Ayodhya to bring them to the Kekaya province. So Dasarath Maharaj agreed. Bharat, Sugriva, along with their newly wedded wives, went to the distant kingdom. Dasarath Maharaj called his ministers and told them that I have been serving as king many long years, more years than is expected. Now I am old. My health and strength is fading. I wish to retire. I desire to coronate as the Prince Regent for the upcoming king, Lord Ramachandra, because I have taken note of all of his good qualities. He is humble, obedient to his superiors, very, very submissive to the Brahmins, kind and compassionate to all living beings. I have never ever heard a complaint against him, either from his seniors or even his juniors. He's a chivalrous warrior. He's brave and fearless under all conditions. He is well read and learned in all of the military and knowledge of statesmanship. I wish to coronate him as the Prince Regent. When Vishishta Muni and the sages and the ministers heard it, they celebrated. So be it. Let it be. Dasarath, just after, had a dream. In that dream he saw inauspicious omens, and a negative constellation was about to happen. So Maharaj Dasarath felt that before this takes place, the coronation should be. So with the permission of Vishishta Muni, he called Ramachandra. He said, I have decided that I will coronate you as the Prince Regent. Lord Ram accepted. Whatever is your desire, my father. Dasarath Maharaj said the coronation will be tomorrow morning. You should prepare yourself by visiting with Vishishta Muni and getting good instruction. Lord Sri Ram went to Vishishta Muni and he told him that he should stay awake that night for some time and he should fast and worship Lord Vishnu and worship the sacred fire, and gave him all very detailed instructions. Meanwhile, the word spread throughout Ayodhya that tomorrow morning Lord Ram would be coronated as the prince to become the king. Kaushalya was overjoyed. Sita was overjoyed. Lakshman. Everyone was dancing and singing in the streets. It was actually the heartfelt desire of everyone in Ayodhya to see Lord Ramachandra become the king. celebrations were everywhere. Ayodhya was the most festive city in all the universe. The day before the coronation, the demigods were thinking that if this Ravana is not killed soon, then it defeats the whole purpose of Ram's incarnation. So we have to do something drastic. So they caused the Maya potency to enter into the heart of Kaikeyi's hunchback, maidservant of Manthara. That evening, she went upon the terrace of her palace, and she looked and she saw Kausalya giving immense charity, profusely, and she was so happy. Manthara approached Lord Rama's nurse and asked, why is Kausalya so happy? What is all these festivities? Why is everyone jubilating all over Ayodhya? And the nurse said, oh, you haven't heard? The fulfillment of everyone's desire will be achieved tomorrow. Rama, he will be coronated as the regent prince of Ayodhya. When Manthara heard this, she became filled with envy and anger. She was thinking that I'm a deformed hunchback woman, and people speak all kinds of ridiculing remarks against me. But I happen to be the favorite maidservant of Kaikeyi. Kaikeyi is the favorite queen of Dasarath. Therefore, I have royal opulences, I have fame, I have so many great fortunes that come by my association with Kaikeyi. Ram becomes king, then Kaikeyi will be seen as second class, and I will also be seen as second class. I will be neglected, intolerable. It has to be stopped. Actually, the demigods, knowing that Ram's mission was to kill Ravana, they personally arranged through their Shakti to pollute the mind of Manthara with envy. She devised a cunning and wicked plan. She went to Kaikeyi's inner chambers, and Kaikeyi was rejoicing. She had heard Ram would be the king. It was the fulfillment of her innermost desire also. Manthara asked, Have you heard that there is a deadly noose tied around your neck, about to kill you and make you suffer miserably? Kaikeyi said, what are you saying? What is that? Ram is going to be coronated as the Prince Regent. Kaikeyi said, that is good news. We should celebrate. We should give him charity. But Manthara, she could not tolerate seeing the happiness of Kaikeyi. This is joyous. You should be happy. Kaikeyi, more angry, said, you are a fool. You are a wretched creature. You do not know what is in store for you if you allow this to take place. Kaikeyi said, what are you talking about? What are you saying? Have you gone mad? Manthara said that Ram has always been envious of Bharat. You don't know because you're blinded by affection, but I see these things. And he knows that Bharat is superior to him in all respects. When he becomes king, he will banish Bharat to the forest, or he may even murder him to make sure that he doesn't take the throne. You, at the best, you will just be a second-class woman. Dasarath will favor Kausalya, and he will mistreat you, abuse you, and neglect you. And at the best, Bharat will simply be the slave of Ram. Are you going to tolerate this? Are you going to allow this to happen? Kaikeyi, being very confused, she said, Mantra, what are you saying? What are you speaking? Ram and Bharat are best of friends. They love each other dearly. This can never take place. Mantra continued that you must stop this immediately. If you do not stop this, then your son will suffer miserably for the rest of his life. Why? Why did Dasarath send away Bharat and Shatrugna? And then when they were away, decided to have this coronation? It is because it is a devious, envious conspiracy against Bharat. Can't you see? The writing is on the wall. You will become the slave of Kausalya, and he will become the slave of Ram. And ultimately you will both be destroyed. Gradually, Kaikeyi's mind was being contaminated. This happens to be the influence of bad association. Kaikeyi was such a virtuous, loving queen. But due to associating with a wicked woman full of envy, she became wicked and full of envy. Kaikeyi asked, what can be done? Is it too late? Is there anything I can do? Mantra said, yes, there is. Do you not remember? Many years ago, Dasarath was fighting on the command of the demigods. He was fighting against some great, great demons. In fact, Dasarath was such a mighty warrior that he fought as if his chariot was covering 10 directions at the same time. That is why he was given the name Dasarath. At that time, the demons, so powerful as they were, they inflicted terrible, terrible wounds upon the demigods who had to flee. And your husband, he was being pierced and with various arrows and lances in his body. He fell unconscious due to suffering of pain. At that time, you took his chariot off the battlefield and nursed him to health. When Dasarath came back to consciousness, he was so grateful to you for saving his life. He offered you 2 boons. But you told him that you didn't want anything. But he insisted, and you said, at some time in the future, perhaps I will take these boons. Now is the time, take these boons, and I will tell you what boons to demand. The first is to install, through coronation, Bharat as the Prince Regent, the future king, and then banish Ram to the forest for 14 years. Because if you coronate Bharat, but allow Ram to be here, Ram, due to his envy, will create all kinds of conspiracies to pull down Bharat and take his position. You must protect your son. Kaikeyi, convinced of the wicked mind of Manthara, she entered into her special inner chamber, which was for the exclusive purpose of sulking when she was angry. We have heard of wives who do like this. So Dasarath, he came to the palace of Kaikeyi to tell her the good news that Ram is going to be coronated as king tomorrow. Kaikeyi was the favorite queen of Dasarath. She was the youngest queen and most very, very beautiful, full of all good qualities.
When he came in to her room, he saw that she wasn't there. He looked throughout the various parts of the palace, but his beloved Kaikeyi was not to be found. He asked one of the maidservants, and she said that Kaikeyi is in her sulking room. Dasarath Maharaj was wondering, why in the world would she be in sulking room on such a joyous occasion? Dasarath entered. He saw Kaikeyi had thrown her jewelry on the side and the floors and thrown parts of her garments, and she was dressed in a way that her robes were scattered. Her beautiful sari was all disheveled, and her hair was undone, and she was laying on the ground crying. Dasarath Maharaj's heart was so soft, he couldn't bear to see his wife in this condition. He approached her and placed his hand on her head and placed her head on his lap. And he said, "My beloved Kaikeyi, this is a time for rejoicing. Tomorrow your beloved son Ram will be coronated as the future king." Kaikeyi laid there, crying, angry, practically hissing like a snake. Upon seeing this, Dasarath's heart was melting more and more and more. He said, "My beloved Kaikeyi, please tell me, what can I do to take you out of this condition? I'll do anything for you. You know, I am your faithful husband. What do you want?" Upon seeing this, Dasarath's heart was melting more and more and more. He said, "My beloved Kaikeyi, please tell me, what can I do to take you out of this condition? I'll do anything for you. You know, I am your faithful husband. What do you want? I'll give you anything, but be happy." Kaikeyi looked at him and said, "Do you mean that? You will give me anything?" Dasarath was like a deer entering into the web of a vicious hunter. He said, "Of course, I'll do anything for you. I've always done anything for you. What do you want?" She said, "Do you vow that whatever I ask of you, you will give me?" "I will give you whatever you ask. Of this there is no doubt." "Do you make a vow?" He said, "I make a vow in the name of my beloved Ramachandra, who is my life and my soul, the most dear person in my existence. And you know, Kaikeyi, after Lord Ram, there is no one more dear to me than you. In the name of Ram, who I will give my life and soul and everything for the pleasure of, I make a vow that I will fulfill whatever you desire." Kaikeyi asked, "Are you certain that you will fulfill your promise?" Dasarath said, "In the presence of all the prominent demigods, I promise to fulfill your desire." She said, "Am I certain to believe that whatever I ask, you will fulfill?" He said, "I make vow in front of the sun and the moon and all of my forefathers of the Raghu dynasty that whatever you desire, I will give you." And Kaikeyi, feeling great jubilation in her heart, like a serpent hissing, she said, "If you break this promise, your name and your fame of you and your whole dynasty will be destroyed. Do you remember when you offered me 2 boons
when I saved your life? Dasarath Maharaj said, yes, of course. I claim my 2 boons from you today. Whatever it may be, ask. The first boon, with the paraphernalia that you have arranged to coronate Ram, I want you to coronate my son Bharat as the Prince Regent, the future king of Ayodhya, and Emperor of the world. And my second boon is you banish Ram to the forest, where he lives by eating roots and fruits, and wears nothing but the tree bark and the skins of animals for 14 years. When Dasarath heard these words, Dasarath Maharaj fell to the ground unconscious. Then he got up. Tears were pouring from his eyes. His mouth became dry like desert. Limbs were trembling in grief. He couldn't believe what he had heard. He spoke, is this a dream? Is this a dream, a terrible nightmare that I am experiencing? You evil, cruel, hard-hearted woman! You are invoking the very destruction of my entire dynasty. Don't you see? Don't you see what you're doing? You are going to be the cause of my very death. Dasarath then helplessly fell at the feet of Kaikeyi. Holding her feet, he begged her, please, please, don't do this. It is impossible. It cannot be. If you like, I will coronate Bharat as king, but don't send Ram to the forest. Separation from Ram will be the very cause of my death. It will be the very cause of the destruction of the entire kingdom of Ayodhya. I will offer you all my wealth. I will offer you the entire kingdom. But please do not take Ram away from me. Kaikeyi, not at all moved by any sentiments. She looked at him with great wrath in her eyes and said that you have given your promise. You cannot break your promise. And if you dare to try to break your promise, I will drink poison. And you will be known throughout history as the destroyer of the dignity of your entire race and the murderer of your own wife. Dasarath Maharaj once again fainted. He was laying on the floor, that if you carry this through, you will be the cause of my death. What has Ram ever done to you? Ram has always treated you like his own mother. He's loved you. He served you. And you know Bharat, he loves Ram. He worships Ram. Where has this evil come into your heart? Have you gone mad? Have you gone crazy? Give up this foolishness. I'll give you anything you want. But please do not take Ram away from us. Kaikeyi, you are a wretched pig. You have made your vow 3 times that you would keep your word. And now, like a faint-hearted coward, due to material attachments, you are about to break those vows. You cannot break this vow. You have spoke before the demigods, before your forefathers. Dasarath Maharaj, gasping for air, he said, on this very day I disown you. You are no longer my wife. I discard any association, and I regret I ever had anything to do with you. Then he fell to the ground again unconscious. He lay there all night trying to reason with Kaikeyi, but it was utterly futile. In the morning, the celebrations were beginning throughout Ayodhya for the coronation of Ram. At that time, Sumatra, who was the chief minister and dear friend of Dasarath, was looking all over for him. He came to the palace of Kaikeyi, and there he found Dasarath laying in the ground in an ocean of sorrow. Sumatra couldn't understand what was happening. Kaikeyi spoke. That Dasarath, he was working very hard arranging for the ceremony today, so he's very tired. He is requesting you to call Ram at once. Meanwhile, Ram was making all nice arrangements for his coronation. Sumatra went to Ram's palace and told him that your father is calling for you just now at the palace of Kaikeyi. So Lord Sri Ram, along with Lakshman, they boarded a beautiful golden chariot. And as he was heading toward the palace, the people of Ayodhya were showering him with flowers and singing beautiful songs and calling out, "Today you will become the regent priest. Today you will be coronated. Today will be the fulfillment of all of our desires." Ram entered into the inner chambers of Kaikeyi's palace. To his very great surprise, he saw Dasarath laying there, aggrieved with agony. Lord Ram could not understand. He said, "My father, why are you in this condition? It is a day of rejoicing. Please tell me." Dasarath could not even look at the face of Ram. Lord Ram asked, "Why will you not look at me? Why will you not speak to me? My dear father, please tell me." Kaikeyi spoke. "Your father cannot speak to you because of what he has done. He has made a vow, and that vow will be that my son Bharat will be coronated as the future king, and that you will be banished to the Dandakaranya forest for 14 years, where you will be dressed in nothing but the bark of trees and the skins of animals, eating the roots and the berries that the monkeys eat. Your father does not have the heart to tell you. But now, in order to protect his honor and dignity and keep him from going to hell, from breaking his vow, you should go to the forest at once." Lord Sri Ram, completely unaffected by hearing this, he maintained perfect composure, and with folded hands, he said, "If my dear father has made this vow, that I should go to the forest and Bharat be made the future king, then I will be happy to go to the forest. It is not a problem at all. I will give my life to maintain the dignity and integrity of my father. He looked at Dasarath Maharaj and said, please do not be sad. Please do not feel aggrieved in your heart. If this is your desire, it is my desire. I will immediately make arrangements to depart for the Dandakaranya forest. And Dasarath, he could not speak a word. He just laid on the ground, moaning, "Oh Ram, oh Ram." No other sound could come out of his mouth. Then Sri Ramachandra, he went to the house of his mother Kausalya. But this time, knowing that his destiny was to live in the forest as a hermit, he did not get on his chariot, but rather he walked barefoot to his mother's palace. The people of Ayodhya couldn't understand what's going on. Why is he walking like an ordinary person? On the way, Lord Rama explained the incident to Lakshman. Lakshman's heart was pierced with pain and anger. Lord Sri Ram entered into the palace of Kausalya. When he entered, the other maidservants of Kausalya had already heard about the banishment of Ram. They were weeping and crying and howling in pain. Meanwhile, Kausalya did not hear anything about this. She had fasted all night. She performed all sorts of auspicious rituals for the pleasure of her son. And she was just rejoicing. When Ram came into the room, Kausalya, she just said, "Oh Ram, it is so wonderful that you have come now. Today is the happiest day of our lives. Today you will be coronated." Lord Rama, he said, "Oh, I have come to tell you the news. This news will bring terrible, terrible pain to your heart. A great calamity has come upon you. Kaikeyi has asked 2 boons of your dear husband, Dasarath Maharaj, and my father has granted her those boons. That Bharat will be coronated as king, and that I will be banished to the Dandakaranya forest for the next 14 years. When Kausalya heard this, she could not believe what her ears were hearing. She fell to the ground, eyes filled with tears. She wept and wept. With a trembling voice, she tried to speak. For many years, I had to suffer the pain of being childless. Through so many attempts, your father tried to give me a child, but it was never to any avail. I was thinking that will I live throughout my life without offering any child as a prince to my husband and to the citizens of Ayodhya? How much pain I bore all those years. But then you became my child, my one and only child. You are my life and soul. There's nothing in the world I love more than you. This news has come to bear a deeper agony than anything I could ever even imagine. My heart is broken in 2. I believe that my heart must be made of solid steel. Otherwise, how is it that after hearing this news, I am still alive? My dear Ram, you cannot go. You cannot go. Then Kausalya fell to the ground in faint. And when she came to consciousness again, she said that if you do have to go, due to this evil will of my co-wife, then I will follow with you. I cannot stay in the city of Ayodhya without you. Kaikeyi will abuse me. Dasarath will neglect me. On top of losing my most beloved son, it is unbearable. I will not survive. Just as a cow will follow her beloved calf into the forest, I will follow you into the forest. Then Kausalya collapsed. Seeing this, Lakshman could no longer contain his anger. He went into a state of fury. He said, Ram, you are faultless. You have never made an offense to anyone in your entire life. This is not right. Our father has become a puppet in the hands of an evil woman. Due to lust, our father has given in to the evil desires of Kaikeyi. Therefore, you should not honor his promise. In fact, if my father, Dasarath, persists in banishing you to the forest, then I will personally, with my sword, I will kill him. And if anyone stands between me, I will kill them. I will destroy the entire army of Ayodhya, but you will not go to the forest. This is my vow. Look at your mother. Look at Kausalya. Look at the pain that she is bearing. Lakshman looked at Kausalya and said, you please be assured I will never allow this to happen. With my flaming arrows and sharpened sword, I will destroy anyone and everyone that comes in my way of coronating Ram as king today. Lord Ram, he said that it is not sinful what my father has done or Kaikeyi has done. They are not causing me any harm. Please know that it is my foremost duty to protect the honor of my beloved father. He has given his word. He has made his vow. I must protect it. And nothing will change my mind. He explained to Kausalya and Lakshman that these material bodies are just temporary situations wherein the eternal soul resides. These material bodies are destined for death. And between birth and death, all sorts of unexpected, predestined occurrences will come about. Actually, all these relationships, father, mother, brother, brother, husband, wife, they are all just like pieces of straw meeting in the ocean of material existence. But then when the next wave comes, these straws scatter, separated from one another. So we should not take so seriously all of these materialistic relationships. What we must take serious is dharma. And my father has given his word He has made a vow, and I cannot allow him to break his vow. That is my duty, to protect him. Then Lakshman, waving his sword and all the rest, I will kill them, I will destroy them, but today you will be coronated as king. I dare anyone to stand before and challenge me. Lord Rama explained that please do not blame Kaikeyi. She is not at fault. This is the will of Providence. And Providence's will is very strong, and it must be honored. I will not change my resolve. My dear mother and brother, I will return in only 14 years and once again be here to serve you in the happiness of your association. Kaushalya, she began to weep more and more and more. Said, if you must go, my son, if you must go, then please allow me to come with you. A cow cannot allow its calf to be taken away. Similarly, it will be worse than death for me to live in Ayodhya without you. If you are determined to go, I will go with you. Lord Rama said to Kausalya that you know the virtues of real morality. It is the duty of a wife to serve her husband. At this time, Dasarath, he will be grieving terrible, terrible pain due to my exile. Unless you are there at his side to help him and serve him, he will certainly give up his life. It is your duty before the Lord to be with your husband, especially in this greatest time of need. You must stay home. Kaushalya, knowing that everything that Ram said was true, she somehow or other managed to gain the strength to speak what Ram wanted to hear. Ram was begging her, please give me your permission and blessings. She said, go, my son. Go with my blessings. And I will be awaiting at every moment for this 14 years to expire, when we will be together again. Ram and Lakshman then went to the palace of Sita. He entered into Sita's room. Sita was just overjoyed with happiness, preparing for the coronation. She said, my dear Ram, today is the most auspicious day. But why is it that you are looking very despondent? Your eyes are gazing down and you are perspiring. You look like you are disillusioned. This is not the proper state of mind on a joyous occasion as today. What is the problem, my Lord? What is the problem? Lord Ramachandra then explained to Sita that Dasarath has granted Kaikeyi the boon that Bharat will be installed as the future king, and that I will go to the forest to wear the bark of trees for 14 years. Ram went on. He said, when I am gone for these 14 years, you must stay back and you must serve my parents. You must serve my mother and father because they are going to need you very, very much. And this 14 years will pass very, very quickly. Sita was shocked. her beautiful lotus eyes filled with tears. What have you uttered, my dear husband? What is it that you have said? Such words are not befitting you. If you are going to the forest, then I am coming with you. A wife shares both the fortune and the misfortune of her husband. I will walk ahead of you, and with my feet I will trample all of the thorns to make your path soft and comfortable. But by all means, I will come with you. I am deeply, deeply pained that you have not considered taking me with you. Lord Ram began to describe the dangers of the forest. My dear Sita, you have been brought up in the palace of Maharaj Janak, sleeping on soft silken beds, eating the most tasteful foods, with dozens of maidservants around you, ready to offer you anything you desire. You have never seen an inconvenience in your whole life. Do you know what it is like to live in the Dandakaranya forest? You'll be walking barefoot on the forest paths where there are many thorns to harm your soft feet. You will have to sleep on the hard, cold ground. All that there will be to eat is the roots that we pull out of the ground and the wild berries that grow in the trees. During the nights, it will be pitch dark. On those moonless nights, there will be no light anywhere. In the forest, there are innumerable mosquitoes to bite you, scorpions to sting you, cobras and other deadly snakes slithering around that can attack at any given moment. Deadly man-eating wolves, lions, bears, tigers infesting these forests. During the winter, it will be freezing cold. During the summer, it will be burning hot, and there will be no shelter. You will have to wear the coarse bark of trees. And besides that, in these forests are roaming man-eating rakshasas, ready to devour anyone they see. It is not befitting you, beloved Sita. You stay home in the beautiful palaces of Ayodhya, and you take care of your mother-in-law and father-in-law, and I will soon return. When Sita heard this, she cried. She said, I have made a vow that I will follow you and serve you in any condition. At the time of our marriage, my father made a vow that I will follow you like your shadow wherever you go, and I will be faithfully dedicated to assisting you in any condition of life. It is my duty to protect my father's vow. Besides that, Ram, to be with you, there is no danger. I know your might, your strength, your glory. If I am with you, even hell is like heaven. But to be without you, heaven will be worse than hell. My dear Lord, I cannot live without you. The forest will be such a pleasing, wonderful place, with all nice trees and birds singing. All the glories of Ayodhya will be wherever your lotus feet are standing. Sita appealed with tears in her eyes and her heart throbbing. Please, protect my father's promise and take me with you. Lord Rama's heart, melted by her appeal, replied that I want to take you with you. I cannot live without you, but still I had to warn you about the dangers of forest life. Now, prepare yourself by giving away everything you have. Take leave of your superiors, and we will immediately go to the forest. Then Lakshman fell at the lotus feet of Ram, holding onto his feet, and pleaded, "Take me also, take me. I cannot stay back. Please take me." Sri Ram replied that you must stay here. Our aged parents, they need you. Besides, if the evil Kaikeyi, if she abuses Kaushalya or Sumitra, your mother, then who will be there to make sure that they get their rights? You have to stay and you have to take care of them. Lakshman already knew that Ram would say that. So he prepared his answers. He said, Dasarath has already made provisions for all of them. So there's no problem at all. And besides that, wherever we are in the forest, the rishis and sages, they'll all know what's happening in Ayodhya. And if ever we get the news that there's some injustice to our mothers, I will be back in a second to punish the intruders. Please take me with you. We have never been separated from our very births. I will not live if you do not. Lord Ram smiled and told Lakshman that you take leave of your mother and father and prepare immediately to enter into the Dandakaranya forest. The three of them, Sita, Ram, and Lakshman, then walked on their bare feet to the palace of Dasarath to receive his permission to enter into the forest. When they arrived, Dasarath was still laying there on his couch with the evil-minded Kaikeyi standing over him. Sumantra, the charioteer and minister of Dasarath, when he saw Ram, Sita, and Lakshman begging permission to enter into the forest, he couldn't control his anger. He spoke very, very terrible, harsh words against Kaikeyi. But Kaikeyi was like a piece of stone. She did not care for anything he said. Dasarath then said to Sumantra that get my entire treasury and put it on chariots and bring it with Ram to the forest. In fact, bring all the armies and send with Ram to the forest. Bring all the opulences of Ayodhya and send it with Ram to the forest, and I too will go with Ram to the forest. Kaikeyi flew out with anger. She screamed at Dasarath, "You can't do this! Because you have vowed to coronate Bharat as king, and everything within the kingdom must be there. Otherwise, you are breaking your vow. Lord Ram, he turned to his father and said, I have just taken a vow of asceticism for the next 14 years. If I'm an ascetic, what do I need the wealth of Ayodhya for? I don't want any of this wealth. There's nothing for me to do with it in the forest. You keep it all here. Let it be ruled over by Bharat. I wish to go to the forest with nothing except the bark of trees. At that time, Kaikeyi personally handed over to Ram, Lakshman, and Sita clothes made out of tree bark and said, put these on and go. Ram and Lakshman immediately took off all their princely clothes, put it on the floor, and fastened the tree bark around their bodies. 2 pieces of tree bark. One is a kopin and one is an upper cover. Then Kaikeyi handed the other tree bark to Sita. Sita looked at it. She didn't know what to do. She started to try to put it on, but she didn't know which part went where. Innocent Sita, with tears in her eyes, she was completely culture shocked. Trying to put on tree bark with great difficulty. She was in a state of confusion. Upon seeing this, Lord Ramachandra personally put the tree bark over Sita, fastened it with his own loving hands. This was too much for the citizens of Ayodhya. Kausalya was there, Dasarath was there, Sumantra was there. Seeing Sita in that bewildered state with tree bark around her precious princessly body, everyone began to weep and cry. They were falling unconscious to the floor, thinking of Sita wearing these tree barks for the next 14 years. In fact, Vasishta Muni could no longer control his anger. Scornfully chastised Kaikeyi. Do you not see what you are doing, you wicked, cruel, serpentine woman? You are the destruction of your husband. You are the destruction of the entire Raghu dynasty. You are bringing utter shame to all. Does your heart not soften by seeing the soft, tender, beloved Sita in the bark of a tree? Kaikeyi did not say a word. She remained firm in her resolve. The only thing she said was, leave immediately. Dasarath was praying, please stay one more day, just one more day. Kaikeyi said, no, they must leave immediately. Ram was thinking that the longer I stay, the more pain Dasarath's going to have to feel, having to somehow or other struggle with the reality that I might leave. So the sooner I leave, the easier it will be for the citizens of Ayodhya. Kausalya then approached Sita and embraced her and gave her blessings. Said, my dear Sita, please serve your beloved husband, Sri Ram, and be always there as his faithful and chaste wife to give him pleasure. Go with my blessings, my dear daughter. Go with my blessings. And then Lord Ram turned to Kaushalya and said, please, do not show your pain to my beloved father Dasarath. He's suffering enough pain himself. Lord Ramachandra then turned to all the citizens of Ayodhya with folded hands and begged them to please forgive him of any offenses he may have made, then asked their permission for him to leave. As they boarded the chariot, Sumitra, the mother of Lakshman, embraced her son with her eyes flooded with tears and instructed him that please serve your elder brother, my son, with great care and attention. They boarded the chariot here in this holy city of Ayodhya. The citizens were crying out, stop, stop, do not go. Ram told Sumantra, go. Sumantra began the chariot. It was Dasarath's own chariot. The citizens were saying, stop, stop, stop. And Ram was saying, go. The citizens were saying, slow down, we want to follow him, slow down. Ram was saying, go faster, go faster. Dasarath, Maharaj, Kausalya, Sumitra, they were all following the chariot. Ram could not tolerate seeing his father struggling, falling, getting up and falling, getting up and falling, trying to follow the chariot. He said to Sumantra, go faster, go! And Dasarath was saying, slow down, slow down! Sumantra was very much torn between all of these contradictory instructions he was receiving. Finally, when Dasarath could no longer keep up with it, he fell to the ground, collapsed. His queens tried to pick him up, Kausalya on one side, Sumitra, as well as Kaikeyi. When Kaikeyi touched him, Dasarath, in terrible anger and pain, he said, don't touch me. I disown you. I sever our relations as husband and wife. I have nothing to do with you, and I have nothing to do with anyone that has anything to do with you. Get out of my life. You have come to bring my death. Before they carried Dasarath back to his palace, he insisted on staying there. And he watched the chariot as it went into the horizon. And then he fell in the dust of the tracks of the wheels of the chariot, knowing that that would be his last remembrance of Sri Ram. Meanwhile, the citizens of Ayodhya, whoever was fit to do so, they followed the chariot wherever it went. They were calling out, let the forest become Ayodhya, and let Ayodhya become a forest. Let only Kaikeyi, that evil-minded, wicked woman, and her son Bharat rule. Let them only rule over the empty building. We will all go to the forest to join Ram. In this way, Lord Sri Ramachandra left Ayodhya to begin his 14-year term of exile. They came to the Tamasa River, where thousands upon thousands of people were still with the Lord. It became nightfall, so the Lord decided to take rest there. All the citizens of Ayodhya, having walked all day long, were very, very tired. They all slept on the bank of the river. And late at night, Sometime before the sun even rose, Ram woke up with Lakshman and Sita and told Sumantra, very quietly, take our chariot from here. And do it in such a way that the citizens of Ayodhya cannot find us. Sumantra very expertly, he went to the shallow parts of the river and drove the chariot that way so that no tracks would be there. Instead of going by main roads, he would go by small little forest paths and then through other little rivers. When the birds began to sing in the morning, the inhabitants of Ayodhya woke up. Frantically, where is Ram? They searched here and there, but they could not find even a clue of where the chariot had been. With broken hearts and great dismay, they all returned to Ayodhya. Ayodhya became like a ghost town. There was no life. None of the shopkeepers wanted to open their shops. There was no singing, no dancing. Nobody even had the strength to clean their house or take baths. The whole of Ayodhya was immersed in an ocean of lamentation and grief. We concluded our narration with Lord Rama, Sita, and Lakshman on the chariot of Sumantra. The residents of Ayodhya followed behind him, many up until the river Tamasa. But Lord Ram, out of his kindness to them, wanted to alleviate the pain of that unbearable unwillingness to see the Lord leave them. The Lord knew it would be impossible to separate himself from his devotees. So he left when they were all sleeping, and left in such a way that they could not find where he had gone. As he was traveling, there were many people passing by. Those people, although not citizens of Ayodhya, they had heard the tragic events that had taken place. When they saw Lord Ram, Sita, and Lakshman on the chariot with Sumantra, traveling through the forest paths, through various villages, they all wept and cried. Lord Ram was hearing them speaking amongst themselves, that wicked-hearted and cruel Kaikeyi, look at what she has done. Who could withstand the pain of seeing the soft and tender-limbed Sita living the rugged life of a dweller in the forest? When Lord Ram's chariot came to the southern border of the kingdom of Koshala, at that time the Lord, with folded hands and incessant tears flowing from his eyes, he bade farewell to the city of Ayodhya. Goodbye, Ayodhya, O most glorious of all cities. May you take care of your citizens, and may I, by great fortune, after 14 years, come back to see you. The three of them stood with folded hands, weeping and crying, as they bade farewell to the beloved city of Ayodhya. They continued traveling. When evening came, they came upon the banks of the holy river Ganges. There was a great king of the Nishada dynasty whose name was Guha. Very simple, pure-hearted man who was a very dear devotee of the Lord. Maharaj Guha, when he learned that the Supreme Lord, his beloved and worshipful deity, had been exiled for 14 years from Ayodhya, he came out to greet him. Maharaj Guha fell at the lotus feet of Sri Ram, and with tears of affection in his eyes, he said, "My Lord, please know, this kingdom of mine is yours. My body, my life, my family, all of the citizens, and all of the property in this kingdom, I offer to you. Now for this 14 years, please, you live amongst us, and we will serve you as the only object of our purpose in life." Lord Sri Ram explained that I will spend the night with you, but I am not allowed to live in any kingdom. I must live as an ascetic in the forest of Dandakaranya. That is the promise that my father has made, and I must fulfill. Maharaj Guha had prepared the most luxurious foodstuffs for the pleasure of the Lord, and also had arranged very beautiful and soft beds for him to sleep on. The Lord said, as an ascetic, I cannot eat this kind of food. I will only accept a little water. But these horses, they belong to my father, King Dasarath. They deserve the best of all foods. You give the choice foodstuffs to them, and for me I will take that little water. And I will not sleep on any soft bed, but it is my vow I will sleep on the ground. So you can make for me a bed of leaves that have fallen from the trees. Maharaj Guha fed Lord Sri Ram's horses the best food and made a bed of leaves for Ram and Sita to sleep on. Then he brought the bed for Lakshman. Lakshman said, "It is my service to guard Lord Rama." Maharaj Guha, he said, "Myself personally and all of my armies, we will all stand around to guard Sri Ram. There is no need for you. Please, trust us. We will protect him. Here is your bed, take rest." Sri Lakshman, he began to weep tears of love, with his heart grieving to see Sitaram laying in a bed of coarse leaves on the ground. Lakshman spoke to Guha. How could I possibly sleep when Sita and Ram, who are meant to be sleeping in the beautiful palaces of Ayodhya, are being forced to lay on the hard ground? How could I sleep, seeing my beloved Lord in such a situation? Impossible. Lakshman and Guha spoke all night long. Lakshman explained to him, step by step, all the inconceivable events that took place to bring them to where they were that night. Lakshman cried, What will happen to Kausalya? What will happen to Dasarath? Knowing that the Lord is sleeping in the forest, certainly by now they must have already died. What piteous aggrievement the citizens of Ayodhya must be suffering now. Guha Maharaj tried in every way possible to pacify Lakshman's broken heart. The next morning, Lord Ram requested Guha Maharaj to arrange a boat to take them across the river Ganges. At that time, Sri Ramachandra told Sumatra, the charioteer, that now you must go back to Ayodhya. For the rest of the 14 years, we will be walking on our bare feet. Sumatra begged him, I cannot leave you. Please, I only beg one benediction. Let me come with you and spend the next 14 years serving you with my heart and soul. The Lord told him that it was his duty and his service to go back and to help his beloved mother and father to somehow or other live through this most painful experience of their lives. Sumatra said, if I go back, I will not help. I will make things worse. When the citizens of Ayodhya see the chariot coming back without you, that will intensify the pain within their hearts. Please, let me come with you. But the Lord ordered him to return and gave him the message that when you see my father and mother, on my behalf touch their lotus feet. And tell Bharat Maharaj that he should take nice care of his aged parents and his stepmothers as well. Then Lord Ram boarded the boat with Sita and Lakshman. As the boatman was taking them across the river Ganges, Sitadevi, with folded palms, offered her prayers to Mother Ganga, praying, O Ganga Devi, all glories to you, O worshipable one, who has descended to this world to purify all living beings. Please protect my beloved Lord during these 14 years. And it is my prayer and hope that you give us the blessing that in 14 years we will come back to this place to have your darshan as we return to our beloved city of Ayodhya. They crossed the river. Meanwhile, Sumatra, he returned to Ayodhya. Lord Ram continued his travels. He came to the holy place of Prayag, where the Ganges and the Jamuna have their confluence. The Lord worshipped this holy place, Prayagraj, as the king of all holy places. It was there that they came upon the very peaceful and sattvic ashram of Sriman Bharadraj Muni. When the disciples of Bharadraj Muni had told their Guru Maharaj that Ram had come, he was very, very pleased to greet them.
Bhardraj Muni was worshipped by Lord Ramachandra because the Lord, playing the part of a king, of a royal man, he showed by his example how he loves to worship his devotees. Ram and Lakshman introduced themselves. Bhardraj Muni said that by my mystic meditation, I already knew everything that had happened. I was waiting for you to come here. Now please, for the next 14 years, you stay here with me in my ashram. It is a very peaceful place, always occupied by many saintly persons. We will spend the next 14 years very happily together, engaged in meditation, prayer, and worship of the Lord. The Lord told Bhardraj Muni that I only come here to seek your blessings. I cannot stay because the citizens of Ayodhya will certainly come here looking for me, and they will not be able to go back if they find me. Please tell me a very beautiful, lonely place where Sita and myself, as well as Lakshman, could live in seclusion in the company of many saints and rishis. Bhardraj Muni told Lord Rama that I know just the perfect place where you want to be. It is only a short distance from here, perhaps about 50 miles. You go across the Jamuna. You will find a big, beautiful banyan tree with dark green leaves. From there you turn your back to that banyan tree and continue moving forward, and you will see the beautiful forest of Chitrakoot. It is a most holy place. It is a place where innumerable sages and great devotees come to worship on the banks of the Mandakini Ganga. Chitrakoot mountain is a place which is a great refuge for so many souls, and the forest is full of singing birds, auspicious trees. That is where you will find your happiness. The Lord spent the night with Bhardraj Muni, and the next morning began his travels. They made a raft out of tree barks and some bamboo logs, and thus crossed the river Jamuna. They walked on and came to that beautiful banyan tree that Bhardraj Muni spoke about. They slept under the banyan tree that night, and Sita prayed to the tree, "O blessed banyan tree, please bless us that we will return to Ayodhya safely in 14 years." The next morning, they continued their journey when they saw the holy mountain of Chitrakoot. It was bluish in color. It had trees with leaves that were gold and red and green. They saw many, many wild animals, but those animals were very kind and loving to one another. There were birds singing, all auspicious birds. Chitrakoot was like a paradise. And there were great, pure-hearted devotees who were taking their baths and offering their ablutions in the Mandakini Ganga, and many beautiful little hermitages. And everywhere they could see smoke rising into the sky from sacrificial fires.
they came across the ashram of Sri Valmiki Muni. There they came and worshipped the feet of this great sage, who told them all about his own life history and the glories of Chitrakoot. It was just close to the ashram of Valmiki Muni that Sri Ram instructed Lakshman to construct a sample hut. Lakshman built a hut with his own hands. He took some tree trunks to make the pillars and then filled it with grass and leaves and made a beautiful thatched ashram where Sita and Ram would live peacefully. They lived very happily in Chitrakoot, in the association of their devotees. But Sita and Ram, they appeared to teach by their example how all human beings should behave. So they lived as the very, very humble servants of the great ascetics and sadhus that lived near Chitrakoot. It was their greatest joy to serve the sadhus in whatever humble way they could. Sita and Ram would sometimes speak amongst themselves that the opulence of Ayodhya cannot even compare to the happiness we experience living amongst these simple, renounced sages in the forests of Chitrakoot. Lakshman would stand outside of that little hut every night without even closing his eyes for a moment to sleep, always eager to serve his Lord 24 hours a day. After some months, the great sages of Chitrakoot started to move away. Lord Rama inquired, "What is the reason?" They explained that there's terrible rakshasa plaguing the hermitages of great rishis all over this Dandakaranya forest. We have to move to another place. Ram was thinking, without the association of these great devotees, Chitrakoot is not such a nice place. He was also thinking, because the residents of Ayodhya know where we are, out of their natural love, they may come and bother us in ways. And when they heard about these rakshasas, they decided that it was really their duty to serve the great rishis and sages by getting rid once and for all of these rakshasas. Thus, Sita, Ram and Lakshman departed from Chitrakoot and entered deeper into the Dandakaranya forest. On their path, they met Atri Muni and his very noble and chaste wife, Anasuya. Lord Ram requested Sita to inquire from Anasuya about the duties of a perfectly chaste wife. Sita very submissively inquired from Anasuya and learned these most treasured duties of a chaste woman. Sita is the ultimate perfection of all chastity. She is the supreme goddess of fortune. But yet it is her lila to take a subordinate position from her devotee and learn as a humble student. Anasuya was so very pleased with Sita that she awarded her gifts of garments and jeweled ornaments. With Ram's permission, Sita accepted them. They continued. As they went deeper into the forest, the dark jungles of Dandakaranya, one day, this horrible, horrible Rakshasa appeared before them. He was very tall, like a mountain. He used to smear his body with the blood and the fat of dead humans and animals. For Rakshasas, that's like perfume. One man's food is another man's food. He was ugly as anything, with big, sharp teeth, pointed ears, long arms. He looked like he could devour the world. He looked at Rama and Lakshmana. He said, "You are hermits with the matted hair, and you have deerskin and tree bark on your bodies? That means you are sages. But you are holding bows and arrows. What nonsense, sage? You're supposed to be thinking that God will protect you. Why are you holding bows and arrows? And not only that, but you're living as renunciates, and you have this beautiful woman with you. You are hypocrites. You are a disgrace to the renounced order. Therefore, today you will die, and I will take this beautiful woman for myself. Tell me, who are you? Before I kill you and eat you." Lakshman said, "This is Ram, the son of Dasarath, and I am Lakshman, and this is his beloved wife Sita." He said, "Not anymore. My name is Viradha, and I am the Rakshasa that dwells in this part of the forest. This beautiful young lady I am accepting today as my wife. We will roam through the jungles of Dandakaranya together, enjoying the pleasures of sensual love. And as for the two of you, I can smash you with my teeth, drink your blood, and chew on your flesh at this very moment. But I'll give you a chance to get out now. And I won't harm you. But this woman stays with me." Instantly, this Rakshasa, with his long, terrible arms, he grabbed Sita. She was weeping and crying. "Ram, save me." Ram saw this mountainous, huge beast. But playing the role as a human, he began to cry. He said, "Oh, Sita, how will I live without you? You're being taken away by this man. What will I do? Better I don't live any longer." Lakshman said, "Ram, why are you crying? We can easily kill this demon. I am your servant. Just order me. I'll show you what I will do to him." Ram wanted to show his love for Sita in separation. Thus, they started shooting arrows at Viradha. He started to scream. He put down Sita, and with his two long arms and massive hands, he grabbed onto Ram with one and Lakshman with the other. Then he started walking away in the jungle with them. Sita was all alone in the Dandakaranya forest. She started to cry. "Ram, Lakshman, don't leave me alone in the jungle. You have promised to protect me. Don't leave me alone." When Ram heard the crying of Sita, he took his sword cut off one of the arms of Viratha. Lakshman took his sword, cut off the other arm of Viratha. Then they started beating him and shooting arrows at him. And Viratha screamed and fell to the ground. But he wouldn't die. So they just kept shooting more and more and more arrows at him and stabbing him and slashing him and stabbing him and slashing him and kicking him and punching him. But whatever they did, he wouldn't die. Sri Ram told Lakshman that this demon has been given a benediction that he cannot die by any type of weapon. There's only one way to kill him. The way Rakshasas are often killed. We have to dig a big, big hole in the ground and bury him to death. So Lakshman dug this big hole and they started burying him. Then the Rakshasa spoke. He said, "Thank you very much. I have been waiting for you. My name is Tumburu. And I was a Gandharva. And I was serving Kuvera. But one day, when I was supposed to be doing my service for Kuvera, I was playing with an Apsara. So Kuvera cursed me to have this ghastly Rakshasa form. And I performed tapasya, that I couldn't be killed with any weapon. This was the boon I received. But thank you, because I was given the benediction by Kuvera. And the Supreme Personality of Godhead, Ram, comes. He will kill you, and then you will return to my abode. So with a very gracious and thankful heart, Viradha, he thanked Ram and said that you should go to the ashram of the great sage Sarabanga, and he will give very important information to you. Then they buried him, and he died. Shri Ramachandra Bhagavan ki. They proceeded in the forest toward the hermitage of Sarabanga. As they approached, the forest was very, very beautiful and well kept. And just over the hermitage of Sarabanga, there was the golden chariot of Indra with his associates. Sarabanga, he was waiting for Sri Ram. He fell at Ram's lotus feet and worshipped him with great love and devotion and tears in his eyes. He said, "My dear Lord, I know exactly who you are. You are the supreme worshipable Lord of all living beings. I have been here in the Dandakaranya forest performing austerities for many long years. And the fruit of my austerity was that Indra has personally come on his chariot with his servants to bring me to his heavenly abode so that I can enjoy the fruits of all of my tapasya. But I told Indra that I do not want to go to the heavenly planets. I want to sit here and wait till Ram comes, because I want to serve you. Now the perfection of all my meditations has borne fruit. I am seeing your lotus feet. And after seeing your lotus feet, O Lord, I have no desire whatsoever to go to the heavenly planets of Indra. I only want to serve you and your devotees." Sarabanga sent Indra back to Indraloka. And Lord Sri Ram gave him a benediction that because of your devotion and faith in me, on this very day, you will go to the abode of Vishnu. transcendental to all of the planets within this material existence. Hearing that benediction, Sarabhanga, meditating on the lotus feet of Sri Ram, ignited the fire element within his body, and his body burned to ashes. And right in front of Ram, Lakshman, and Sita's eyes, his original spiritual body appeared and ascended to Vaikuntha. Shri Ramachandra Bhagavan ki. However, just before he left, he told Ram that it will be a fulfillment of your purpose if you go to the ashram of Sutikshna. Sita, Rama, Lakshman progressed to the hermitage of Sutikshna. He greeted them with great devotion.
In the course of their dialogue, the great sage explained to Ram how there are so many sages in this forest who have been killed by the Rakshasas. Thousands upon thousands upon thousands. There's places in the Dandakaranya forest where you can just see the bones of great rishis who are tortured, murdered, eaten by these Rakshasas. They will not allow anyone to chant any mantras. They will not allow anyone to chant the names of the Lord. They will not allow anyone to even perform yajna. That is their business. They'll kill anyone and anything, but especially they are hunting for Brahmins and Rishis. So please, Ram, he appealed to Ram to perform this work of killing the Rakshasas of the Dandakaranya forest. Sita heard this. She understood then what the mission of her husband would be. Ram was especially looking for the ashram of Agastya Muni, knowing that he lived only 2 yojanas from where we are now. So, when Lord Ram came to Agastya Muni, he fell at the feet of this great sage, worshipped him with great honor. And the great sage Agastya worshipped Ram as his Lord. That particular place where Agastya Muni was living, he performed many wonderful, wonderful activities. One of them is he came there to kill 2 terrible, terrible Rakshasas. One's name was Vatapi and the other was Ilvala. They were a team, and their business was to kill great personalities who worship God. The way they would do it is Ilvala would disguise himself as a Brahmin. A very gentle, handsome, harmless-looking Brahmin. What he would do is he would go and invite these great sages and rishis to come to his home. He explained that he was performing the shraddha for his departed relatives. And you have to get the best possible Brahmin to take the remnants of the offering of the shraddha for it to be successful. So he would say, please, please, O great sage, come and take the remnants of my father and forefather's shraddha. So of course they wanted to please this nice-looking Brahmin. But what he would do is his other friend, Vatapi, he would take the form of a sheep. Ilvala would kill the sheep and make them into little pieces of meat and then put it hidden in the shraddha prasad. Very good. Do you want to hear the rest of the story? Vatapi was a great mystic. The Brahmin would eat it. Then Ilvala, he would just call out, Vatapi! Come on, Vatapi, come on! And then Vatapi, who was a little piece of food in his stomach, would
and just rip his way out of the belly of that Brahmin and completely tear him to pieces. And then they would eat the remnants of him. So they killed thousands and thousands and thousands of Brahmins in this way. And Agastya Muni heard, all these great Brahmins are being killed by these Rakshasas. So he came to the Dandakaranya forest. And Ilvala invited him to take the Shraddha remnants. So Agastya Muni said, yes, yes, certainly I will take. So he ate it. And then Ilvala called out, Vatapi, now, come out, come out! Usually he would just come ripping through the stomach to kill the person. But this time nothing happened. Ilvala said, Vatapi, come out, come out! Agastya Muni said, with the fire of my digestion, I have burned him to death. Agastya Muni is very famous for having very strong fire. When he heard that his Rakshasa killing partner was killed, Ilvala became so angry. He just roared in his original form and went to attack Agastya Muni, who just looked at him, and by his glance burned Ilvala to ashes, thus protecting the Brahmins of Dandakaranya. When Ram, Sita, and Lakshmana approached Agastya Muni, he entered into a state of meditation. From his meditation, a formidable, effulgent, golden bow and arrows were manifested. He gave this bow and arrows and various other celestial weapons to Sri Ram and told him, this is the bow of Vishnu himself that was entrusted under my care. Take this bow and use it to kill the Rakshasas. And here is the quiver of Indra, the ostrich of the gods. He gave him swords and shields that were all used by Vishnu himself to kill demons, full of powers. Ram took them with great reverence, bowed at the feet of Agastya Muni. Then Lord Rama explained that we want to find a very nice, beautiful, peaceful place to stay, where there is nice river and waters, forests and flowers, many, many rishis living. Can you tell us where we can find such a place? Agastya Muni explained, yes. Only 2 yojanas from my ashram here is Panchavati. It is a beautiful place. He described the beauty and glories and Puranic histories of this place. Following the instructions of Agastya Muni, Lord Ram, along with Sita and Lakshmana, came to Panchavati. Ram told Lakshmana, please find a very beautiful place to build our house. I would like it to be a place that is close to a water, where there's beautiful flower-bearing and fruit-bearing trees surrounding it, because Sita likes that type of atmosphere. Find the most beautiful, charming place for Sita to enjoy. And also, I would like if it also has nice, flat, sandy ground to sleep on. Lakshmana told Ram, I am your servant and your slave. You choose the place, and I will build your house. So Ram looked around, and he came to this very place where we are sitting right now. And he was so much charmed by the beauty and the purity of this atmosphere. He said, Lakshmana, build our house right here. Lakshmana, with great great devotion. He got the poles of bamboo to make the pillars for the house. He took the holy soil, Panchavati, made it into mud to make the walls of the house. Then he took branches, leaves, and flowers to make the roof of the house. And the very sand of this holy place was the floor. It was a beautiful, beautiful little forest-dwelling cottage built by the loving hands of Lakshmi as the residence for Sita and Rama.
How joyfully they lived together in this beautiful forest. Great sages and rishis who previously were terrified of the terrible rakshasas that roamed here were now living very peacefully in the divine association of the Supreme Personality of God. During the 14 years of exile in the forest of Lakshman, Sita, and Ram, it was their continuous pastime to associate with great Vaishnavas. By associating with them, hearing from them, and serving them with great humility. One day, Lord Sri Ram, after rising from his little abode, came to take his bath in the current of the ambrosial waters of Shri Godavari. After which he sat with Sita, Lakshman, amongst great rishis. Together they were discussing the transcendental topics of the spiritual world and the philosophy of pure devotional service. At that time, roaming through this forest of Dandakaranya, came the terrible sister of Ravana, whose name is Surpanakha. She was such a ghastly, beastly creature, so powerful, almost equal to her own brother's strength. She roamed through the forest, literally slaughtering rishis, sages, animals, anything that had warm blood. She would kill it after torturing it, eat it and suck its blood. As she was roaming, she happened to see the divine beauty of Sri Ramachandra. Instantly, her heart was struck with the arrow of love. But because her heart was so impure, it awakened an all-pervading, uncontrollable, irresistible lust, insatiable. She could not take her ugly, tormented eyes off the beautiful form of Ram. Valmiki Muni explains what is the difference between Surpanakha and Lord Ram. His eyes were beautiful, shaped like the lotus petal, with a tinge of lovely red, wide, practically touching his ears. The eyes of Surpanakha were like dull, deep, ugly wells of poison. The face of Ram was like the full moon in countenance. It was soft as a lotus, so sweet to look at and attractive. Whereas the face of Surpanakha was so abusive and disgusting that no one could possibly even look at it without being completely sick to their stomach in fear. The waist of Ram was very thin and very, very beautifully curved, whereas the waist of Surpanakha was terribly fat, like a gigantic war drum. The hair of Ram was like clusters of beautiful, beautiful, fresh, sparkling black silk, curling so nicely, enhancing the beauty of his face. The hair of Surpanakha was like ugly, copper red weeds growing out of her terribly disgusting head. To see Ram was the pleasure of the heart which just awakened natural, intimate, ecstatic love. To see Surpanakha was like looking at death. No one could look at her without running and screaming, sick to their stomach. The speech of Ram was so sweet. His voice was like the most fine-tuned musical instrument, whereas the voice of Surpanakha was raspy, loud, frightening. The youth of Ram, he looked like a beautiful, beautiful, fresh child, holding his bow and arrows in the robes of a hermit. Surpanakha looked so old and ugly, as if she was existing from the beginning of time. The speech of Ram was so pleasing to hear. He would always speak very pleasant words according to the right time and circumstance. However angry or disturbed one may be, Ram would speak such nice, gentle, polite words that it would charm everyone's heart. Surpanakha, when she spoke, all she could do was blaspheme, threaten, criticize, and put people in misery. Ram was completely pure, and Surpanakha was sin personified. She was infatuated with lust. She had the power to change her form in any way she wanted. She could have made herself beautiful like a goddess of fortune. She could have changed her form to any type of animal or bird or insect. But when she approached Ram, in her lust, she forgot to change her original terrible form. So this mountainous, terrible, terrible Rakshasi approached Sri Ram. And she spoke. She said, "Oh, you are so beautiful. You are attracting my heart. You are so young and your form is so charming. How is it that you are dressed in the robes of a hermit in the forest? Although by your countenance you look like you must be a great royal king. What is your name? Where are you coming from? And who are these two people with you? Please tell me, because my heart is very much longing for you." Lord Ramachandra was always very gentle and kind to all living beings. He spoke very nicely. "Oh, most charming lady, since you are asking, I am the son of Dasarath, and my name is Ram. I was living in Ayodhya. I was meant to be coronated as king, However, my father's wife, Kaikeyi, who is my stepmother, she caused my father to banish me into the forest. Therefore, I am living here in the robe of a hermit. This is my younger brother, Lakshman, who is always by my side as my dearest friend and associate. And this is Sita. She is my beloved wife, who I will give my life to make happy. Now, my dear lady, can you tell me, who are you, and why are you wandering through these forests of Dandakaranya? She replied in her harsh and terrible voice, although she tried her best to speak very sweetly, "My name is Surpanakha. I travel these forests fearlessly. Everyone is terrified of me. The mere sound of my name brings terror to the heart of all. Even the gods in the heavens, they hide from me when I roar. I roam through these forests, and anything or anyone I desire, I kill and I eat with my teeth, and I drink their blood. I am the sister of Ravana, the great powerful king of the entire Rakshasa dynasty. Our father is Vrishabhas, and I have several brothers as well. If you want to know my family, there is Kumbhakarna. He is so big and great like a mountain. Anything he wants, he eats. He sleeps 364 days a year because of his terrible, terrible danger to all living beings. All fear my brother Kumbhakarna. I also have another brother. His name is Vibhishan, but he's a very fallen soul. He has un-Rakshasa-like qualities. Therefore, we do not care much for him. He is black sheep of our family. Also, there is Kala and Dushan, very, very powerful warriors who are just close by here with 14,000 Rakshasas in their army. As I travel through the forests of Dandakaranya, I have come upon you, and I desire to marry you. Please accept me as your wife. What is the use of this Sita? Look at her. She's skinny. She's weak. She's like a poor, ugly worm. Sita, she's so frail. Look at her limbs, so small and delicate. But look at me. I am like the Mount Meru, towering to the skies. And look at her waist. Ugh, so thin and lean, emaciated. Look at my waist. It is big. It is strong. It is like the drum of victory during the wars. As she hears me speaking and looks at my form, your Sita is shaking like leaves in a tree during a windstorm. But look at me. The whole world shakes at the sound of my name. Even the gods shake when I roar and look upon them. In fact, I could eat this Sita within a second with only a few of my most insignificant sharpened teeth.
please give up this wretched, disgusting, ugly woman and accept me as your wife. Lord Rama very gently spoke to Surpanakha that actually I have taken a vow of only one wife, and I'm traveling in the forest with her. But my brother Lakshman, he's without any woman companion traveling all these years in this forest. He's longing for a beautiful, charming woman with all good qualities like you. He's heroic, he's strong, he's the very, very pride of our dynasty. Go to him, certainly he will accept you. Surpanakha looked at Lakshman, and immediately her heart started over-brimming with lust for him. She approached Lakshman. Oh, most beautiful hero, you will never find such a deserving wife as me. Lakshman spoke. You are so great. You are so wonderful. You deserve the best. You do not deserve second best. I am the slave of Ram. Do you want to be married to a slave? And if you marry me, you will have to be the slave of Sita. Lord Ram is a great king. He can accept as many wives as he wants. Go to him. There is no one more deserving. Surpanakha again came to Lord Sri Ram. In this way, Ram and Lakshman were sending her back and forth with so many joking, sarcastic words. At that time, she became very, very much disgusted. She said to Ram, this Sita, she is like a useless, deformed play doll that children play with. And yet she is standing in the way of my happiness of enjoying love affairs with you. We can roam through these Dandakaranya forests together, in each other's company, in such sweet romance. But yet this insignificant woman, Sita, is standing between you and me. You watch how at this very moment I will crush every bone in her body. At that time, Surpanakha charged at Sita just like a terrible fiery comet coming to the earth. Ram saw this. Lakshman, it is no time to play jokes with a vicious person who is dangerous to the lives of others. Punish her immediately. Lakshman drew his sword quickly and expertly severed her nose and her ears from her head. Lakshman blood poured out of her nose. So what was a nose? Terrible blood was dripping from her deformed place where the ears once were. She screamed, she howled, and she ran into the forest. Nearby was the forest of Janastan. At that place, the brother of Surpanakha, Kara, was sitting amongst his thousands and thousands and thousands of terribly highly trained, vicious Rakshasa soldiers. She came running to him. She fell at his feet. She started rolling in the ground
in terrible, terrible agony, screaming and crying. Tears were pouring from her ugly eyes. Kara could not believe what he was seeing. Who has done this to my sister? That person has fastened the noose of death around his neck. Tell me who it is. We will immediately destroy them. Who could possibly offend the sister of Kara, the younger sister of Ravana? They have declared war against the Rakshasa dynasty. Tell me, who is this? Surpanakha explained, in the forest I have met near the Panchabati Ram with his brother Lakshman and his wife Sita. How beautiful he is to see! Lotus-like eyes, a complexion like the beautiful effulgent dweeber grass. His every limb is so delicately formed, his arms stretched below his knees. He's like a lion amongst men, but with the youth of a child. How I long to have him. But on his order, his brother Lakshman, cut off my nose and cut off my ears. You are my brother. Are you going to allow this insult to our dynasty? Go there, kill him, destroy him. Kara immediately sent 14 of his most powerful generals of the Rakshasa army. They got on their chariots. They charged toward this place. At that time, Lord Ram came out of his house, where he was sitting with Lakshman and Sita. He told Lakshman, you please take care of Sita. The Rakshasas cried out that the great general of our army, Kara, has ordered us to declare war upon you. Now it is the time for you to enter into the halls of death. They started showering Ram with thousands and thousands and thousands of arrows. Ram took his bow, and with the shaft-like arrows, within a matter of seconds, he shot 14 arrows. Each one struck right into the heart of the generals of the Rakshasas, and they fell to the ground dead. Surpanakha went with them. When she saw this, she ran back to Kara. What a coward you are! Why don't you go and fight them? Kara was outraged by being insulted by his sister, who was very, very expert at insulting people. He brought all of his 14,000 terrible Rakshasa soldiers with him, as well as his brother Dushan and Trishira. The 14,000 soldiers attacked. They surrounded the hermitage of Ram. Ram told Lakshman, I know as a fact that you could easily kill them all yourself, but it is my duty to do so. So you must protect Sita. Take Sita into that special cave we bring her for protection, and keep her there while I fight these Rakshasas. At that time, Lakshman brought Sita into the cave that you all entered yesterday. While she was in that very nice protected place, Ramachandra declared war against the Rakshasas. It was a very, very wonderful fight. They were shooting millions of arrows at Ram, but with one arrow he would just dismiss all of them. He started shooting his arrows so fast that one could not see the difference between when he was pulling his bow back and when he was releasing it. Within seconds, thousands and thousands and thousands of arrows were shooting. This beautiful field that we are sitting, it was strewn with hands and legs, arms, trunks, severed heads, dead horses of the chariots, dead chariot drivers. There was literally a river of blood competing with the Godavari. As all these great heroes of the Rakshasa dynasty were being exterminated by Ram, Dushana attacked him. He came before Ram. When he came, he started with all of his strength, shooting at Ram, throwing daggers and clubs, everything he had, all of his powers. Ram killed his horses, chopped off the head of his chariot driver, destroyed his bow and arrow. But still, Dushana, due to his false ego, still thought he could conquer Ram. He came charging at Ram, and Ram cut off both of his arms in such a way that Dushana fell to the ground dead. It is described that when Kara was leading the forces toward Lord Ram, there were all inauspicious signs. He saw black clouds in the sky raining blood. There was a very dark, blackish halo around the sun. His left eye was continuously twitching. And a terrible meat-eating vulture, which is the symbol of death, landed right on the top of his chariot as he was driving to conquer Ram. The soldiers were thinking, this is very inauspicious. But Kara said, do not be sentimental about these superstitions. I am so powerful, nothing can stop me from victory. Kara sent Trishira. He had 3 heads. It is said he was as big as a mountain, and his heads were like 3 peaks on that mountain. He attacked Ram. It was a wonderful fight. In the end, Ram took a crescent-shaped arrow and chopped off all of his 3 heads. He fell to the ground dead. Soon all the 14,000 soldiers had been defeated by Ram. And all that was left was Kara. There was a great fight between them. Kara began to insult Ram in so many ways. You think you're very great because you killed all these insignificant soldiers? But now you have to fight me. Today you will be sent to the chambers of death by my arrows. You are such a coward. You have ordered such a terrible deed to my own sister. The reaction is you must die on this very day. There was a wonderful fight. Ram shot and killed his horses, broke his chariot to pieces, killed his charioteer, broke his bow and arrow. Kara came before Ram with a terrible mace. He threw it at Ram. Ram with an arrow made that mace into powder. Then Kara came with his iron-like fist to beat Ram. And Ram took an arrow, wonderful arrow, an arrow of the gods. It pierced Kara's heart. He fell to the ground dead. There was one survivor of the Rakshasa army. His name was Akambana. He ran to Lanka and told Ravana,
exactly what had taken place. Kara, Dusha, Trishira, and 14,000 terrible, terrible Rakshasas were killed by one mortal man within the matter of 1 hour. Ravana asked, "Who is this? Where is he from?" He described. He said, "This Ram, he cannot be defeated. Impossible. But there's one way he can be defeated. He's very, very much attached to his beautiful wife, Sita. If he is separated from her, he will lose all of his strength, all of his desire to live. Then you can easily conquer him, and you can take Sita for yourself." Ravana is very much determined to fulfill this instruction. Meanwhile, after Sri Ram defeated the 14,000 Rakshasas, Lakshman brought Sita out of that cave. Sita saw the whole wonderful pastime of Ram's supernatural powers. And she came to Ram and she embraced him with the most gracious spiritual love. Meanwhile, Ravana went to Maricha, great, great demon. But he was living at that time in a hermitage as a yogi. He had matted hair and was wearing only the bark of the trees and deer skin. Ravana told Maricha his plan, that I must kill this Ram. He's living in the Dandakaranya forest with Lakshman and Sita. The only way he could be killed is if we kidnap Sita. I want you to take the form of a beautiful golden deer, for Sita will tell Ram to catch you. When Maricha heard the name Ram, his eyes became full of fear. They grew twice their size. His limbs began to tremble. He became choked up. He was on the verge of death. He said, "Ravana, you are our king. You are my dear friend. Out of love, affection, and great respect for you, I warn you, do not go anywhere near Rama. If you go near to touch his Sita, you will be slain. The entire Rakshasa dynasty will be destroyed. You're living peacefully in Sri Lanka in your nice golden palaces with all your wonderful, beautiful ladies. Just go on enjoying. Forget this Ram. Believe me, forget him. I know who he is." Ravana said, "Yes, that is correct." He went back to Sri Lanka. Soon after his arrival, Surpanakha arrived. She was screaming in pain. Tears were pouring from her ugly eyes, and blood was at that time all dried up all over her face. When Ram looked at her, "What is this? Who has done this? Where is this rascal? He must be killed! What a disgrace to the Rakshasa dynasty! Who dares to do such an offense to the sister of Ravana?" Surpanakha explained that in the forest is Ram. She described the beauty of Ram. She could not stop talking about his beauty. So beautifully formed, such a sweet voice, his very glance puts love in our hearts. The very embodiment of all qualities that I long to enjoy. But let me tell you about his wife, Sita. So fair. Even the goddess of fortune cannot compare to her beauty.
She is the very essence of the perfection, of the divine beauty in all of creation. Her eyes are so soft and gentle like a lotus. Her every limb is so charming to the heart. She described inch by inch every part of Sita's beautiful body. As she was describing it, Ravana was becoming tortured by lust for her. Surpanakha said, I went there for the exclusive purpose of bringing Sita back for you to enjoy as your wife. See what a selfless, loving sister I am. I'm always thinking about your enjoyment. But as I tried to bring her, Ram ordered Lakshman, and he cut off my nose and cut off my ears. Ah, look at me now! You coward, Ravana! You are a coward! Why are you sitting here? Kara and Dushan and Trishira, they've all been killed by Ram. 14,000 soldiers were killed within 1 hour. And you are just sitting here in your beautiful palace like a coward on your comfortable throne, surrounded by all these beautiful women. Why don't you get off your backside and go to that forest and do something to prove that you are actually a hero? Kill Ram, kill Lakshman, and take Sita as your wife. But the only way you can kill Ram is you must first get Sita away from him, because Ram is too much attached to Sita's beauty. He will not survive in separation from her. When Ravana heard this, he took a vow to Surpanakha, I will avenge the great offense that has come upon you. He went back to Maricha. Maricha greeted him. He gave him a nice sitting place, gave him some nice herbs and roots, worshipped him because he was the king of Rakshasas. He asked Ravana, why you have come back so soon? This is a very special visit. You just saw me a few minutes before. Ravana said, I order you to take the form of a golden deer to attract Sita away from Ram, and I will kill him and take Sita as my wife. Maricha said, you are playing with fire and you will be burned to ashes. Stay away from Rama. Enjoy Sri Lanka. Do not bring death upon your life. I know Ram. Let me tell you my experience with him. Time living in the forest, I was harassing the sages. I would torture them. I would kill them. I would eat them. It was a great sport. And when they wanted to do their fire yagas, I would pass stool and urine and throw pus and blood and vomit all over it. But Visvamitra Muni, he brought this Ram to the forest. When the sages began their yajna, we came to destroy everything. But then Ram, to my associate, he shot an arrow and immediately killed him. Then he shot a terrible arrow into my chest. It threw me 100 yojanas. That means 800 miles away. I'm as big as a mountain, undefeatable. 800 miles into the ocean. I was unconscious for days under the water. When I finally came to consciousness somehow or other in terrible fear, I came to Sri Lanka and took shelter of you. But I decided I must get revenge.
On another occasion, myself and two very, very great Rakshasa heroes, we took the forms of stags, male deers, but we were big like mountains, and we had sharp horns and big, big, big sharp teeth. And whenever we would see any Brahmin, any Rishi or sage, we would attack them roaring and roaring. We would stab them with our horns. We would eat them and eat them with our fangs. In this way, nobody would come anywhere near us. I saw Ram coming out of his little hermitage at Panchabati. And I ran toward him with my two Rakshasa associates. Lord Ram, effortlessly, with not the slightest fear in his eyes, he shot two arrows in my Rakshasa friends and they immediately died. Then he looked at me and he pointed his arrow at me and I knew death has come. I am Maricha. I have never run from battle ever before in my life, but I understood it is either run or die. I ran. Ever since that day, the terror of the form of Ram is ever filling my heart. Anywhere I look, I see Ram. At that tree, there's Ram. There's tree. At that tree, there's Ram. The dust in the ground. What's coming out of it? Ram. In the sky, it's Ram. Everywhere, it's Ram. And if anyone speaks to me, and any word like Ratna, if it begins with Ra, immediately my whole body trembles and shivers with fear of Ram. I'm afraid they're going to say his name. But when they say Ra and Ma, they're Ram is the supreme absolute truth. He's the personality of Godhead. He's the controller of all the devatas. This I know by my realization. He cannot be killed. Ravana, do not be a fool. Who has given you this most terrible advice? Who is this worst enemy that is telling you to hang yourself with a rope of death? Give up such nonsense association. And take my word, if you go anywhere near Sita, I vow before you what will happen. You will be killed. The whole Lanka will be destroyed, and the entire Rakshasa dynasty will be completely demolished. Have you no love for your wives? Have you no love for your servants, your ministers, and your armies, and ministers who have given their lives for you? They will all be exterminated. Leave Ram and Sita alone. Go back and enjoy. He will not harm you. Why do you blame him? He didn't attack your people. Surpanakha went to crush the bones and eat Sita. What do you expect? Kara, Dushana, Trishira, 14,000 soldiers, they attacked him. He was just innocently living in his hut, and they were shooting arms and shooting bows, arrows, and all sorts of terrible Brahmastra weapons. He was just defending himself. What do you have against him? He will not harm you. You have a beautiful golden city, a wonderful throne, loving subjects. Enjoy. Stay away from Ram. Ravana became very angry. How dare you give an order to your king? You are the servant, I am the master. What I say, you simply obey. You have no right to speak your mind. You do what I say. You take the form of a deer. Beautiful, beautiful golden deer. You attract Sita's heart so that she sends Ram to catch you. And you come with me now. And if you don't, at this very moment, I will kill you and eat you. Maricha, he said, I would rather die at the hands of Ram, my enemy, than at the hands of my beloved king. I will go, but I can tell you now, I will be dead at the hands of Ram, and you will be dead, and your whole dynasty will be dead, and Lanka will be defeated. But let us go. Just before this wonderful, wonderful incident, Sita was inquiring from Ram about how Angira Muni has given you the mighty bow of Vishnu to destroy the Rakshasas. I think there will be much battle ahead. Lord Ram came to this very place where we are sitting. It is called Agni Tirtha. He told Sita that the ways of these Rakshasas are very dangerous. I can see into the future of what will take place. You are the Hladini Shakti, the beloved pleasure potency of my very self. You cannot be touched by the material energy. Therefore, Sita, I am going to entrust you under the care of Agni Dev in this very place. You stay safely under her care, where Parvati will also assist to take care of you. And create an illusory Sita that will be my consort when the terrible Rakshasas, led by Ravana, come. It was here at Agni Tirtha that Sita entered into the fire of Agni Dev in the presence of Brahma, Vishnu, and Shiva. They were the three witnesses. At the time, Lakshman was in the forest gathering fruits and herbs to bring nice bhoga to Sita and Ram. This illusory or Maya Sita was then created by Sita's own energy. What is the difference between Sita and Maya Sita? Sita is the pure spiritual pleasure potency of the Lord, which can never be touched or even approached by anyone except those who have completely pure hearts of love and devotion. But the Maya Sita is that Sita who expands herself to punish the forms of illusion within this material world, to make the materialistic people think that they could enjoy her. Srila Prabhupada explains, if you approach Lakshmi to enjoy her, she appears as Durga to stab you with her trident, representing the threefold miseries of material existence. Whereas if you approach Lakshmi in a spirit of being the servant of her servants, in the service of Lord Narayan, then she will bless you with all good fortune. Ravana took Maricha on his chariot, which was drawn by gigantic, terrible, screeching asses, with
ugly faces. But Ravana thought they were beautiful. According to our particular consciousness, we have a particular conception of what is beautiful. Surpanakha thought she was beautiful. And other Rakshasas thought, oh, Surpanakha, such a nice, beautiful baby. Hare Krishna. Maricha and Ravana came here to Panchavati. They landed after flying in the sky. Ravana told Maricha, there is the hermitage of Sri Ram. Become a beautiful golden deer, attract him away. When you bring him far, far into the forest, cry out in exactly his sound of a voice, "Oh Sita! Oh Lakshman!" Cry out in such a helpless way that Sita will force Lakshman to go to help her beloved Ram. Maricha took this form. Such a wonderful deer no one has ever seen. One half of him was so brilliantly golden, and the other was silver. There were beautiful spots which were effulgent. His horns were made out of emeralds. His hooves were precious, precious jewels. His face was so sweet to see, and beautiful lotus-like eyes. His tongue kept coming out, and it just attracted anyone's heart's attention. And how he danced, and what sweet sounds were coming out of his mouth. He started jumping and dancing right in front of Sita as she was picking flowers for Lord Ram. Sita, upon seeing him, she called, oh Ram, look at this deer. What a beautiful deer. See his colors. See how sweet. His tongue goes in and out, and how he glances upon me with so much affection. And look at how he jumps around so gracefully. I think there is no such deer like this anywhere in the whole creation. Even in the heavenly planets, Indra cannot possess such a deer. Please, Ram, catch this deer for me. I want to play with him as a pet. And when we go back to Ayodhya next year, we will have this wonderful deer in our palace. And somehow or other, if this deer dies, we will have the most elegant deer skin to sit on together. As soon as Sita said that, Lakshmana, he said, this is not an ordinary deer.
I know what are the 8,400,000 species of life that you have created, and this is not one of them.
This is a Rakshasa named Maricha, and he has disguised himself in this way just to attract Sita, so she will send you and me away to catch this deer, and then Ravana will come and steal him. I know what's happening. Do not be fooled. Sita said, oh, Lakshmana, why are you spoiling what I'm saying? Ram, please catch this deer. Look at how he's jumping. Look, you must catch him. I want him so much. I will not be satisfied without this deer. Ram, please get deer. Lakshman said, Ram, do not go. Lord Ramachandra said to Lakshman, this is the most beautiful deer I've ever seen. And look at how happy it's making Sita. My life and soul is to make Sita happy. I must catch this deer from Sita. And if you are correct that this is Maricha, then I will kill it. So either way, it's good that I catch this deer. You stay here with Sita. Do not leave her for even one moment. Then Ram picked up his bow and arrow and went running for the deer. And Maricha, how he would just jump up and disappear and jump up and appear somewhere else. And Ram was chasing after him, further and further and further into the forest. When he was way far away, Lord Ram could understand, Lakshmana is correct. This is Maricha. He's leading me so far in the forest. This Rakshasa must be killed. Then Ram took the arrow from his quiver, put it to his bow, pulled it back, and let go of a very brilliant effulgent shaft. It soared through the air. The dear Maricha was hit by the arrow, right in the heart, and he jumped so high up, higher than the trees. Then he assumed his original form of a terrible, terrible mountainous Rakshasa. He fell to the ground, and just before giving up his life, he called out in the exact sound of Ram's voice, "Oh, Lakshman! Oh, Sita!" When Sita heard this, she turned to Lakshman. "Ram is in trouble. Go immediately. Protect your brother. You must help him." Lakshman said, "There is no trouble for Ramachandra. He is the Supreme Lord. There is nothing that can harm him. He could conquer the entire universe within a second. No one could stand before him. There is no danger at all." Sita said, "But didn't you hear? In helplessness, he cried out your name to help him. Go now, immediately go." Lakshman said, "This was the voice of Maricha. He disguised himself as a deer. He has been killed by Ram. He cried out your name so that I would go chasing after, so that you would be alone, subjected to the demoniac propensities of the Rakshasas. I will not leave you. I have made vow to Ram. I must stay." In her love, she became very much disturbed. Tears poured from her eyes. "Ram is in danger. You do not want to help him." She was crying and crying and crying. And then in anger, she said, "Lakshman, what a wretched scoundrel you are. What a crooked-hearted, lusty beast you are. You planned this all out from the very beginning. You wanted to come to the forest. For what reason? I know. Because you were lusting over me. You wanted to be alone in the forest with me and Ram, and then arrange it so that Lord Ram would be killed, so that you can enjoy me for your own lusty, terrible, sinful purposes. But this will not happen, Lakshman." Lakshman was mortified. "How can you speak of this?" Sita said, "If you do not go immediately, I will immediately take poison and kill myself. But I will not allow you to enjoy me. You are like a jackal that wants to enjoy the sheep when the shepherd is gone."
When Lakshman heard this, it was too much for him to bear.
With folded palms, he very, very respectfully addressed Sitadevi. "You are my worshipable deity. You are more reverential than my own mother to me. I am the servant of your lotus feet. I give all honor and respect to you, and I will ultimately do whatever you say. But please listen to me. That the anger of a woman is famous for creating enemies out of friends, for creating dissension when there is harmony, for creating chaos where there is peace. You are no ordinary woman, but you are behaving like this. I have never looked above your feet. I worship you. Ramachandra is my Lord, my life, and my soul. What you are speaking is not true. But because it is your order, I will go. But I guarantee you this, that when Ram and I return, you will not be here. You will be the property of the Rakshasas. Sita said, go. Lakshman prayed to the sylvan gods of the forest and of the heavens to protect Sita. And knowing that the irreversible form of destiny has come upon them, he ran into the forest to find Ram. At that time, Ravana changed his 10-headed, 20-eyed, 20 arms, 100 fingers. He changed that gruesome form into a very gentle-looking sannyasi with 1 head and 2 arms, holding mala and begging pot, umbrella over his head. He looked like a bona fide sadhu. He came before Sitadevi, and he called out to her, "Oh, most beautiful, charming, lovely woman, I have come to beg alms from you. I am tired from roaming in the forest all alone." When Sita heard the words of Ravana, she understood that he's a very strange fellow indeed. Ravana said, "Oh, most beautiful, thin-waisted lady, who's attracting everyone's hearts, please tell me who you are and why you are living alone in this forest. You appear to be a queen." Sita said to Ravana that, "I am the daughter of King Janaka, who is the ruler of Videha. My husband is Sri Ram, the son of Dasarath. And by the will of his father, we are living in this forest. And only 1 more year to come, and we can return to Ayodhya, where we will be coronated as king and queen." Sita was so affectionate that even though she knew this person is very strange, what kind of a sannyasi talks like this? Still, she gave him water to wash his own feet. She picked flowers and offered them to him. She gave him a nice sitting place. She even went out and prepared nice prasad of fruits and herbs for him, because she was trained by her father that one must always honor and respect those in the renounced order of life. What to speak of when they come as a guest in your home? One must always show all respect to the Brahmins. After offering these services, she asked Ravana, "Can I ask you, O sannyasi, who are you?" He replied in a very harsh, thunderous voice, "I am Ravana, the king of the Rakshasas, the biggest, greatest, and most powerful of man-eaters. And I lust to enjoy you as my wife. I have come to take you back to Sri Lanka, to be my principal wife. How you will enjoy. What is this Ram? If Ram was actually a great hero, why, he's driven out of his own kingdom by a woman named Kaikeyi. What kind of a Kshatriya is this? Being driven out of his own kingdom from a woman? No one could drive me out of my kingdom. Even the gods Indra have been defeated. I have conquered Kuvera. I have conquered Varuna. I have conquered Vayu. I have conquered Indra. My city is on a beautiful mountain. It is the greatest city of all, better than Amravati of Indra himself. You come. I have thousands and thousands of co-wives. They will all be your slaves. We will wander through my pleasure groves together, and you will enjoy. I will give my very life for the least pleasure to be offered to you. Ravana was so overcome by lust that he literally fell at the feet of Sita, rolling in the dust of her feet, begging her to come back to Lanka and be his wife. Sita heard this. She was utterly disgusted. She said, "You are a fool. I am completely surrendered only to the faithful service of Ram. I will never leave Ram." To try to take me away from Ram is like to try to take the light away from the sun. You are bringing death upon yourself. Ram will come here and destroy you. He'll be here any second. You better get out now. You want to enjoy me as your wife? You know what you're doing? You're like one who's putting his arm in the mouth of a deadly man-eating lion. You are like a person pushing your finger into the mouth of a deadly poisonous cobra snake. You are like a person who are taking very sharp needles and scratching his eyes with them. You are like one who wants to find nourishment by drinking terrible, terrible Kurahota poison. You are like a person who takes a sword and sharpens it to its sharpest possible extreme and then starts licking it and licking it with his tongue. You are like a person who goes swimming in the middle of the ocean with a mountainous rock tied around his neck. You are like a person who wants to walk on the tip of a trident. You can never possess me. Ram is the essence of all beauty, and you are ugly as sin. Ram is the greatest hero, and you are such a coward. Without even facing him, you want to take away his wife. I will never be touched by you. When Ravana heard this, he became so much angry that at that point he assumed his original 10-headed, 20-armed, 100-fingered form of Raman. If you don't come to me by your free will, I will take you with me. Then he lifted up Sita and placed her forcibly. He took her by her hair and under her knees and put her on the chariot and started driving away. Sita was screaming, "Oh Ram, Lakshman, save me! I've been taken away by this terrible demon. Please come and save me." As Ravana was carrying Sita through the sky on his chariot, driven by mighty donkeys, Ram was just returning from defeating Maricha. On his way, he happened to come across Lakshman. Ram was very disturbed. Lakshman, what are you doing here? Sita is alone. There are terrible Rakshasas everywhere in this forest. She is probably stolen away by now. I ordered you not to leave her. Why have you come? Ram started crying at the thought that Sita might have been taken away. Lakshman explained what Sita had said. Ram was understanding. But still, he said, Lakshman, you should not have left. Which has priority? The ravings of an angry, fearful woman or the order of me? I ordered you to stay. You should not have left. Or if you left, you should have hidden nearby to protect her. Ram was feeling in his heart that Sita is gone. He started weeping and crying. He told Lakshman, if Sita is not at our ashram when we return, I will give up my life. I cannot survive without her love. In this way they hastily came to their hermitage. Sita was not present. Lord Sri Ram was calling out her name, Sita, where are you? Are you in the forest picking your favorite flowers? Come back, please, now. Sita, Sita, where are you? He was calling this out with such love of separation in his voice. He and Lakshman were searching the whole area, but there was nothing to be found. With tears cascading down from his beautiful lotus eyes, Ram was going to each and every tree, those trees which were so dear to Sita while they were living together in the forest of Dandakaranya. Oh, Jambu tree, Sita so much liked your fruits and liked your flowers. Have you seen her? Where is she? The tree was silent. Oh, jasmine tree, how Sita with her own lovely hands would pick your flowers. Where is she? Have you seen her? He was going to every tree, to every shrub. But there was only silence in response to his inquiries. Ram started going to the grass, to the creepers, to the animals in the forest, running here and there like a madman in separation. Where is Sita? After hours and hours of searching over the hills, in the forest, in the valleys, and not finding Sita, finally he sat down by the Godavari river, and with tears flowing like the Godavari herself, he begged Mother Godavari, you are my friend. You give shelter to all those who approach you. Please tell me, have you seen Sita? Where has she gone? But the Godavari and all the other animals and all the other trees and shrubs in the forest, after seeing Ravana, how fearful and demoniac he was, they were so shaken they could not speak. When even the river Godavari did not answer Ram, he sat on the banks weeping and crying, contemplating giving up his life. At that time, Lakshman tried to pacify Ram, that we will find her for certain. But where to look they did not know. Then some little animals came by Ram, and he asked them, have you seen Sita? Which direction did they go? Those animals jumped up. They first looked to the sky, then they looked to the south direction. Then they looked to the sky and started running to the south, turning to Ram. Without saying anything, by their glance they were saying, follow us. Ram said to Lakshman, "The animals have told us. She has been taken through the sky to the southern direction." Lakshman said, "Yes, that is correct. Let us go." They started traveling through the Dandakaranya forest, searching for Sita. At this beautiful confluence of Godavari and Kapila rivers, under the wonderful trees of the forest of Dandakaranya, we are listening to this beautiful narration of Sri Valmiki's Ramayana. Just to the left of us, there is a temple called Lakshman Mandir. That is the place where Lakshman performed tapasya. While here, it is said, he did not eat anything but the air. He did not sleep. 24 hours a day he was on guard to protect Ram and Sita from even the slightest of any dangers. Willing to do everything simply to give pleasure to his beloved, worshipable lords, Sita Ram. It was at this place, Lakshman Mandir, that Lakshman heroically, on the order of Sri Ram, cut off the nose and ears of Surpanakha, one of the most beautiful, sweet stories in all the Vedic literatures. Srila Prabhupada explains how through this wonderful incident, the Supreme Personality of Godhead wanted to teach us that all women should be protected. Our Guru Maharaj Srila Prabhupada would often emphasize this point. However great a woman may be, she will not be successful in life unless she is protected. In childhood, a woman should be protected by father. When she's older, she should be protected by husband. And when she's grown up, if the husband is gone, she should be protected by elder sons. The woman must always have protection. Otherwise, in this world, they are very, very, very likely to be exploited by men with evil intentions.
The Supreme Personality of Godhead, who is all-knowing and all-powerful, assumes this wonderful Leela just to show the world on many levels lessons to be learned. He also wanted to show the world how, if you are too much attached to the opposite sex, you will have to suffer. Somehow or other there will be suffering. It is the ways of nature. But from the spiritual point of view, Lord Sri Ram wanted to taste the sweetness of conjugal love
between the Lord and his eternal pleasure potency. In this very place, Lord Ram manifested the supreme excellence of his love in separation. As he was crying for Sita like a madman, asking the trees, the shrubs, the insects, the animals, and the river herself, "Where is Sita?" we find the deepest, sweetest ecstasy of vipralamba, or love in separation. We should never mistake this to be like the love between an ordinary man and an ordinary woman. Although it may appear in this way, this is the Shringaras, the conjugal mellow of ecstatic love shared between the Lord and his devotee. the height, the peaks of the ecstasies of the loving exchanges of Sita and Ram were manifested in such a wonderful way here as Ram was exhibiting separation from his beloved. And one who hears this beautiful narration with the proper understanding, heart will become purified, and one will naturally awaken the desire for pure devotional service. It is for that purpose that we have come to this place. Let us pray on the jubilant banks of this holy river Godavari, that these feelings of love and separation may also awaken our hearts. It comes only by the mercy of Krishna. When our desires are purified through humble service to Guru and Vaishnavas, through sincere, offenseless chanting of the holy names, and through hearing the beautiful glories of the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Lakshman is Balaram, who also appears in this age of Kali Yuga as Sri Nityananda Prabhu. Vrindavan Das Thakur explains again and again in Sri Chaitanya Bhagavat that the love between Gauranga and Nityananda was identical to the love between Sri Ramachandra and Lakshman, as well as Krishna and Balaram. As the original Guru, he is the very foundation of Guru Tattva, the original servitor of the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Let us analyze what Guru does in our lives by referring to the beautiful pastime that took place here in Nasik. Yesterday we were at Kala Ram Mandir, where Lakshman, with his own loving hands, built a beautiful, beautiful little simple house with pure love for Sita and Ram to live in. Similarly, the spiritual master, through his instructions, he is building a beautiful house within our heart. And if we follow his instructions carefully through that instruction, that house will be so pleasing that Sita Ram will come to live within our heart. When Lord Ram went to chase after Maricha, Sita, who is devotional service personified, she is the very embodiment of bhakti. She was entrusted under the care of Lakshman. The spiritual master, through disciplic succession, is receiving instruction from Ram himself. And he is giving us those instructions, and he is protecting us by those instructions from the evils of Maya. However, if we separate ourselves from the order of Guru, as Sita separated herself from the instructions that Ram gave Lakshman and Lakshman gave her, then what will happen? Our bhakti will be stolen away by Ravana. Therefore, Vishwanath Chakravarti Thakur has said one should accept the order of spiritual master coming down through Parampara as one's life and soul. Those instructions will build a house within our heart that Ram will come to live in. Those instructions will protect us from all the Ravanas trying to steal away our bhakti from our heart. Lakshman's life and soul was simply to give pleasure to Sita and Ram.
Similarly, it is the spiritual master's life and soul to always keep us in the loving service of Sita and Ram. Lakshman is our spiritual master, and through disciplic succession, he is speaking through us. Let us always keep those instructions very, very seriously observed, and we will always be protected from Maya. And what is the greatest of all instructions? To humbly serve the Vaishnavas, to preach the message of Krishna consciousness, and to keep his name always in our hearts through the loud chanting of Hare Krishna.
The perfection of life is when our hearts know nothing more dear than Krishna, more dear than our wealth, our position, our family, friends, more dear even than our very life. It is this quality that qualifies one for pure devotional service. When we achieve this stage of detachment, knowledge and devotion, then only can we enter into the spiritual world. Lord Krishna has explained in Bhagavad Gita, Tatvana Mayastristam Gunakama Vivahasha. He has divided human societies into 4 varnas and 4 ashrams. The varnas are one's occupational duties, and the ashrams is one's particular spiritual status. If we examine according to Srimad Bhagavad, all of the ashrams are geared toward increasing the quality of our renunciation. Sense gratification diverts our attention away from the real source of pleasure, Satchidananda Vigraha, Sri Krishna. And the objects of sense gratification, whether they be what gives the gross pleasure to our senses, or even loved ones around us, who give a subtle form of gratification, they are all obstacles which tears our hearts away from Krishna. Therefore, for Brahmachari, he has nothing except his service to Krishna. All the rules and regulations of a grihastha are to regulate one's life in such a way that one puts more and more and more emphasis on detachment from sense gratification, possessiveness, and attachment to Krishna. Culminating in Vanaprast, where the wife and husband have nothing else in common except the service of Krishna. And then there is sannyas, where one is socially dead for the purpose of service to Krishna. To sacrifice our lives in the service of God is actually the greatest, glorious fortune. When Srila Prabhupada was laying in his, what people call deathbed, when his body was so emaciated and weak, he could not even stand up for a moment. He wanted to go to London to preach. The doctors thought impossible. The Prabhupada explained that my Guru Maharaj wants me to fight for Krishna. And I will consider it glorious if in the battlefield for Krishna I give my last breath fighting to preach his message. What a sacrifice. This ultimate aspiration of truly sacrificing our lives in the service of the Lord was wonderfully personified in this particular place that we are sitting today. This is the place that great Vaishnava, Jatayu, willingly sacrificed his life for the service of Lord Sri Rama. In Sri Valmiki Muni's Ramayana, this story is told. According to my insignificant remembrance, I will try to share with you some of this great history. Because by hearing of the devotional service of the Vaishnavas, we awaken the pleasure of Krishna within our hearts. What is the Holy Scriptures which emphasize bhakti? Srimad Bhagavatam, its main emphasis is the glorious activities of the devotees of the Lord in their surrender to Krishna. Similarly, Ramayana, its main focus is the love between the Lord and his devotees, as is Sri Chaitanya Charitamrita, Mahabharata. Yesterday we were at Tapovan, where we discussed Ravana's kidnapping of Sita, the eternal consort of Sri Ram. He took her on his formidable chariot, which was being drawn by 10 gigantic, cruel asses, armed with all sorts of the most deadly weapons, with Sita held by his 10 hands, screaming the holy names of Ram and Lakshman. He flew through the sky. He came over this place. There, the great king of the forest of Dandakaranya, Jatayu by name, was sitting on a big tree, asleep. His eyes were closed. Sita saw this dear, dear friend of Lord Ram. I'd like to go back a little. When Lord Sri Ram was first coming toward Panchavati, he met with Jatayu. And Jatayu and he were such intimate friends. Jatayu was very, very old and a dear associate of Maharaj Dasarath. Jatayu then vowed to Ram that although there are many terrible Rakshasas here, you should know that I will give my life to protect your Sita. On this particular day when Ravana was flying overhead, Sita saw Jatayu sleeping on a tree, and she called out his name. "Oh Jatayu, you are the truest of all devotees and the best of our friends. See how this deadly Rakshasa beast, Ravana, has torn me away from my beloved Ram, just like a jackal steals a sheep from its shepherd. Oh Jatayu, you are very old, and Ravana is very young and strong. He is undefeatable in battle, and he is hardened by hundreds and hundreds of wars in which he was victorious. Please, Jatayu, do not try to resist him.
it will not be possible. But when you see my Ram and Lakshman, inform them that I have been stolen by Ravana, and that they should please come and save me." Upon hearing this, Jatayu woke up. His eyes opened, and he saw overhead his most worshipable deity, the goddess of fortune, Sita, in the captivity of the terrible Rakshasa king Ravana. Jatayu could not tolerate this. Such an offense to his lord and his consort. He called in great anger to Ravana, "O 10-headed Rakshasa, Dasamukha, you have no right to steal the property of Ram. I am Jatayu. I am coming from a line of great devotees of Sri Ram. I am his surrendered servant. I have given my life for all the years, long, long years that I have been living on this earth. At every moment it has been a surrendering offering to the lotus feet of Sri Ram. You should know this only as my identity, that I am his servant." And who is Ram? He is the son of Dasarath. He is Satchidananda, the supreme Lord of all lords. He is the Lord of Indra, Varuna, Vayu, Kavera. He is also your king. Ravana, how cowardly you are. A king is meant to protect. To steal another man's wife is the greatest sin. It is against the principles of dharma. Rama will destroy you. You have taken a hook, like a fish swallowing a hook. You have taken Sita, who will be the very cause of your death. Ravana, I am very old. I have been living in this forest for tens and thousands of years, and I am weary from ruling over it for so long. I am at the fag end of my life. And yet you are very young, at the strongest point of your life. And you have a big chariot. You have charioteer, bows, arrows, daggers, lances, brahmastras, and every type of weapon. The only weapons I have are my claws and my beak. But I will not let you take Sita away. You should know this. As long as there is any breath of life in my body, you will not take Sita from this spot. Ravana, you have come to my home. You are my guest. I must offer you something. I offer you a battle till death. Upon hearing this, Ravana was very much insulted and enraged. He jumped off his chariot and started a fierce battle with Jatayu. Ravana took his bow and arrows and started shooting arrows as hard as he could. Jatayu with his wings were just pushing away the arrows as they were coming. Then Ravana took 10 special, mystical, all-powerful arrows and started shooting them into Jatayu. With his wings, he just pushed them away. Ravana was fighting with all of his strength. Jatayu jumped upon Ravana, and with his mighty claws, he started pulling the flesh and scratching blood from Ravana's body. This made Ravana even more angry. He started shooting arrows so fast, 1,000 arrows, 10,000 arrows, tens and thousands of arrows were flying within seconds at Jatayu. It appeared like he was completely covered, like the sun covered by black clouds. His body was pierced from head to toe with these arrows. But Jatayu, with his wings, just kept pushing them away, pushing them away, pushing them away. Then he saw Sita on the chariot, weeping in separation from Lord Rama. Upon seeing this, he got redoubled strength. Even though shot with 10,000s of arrows, he leaped at Ravana. First, with his claws, he killed all the 10 donkeys. Then with his wings, he smashed to pieces Ravana's chariot. He broke the flag on top of the chariot. He broke to pieces the proud umbrella that was shading Ravana from the sun. Then he took and broke Ravana's bow. Ravana took a new bow and started shooting him. Jatayu broke that bow. He took a new bow and started shooting him. Jatayu then, with his beak, he cut off the head of the charioteer of Ravana. Ravana understood this is a very serious fight. He was without his charioteer, he was without his chariot, he was without his horses, he was without his weapons. But he saw that Jatayu, due to his old age, had become very, very tired. So what did Ravana want to do? Jatayu spoke to Ravana at that point. He said, Ravana, you will not escape with your life. Give back Sita. Ram is soon to come. Why don't you be a hero and wait for him and fight? Why are you fleeing like a coward? If you take Sita, it will be the destruction of your entire Rakshasa dynasty. You are behaving like a person who is drinking the deadliest poison because he's so much inflicted by thirst. This is what sense gratification means. Sometimes the senses torment us, and we try to satisfy them by engaging in illicit activities. What is this like? Jatayu explains. It is like a person who is suffering by the fire of terrible, terrible thirst, and to quench that thirst drinks the deadliest poison. After speaking these very golden words to Ravana, Ravana saw Jatayu was very tired. So what did Ravana do? He tried to escape. He picked up Sita and started flying into the sky. Jatayu, he leaped upon Ravana, jumped on his back, started digging his claws into Ravana's back, tearing apart his flesh with his beak. He started biting off huge, ugly lumps of flesh from Ravana's back and spitting it, eating it and spitting it. Ravana was being tortured. He was in such terrible, terrible pain he could not tolerate it. He was holding Sita with 10 of his hands. He started picking up various other weapons to fight with Jatayu. Jatayu, with his beak, completely severed the 10 hands that were holding Sita. Instantly, 10 more hands grew, just like snakes come out of their holes in the ground. Jatayu was fighting so ferociously against Ravana that Ravana put down Sita, and with all of his 20 arms, he jumped at Jatayu, and they started beating each other with their fists. Of course, Jatayu doesn't have fists. His wings. They were fighting and fighting. It was a ferocious battle that lasted over 1 hour. Jatayu became so much tired. Ravana was very pleased to see this, taking advantage of his youth and Jatayu's very, very old age. Ravana drew his sword and sliced off the wings and the feet of Jatayu. who was bleeding profusely, fell to the ground like a great mountain. And upon seeing this, Sitadevi, her heart was utterly broken to see this devotee in such terrible, terrible pain on the verge of death. Sita was weeping, crying, screaming out for Ram. She ran to the side of Jatayu, started to embrace him. She was embracing this big, huge, bloody vulture. She would not let go of his body, speaking such sweet words of love to him. Oh Ram, this man-eating demoniac Rakshasa Ravana, he has stolen me away from you. And look at what he has done to your dear devotee. Jatayu has willingly sacrificed his very life to save me. And now he is laying in a pool of blood on the verge of death. In such deep appreciation of the devotional service of Jatayu, Sita was showering her blessings upon him. Ravana was so angry. He ordered Sita to come, but she would not let go of Jatayu. Ravana grabbed her and pulled her, but she would not let go. She was holding on, weeping and crying. She did not want to give up the association of this great devotee. Ultimately, Ravana snatched her away. At this very place, Sita began to hold on to each and every tree she could find in this forest. And Ravana would pull her away from that tree and she would grab onto another tree. Ravana would pull her away from that tree. She would grab onto another tree until finally he pulled her away, put her on his shoulders, and began his flight to Sri Lanka. At that time, this place, which is today called Tarek, was a very, very secluded forest. In fact, no human being had ever come here. It was such a deep, dense forest. Ravana brought Sita to Sri Lanka, where he harassed her in so many ways to surrender to his will. However, Sita, being the most chaste, devoted, loving consort of Sri Ram, could not even consider all the wealth of Sri Lanka. She preferred living in the forests under a simple little thatched hut made by Lakshman, if she was with Ram, over the beautiful, beautiful, bejeweled golden silver palaces of Lanka. This is devotional service. Are we attached to facilities or are we attached to Krishna? Will we give up our chaste, faithful service to Lord Krishna for anything of this world? Real simplicity is to simply be satisfied with Krishna by serving his devotees, by hearing his glories, by chanting his holy name. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. We described yesterday the lamentation of Sri Ram when he found that Sita had disappeared. He and Lakshman were searching through the forests of Dandakaranya. There was no clue of where she had gone, except when the animals looked up in the sky and then ran to the south. They took that as an indication that a Rakshasa must have taken her away in the southern direction. But other than that, there was no clue. As they traveled, sometimes they would see a flower on the ground, the type of flowers that Sita would be very fond to pick. Sometimes they would find a little piece of the jewelry of Sita, which led them on forward. Then Rama and Lakshman came to this spot where they saw Jatayu, a big, mountainous, black vulture, covered with blood. There was blood everywhere. Ram thought, and then spoke to Lakshman. What misfortune has befallen upon us? Look at what we have discovered. This terrible, terrible beast has eaten my beloved Sita. Her blood is all around, and now he's laying there to digest. At this very moment I will slay this cruel beast. Ram drew his bow with an arrow. Jatayu, he was laying and piteously spoke to Sri Ram. I am Jatayu. I am your servant, the dear friend of your father, Dasarath. Ravana, the king of the Rakshasas, he came flying overhead with your beautiful Sita on his chariot. I tried to stop him. I challenged him to battle. I broke his chariot to pieces, killed his donkey carriers. I destroyed his charioteer. I broke all of his bows and arrows. I tore his armor to pieces that was protecting his body. But due to my old age, he has cut off my wings and my feet. He has taken away my life. But worse than that is he has taken away your Sita. Ram, when he understood that his dearest devotee was laying there on the verge of death, he dropped his bow and arrow and fell at the feet of Jatayu and began to embrace him. How he embraced him! Seeing the condition of Jatayu, Ram began to weep with such despondency. He rolled in the dust of this very place to see his devotee in this condition of life. He embraced Jatayu again and again and rubbed each and every limb of his body, although Jatayu was covered with the blood due to the arrows, the swords, and the severed limbs caused by Ravana. Lord Ram asked, who is this Ravana? Why did he steal Sita from me? What did I do against him that he is treating me like this? And how is Sita? What was her condition? What did she speak to you? Please tell me, Jatayu, what are the features of this Ravana? Where does he reside so I may find my Sita? Jatayu explained, O Rama, O master of my life, Ravana has stolen your Sita. I tried my best, but I could not protect her. But please know that you should not grieve, because you will find Ravana. You will fight him in battle and destroy him, and for many, many ages you will enjoy great happiness with Sita. This much I know. Then Jatayu began to cough great quantities of blood from his beak. Blood was pouring out. Jatayu could no longer speak, but how grateful he was that he gave his life in the service of Ram. Lord Sri Ramachandra was asking, please, please tell me more. But Jatayu could not. With the holy name of Ram and Sita on his lips, manifesting within his heart, Jatayu laid his head back with his eyes beholding the beautiful form of his worshipable Lord, Sri Ramachandra. Upon the disappearance of Jatayu, Lord Sri Ram wept. How he wept. He said to Lakshman, "What a great misfortune has come upon me. I was living in Ayodhya, which was my kingdom, and due to Kaikeyi, I lost my throne. Worse than that, my misfortune is so great. I was not even allowed to remain as a beggar in my own kingdom of Ayodhya. I had to come to this forest, this dangerous forest of Dandakaranya. But there was one joy I had, my beloved Sita. But due to my misfortune now, Sita has been taken away from me. In this condition I have only one solace, my dearest friends. And there is no dearer friend and devotee than Jatayu. And now he has been taken away from me." Then the lamentation and grief in my heart that I am experiencing by losing Sita, I am feeling at the death of Jatayu. I loved him more than my own father Dasarath. What kind of devotee is this Jatayu? I lost my kingdom by force. Jatayu is the king of a kingdom far bigger than mine. He is the king of the entire Dandakaranya forest and all the feathered birds throughout the world. And he was the sole emperor for tens and thousands of years. He sacrificed his entire kingdom and his very life in my service. It is impossible for me ever to repay the unlimited debt that I have toward this devotee, Jatayu. Sri Ramachandra told to Lakshman that my misfortune is so great that I want to enter fire and burn myself. But if I enter fire, my evil fortune is burning so much that it will burn the fire. If I go to drown myself at the bottom of the ocean, I am so unfortunate that the entire ocean will dry up. There is no way I can express my grief to see what has happened to my truest, dearest friend Jatayu. It was my hope, it was my dream that since my father Dasarath was gone, I would spend my life living in the association of Jatayu. But that dream is finished. With my own hands, I will perform the last rites of my devotee, who I love more dear than my own father. Lakshman, prepare a royal, beautiful funeral pyre of Jatayu. Lakshman collected huge quantities of beautiful wood and assembled it all here to create a funeral pyre. Jatayu's body was placed on that. And Sri Ramachandra personally chanted the Vedic mantras that a son chants at the funeral of his own father. And then Ramachandra took the flame, and just when he was about to light the body on fire, he offered a prayer. He said, Jatayu, please know this. On this day, on the strength of my performing the last rites for you, your soul will immediately return to the spiritual world, Vaikuntha, to be my eternal associate. Then Lord Sri Ram performed the last rite of lighting the fire. Ram and Lakshman then went to Godavari to take their bath and purify themselves. And Sri Ram, with tears of love in his eyes, offered oblations from this holy goddess Godavari, oblations for the departed soul of Jatayu. This beautiful pastime reveals the nature of a devotee's love for the Lord, as well as the nature of the Lord's love for his devotees. The story of Jatayu brings upon our minds the very essence of what we should be striving to achieve in our life. Jatayu sacrificed everything. But what is most wonderful is he knew for sure that he did not have a chance of defeating Ravana. Sita even told him, do not try to fight Ravana, you will be killed. Just tell Ram. But Jatayu, he could not stand there and allow Sita to be taken away without giving his life. Sometimes we fight in battle thinking maybe we will win or maybe we will lose. For Jatayu, it was obvious he would lose. But he considered it the greatest honor and fortune to die in the service of the Supreme Personality of Godhead. How many of us are so much attached to our lives that for a flickering bit of sense gratification we're willing to give up our service to the Lord? Have we ever pondered this sincerely within our hearts? What is really valuable to us? This temporary body, or our eternal relationship with the all-resplendent personality of Krishna? This is the real criterion of sincerity. We may not have it, but we should pray for it. We should long for it. In fact, we should perform our sadhana and our bhakti in such a way that someday we will attain it. Bhakti Vinod Thakur prays, Manaso deho geho jo kichu mo, apilun tu apade nanda kishore. My Lord, my body, my mind, my words, my home, my family, my very life, it is all your property. O Nanda Kumar, please let me use it all in your service. I am your servant. If you like, you can kill me. If you like, you can protect me. It doesn't matter. Let me live and let me die for you, my Lord. The story of Jatayu is a very, very grave and serious lesson to all of us. As Jatayu was laying there in his last moments, Lord Ram, wanting to give him comfort, shot an arrow in the ground behind a tree, or just at the base of a tree, behind this temple, and from it sprung water. That water entered into the mouth of Jatayu. And to this very day, just where we see here, the water is coming from the base of the tree and it is filling this nice kund. In the temple are deities of Sita, Ram and Lakshman. This is a special, unique temple you will find nowhere else in the whole earth. It is the temple of Jatayu. The beautiful Murti of the king of the vultures is giving his darshan for all of us. We should go to that temple and we should pray at the lotus feet of Jatayu. Please bless me with that type of surrender that you have for Lord Ram. Ram was most merciful to those who had devotion. This is a story that illustrates to the extreme extent how the Lord is not concerned with one's particular caste or birth. Even amongst birds, vultures are considered not the most auspicious. In the life of Sri Ramanujacharya, one time a Shudra died, and one of the great Mahants of Ramanuja's associates performed the last rites for this person. And he was being criticized by the other Brahmins and others in the area. So Ramanujacharya asked, why are you performing the last rites for a Sudra? You're being criticized by so many. And he cited the story of Ram performing the last rites for Jatayu. He said, this Sudra was a great devotee. He was a pure devotee of the Supreme Lord. He's a Vaishnava. Therefore I consider it for the purification of my heart that I have done this service for him. Even if one is born in the family of dog-eaters, one can be guru and deliver the whole world if one sincerely and offensively chants the holy names. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare. In this beautiful shaded forest, we are sitting. Let us all sincerely in our prayer ponder upon the message that the Lord revealed in this place to all of us. In our prayer, let us evaluate and reevaluate where we really stand in our devotional service to Lord Krishna. And let us pray like beggars, that we can understand what is the true wealth of life. We all have to die today or tomorrow. If we can just give this life as a sacrificial offering for the pleasure of the Lord, what a wonderful, wonderful offering that will be. How much pleased the Lord will be and blessed we will be.
After Sita was stolen at Panchavati, Ravana offered her beautiful, beautiful luxuries in the golden city of Lanka. He offered her all the wealth, the riches, and the enjoyments of the world. But she rejected everything because she was faithful and chaste to the Supreme Lord Ram. He threatened to kill her, to tear her body to pieces, and to eat her flesh and drink her blood if she did not surrender to him. And he was offering every type of sense enjoyment. But Sita was willing to live or to die, but never give up her faithfulness to the service of the Lord. This is the quality of the pure soul. She is the goddess of fortune, but we all are part and parcel of her, and her devotion is within our heart. What are we willing to give up for the pleasure and service of the Lord? And that is real happiness. That is real joy. She spent practically 1 year in the tortures of Sri Lanka and remained faithful. Sita is the goddess of fortune. That means all the good fortune
in all of this creation is the energy of Sita. It is actually the manifestation of the grace of Sita. Now, what was Ravana's demoniac quality? He wanted to take the goddess of fortune. He wanted to take the source of all fortune in this world, which was exclusively meant for the purpose of giving enjoyment to Sri Ram. And he wanted to utilize it for his own selfish purposes. He wanted to enjoy the property of Ram. Our body, our health, our wealth, all the resources in this world, it is all the manifestation of Sita. Anything that we take of this world which is meant for the service of Ram, that we try to detach from the service of Ram for our own purpose, we are a thief. We are following the parampara of Ravana. Ravana has many, many followers. Practically this whole world are the disciples of Ravana. It is a fact, including all of us to some extent. The great acharyas, they teach complete selfless devotional service to the Lord. And those who are in the parampara of the great acharyas, they are striving and struggling to utilize all the fortune and all the energy of this world for the service of Ram. And those who are the followers of Ravana, they want to consider that this fortune is mine. It is mine to enjoy. They are trying to take Sita away from Ram. It is a fact. And this demon of lust, kama, material desire, of envy, of pride, it is within the hearts of every conditioned soul. And this demon within us is every bit as powerful as Ravana himself. And every bit as evil as Ravana himself. These Rakshasas and Rakshashis, they were very powerful. Because they actually learned the Vedas and learned how to perform sacrifices. And through the process of learning sacrifices, they attained tremendous powers. But because they had dirty hearts and they weren't being guided by saintly persons, they misused the teachings of the Vedas to acquire powers only for the purpose of creating demoniac circumstances for their own sense enjoyment. Knowledge is power. Veda means knowledge. The Vedas have the greatest power in all of creation within its words. And when knowledge is misused, there is no greater threat to human society than that. And when knowledge is properly utilized, there is no greater benefits that can come to human society than that. Ravana actually was a great, great scholar. He was a pundit. He knew the Shastras like anything. He was expert at the performance of all sacrifices. And his followers, he taught them all to achieve tremendous, tremendous potencies through this process. In fact, he was a worshipper of Lord Shiva.
And exactly according to the rules and regulations of the scriptures, he performed sacrifice and ritual to Lord Shiva. And through that process, he obliged Lord Shiva to give him all of these great powers. Now it is interesting to know that although Lord Shiva, in his original position, is Sadashiva, he is actually the personality of Godhead, who has his own Vaikuntha planet in the spiritual sky. In this material world, that same Sadashiva appears in the form of a demigod, in the sense that he gives benedictions to anyone who comes to him and performs the proper tapasya. And he can give, of all the devatas, the greatest powers, Brahma and Shiva, because they are the most powerful of the devatas. Hiranyakashipu worshipped Brahma. Kamsa worshipped Shiva. Ravana worshipped both Brahma and Shiva. Nowhere in any of the Shastras do we find any demon worshipping Vishnu. Why is that? Because they know, although Shiva in his original form is Narayan, in his role as Shiva in this world, if we do the tapasya, he will give us the result. Whatever we want. Even if he doesn't want to give it, he's obliged to give it. He is Ashutosh. So in this way, the demigods, if you perform the proper rituals and the proper regulations of the Shastras, they have to give you whatever you want. But Lord Vishnu, he's completely exempt from this responsibility. In fact, just the opposite. You can spend your whole life worshipping Vishnu to get a material benediction, and you can perform all the regulations perfectly, and in response, he may take everything away. He may put you in a completely poverty-stricken condition. He may make you a complete fool. It is a fact. Because Vishnu will not give you what you want. He'll give you what you need. Whatever is required to purify you and bring you closer to God, he'll give you that. If you worship the demigods and ask them for that, they can also help you with that. But practically nobody wants that. So in this way, Ravana is the emblem of the demoniac quality within our own hearts that wants to enjoy the property of Ram, and how difficult it is to kill. This desire to enjoy, everything we enjoy, we should know we are thieves stealing from Ram. Every time we try to enjoy sense gratification, literally we are stealing Sita from Ram. It is a fact. We don't want to think about it this way, but it is a fact. We should admit it. Because unless we admit our disease, we cannot treat our disease. The ignorance of human society is we want to think everything's all right. And a sick man who thinks he's all right cannot be cured by any means. But a person who admits that I'm sick, I need help, help me, he can be cured.
The Ramayana of Sri Valmiki Muni explains how Hanumanji was always chanting the holy names of Ram. He was always meditating in the purest form of devotion on Sri Ram. In the various Puranic histories, it describes how Sri Hanumanji in different Yuga cycles appears as a servant of Lord Sri Ram in various ways. In the Shiva Purana it describes that when Lord Shiva, out of his intense love for the Supreme Personality of Godhead, Sri Krishna, met with Lord Vishnu,
and was expressing his great astonishment of how the Lord appeared in the form of the most beautiful of all females, Mohini Murti, and completely bewildered all of the asuras, so much so that the nectar of immortal life, which they struggled and strained, risked their lives to achieve, they willingly gave it over to her, just to please her, because they were so stricken by her beauty. Mohini Murti took that nectar and gave it to the demigods, then assumed her original form of Vishnu and returned to Vaikuntha. Shiva said, "I want to see this form, my Lord." And the Lord warned him, "Are you sure you want to see this form?" And then he assumed the form of Mohini Murti. And under the spell of transcendental divine love, Lord Shiva began to chase after her. And she was running. She even ran through an assembly of Shiva's great devotees. They were all yogis, tapasis, who had renounced everything of this world, performing very severe tapasya, taken vows of lifelong celibacy, all the while getting their strength by chanting the names of Shiva and worshipping Shiva. And right before their eyes, they saw this beautiful, beautiful young lady of whom they had never seen before. And then behind her, chasing after, is the Lord of all tapasis, Shankar. And they did not know what to say or what to do. They were thinking, "Shiva, what are you doing?" Ultimately, Lord Shiva, by the arrangement of Mohini Murti, came close, and power was released from his body. And this Shakti, in the form of divine semen, was gathered by the Saptarishis and was given in a transcendental way through the media of Vayu. Vayu transported that and placed it in the womb of Anjana, who was living in a place called Kishkinda Kshetra. And from that, Hanumanji was born. Therefore, it is said that Hanuman has three fathers. One is Shiva, because he was born from the seed of Shiva himself. Therefore, he is an incarnation of Shiva. He is the 11th Rudra. Also, Vayu, because he who impregnates a lady is also father. And when he did that, he also endowed the child with all of his potencies. So he is also Shiva Putra, Vayu Putra. And Anjana was married to the king of the monkeys of the name Keshari, Keshari Raj. The story of Anjana is also spoken in Puranas. There it is explained how she was a heavenly damsel who was very closely associated with Brihaspati. But she made some mistake, and she was cursed to come to earth in form of monkey. But when she prayed to that great sage to be kind upon her and begged forgiveness, he said that Lord Shiva himself will incarnate and expand to become your son. So, Anjana
took birth on earth in the dynasty of monkeys. She married Keshariraj, who was the best of the monkeys. These were not ordinary monkeys. These were very divine, transcendental monkeys. Great power, tremendous intelligence. They were more civilized than any human beings on earth today.
Anjani, she was performing her tapasya there, worshipping Lord Shiva, in order to get the benediction of having a wonderful and illustrious son. She was so chaste. She was so faithful to her husband. She was so much a humble servant of all sadhus and actually all living beings, that Lord Shiva was so charmed by her good qualities that he personally appeared before her. And he said, I am Ashutosh. I will bestow any benediction you ask of me. She said, I want a son. He said, I will grant you a son. But not just any son. I want you to be my son, if it pleases you. So Lord Shiva, he told her, it will very much please me. I will expand myself to become your son. Another story of Hanumanji appeared at a different yuga. At the time, Rishashringa performed a yajna for Dasarath to have a son. From that, the Mahaprasad, Payasam, was being distributed, half to Kaushalya and the other half to Kaikeyi and Sumitra. At that time, just before Kaikeyi took hers, a large bird came in the sky and picked it up and flew away with her portion. And she was very sad. So Kaushalya and Sumitra, they took part of theirs and gave to Kaikeyi. Meanwhile, this Payasam was being brought by this bird, and he was flying long distance from Ayodhya. He was flying long way. And then Vayu, knowing that this was the grace of Shankar, he took the Payasam from the cup, from the hand of the bird, and brought it and placed it right in the hands of Anjani. And she ate it. And when she ate it, she became impregnated with Sri Hanumanji. And on a mountain in that beautiful, beautiful holy place, on the banks of the Tungabhadra river, Hanumanji was born. The name of the mountain is Anjana Parvat. It is also today called Hampi, a derivation of the word Pampi, because that is a famous place where Parvati performed tapasya. So it is explained that when he was very young, Hanuman, he saw the sun rising, and he thought that it was fruit, and he wanted to eat the fruit. And being the son of Vayu, he was faster than the wind itself. So he leaped. Now, Surya, the Lord of the sun, he saw Hanumanji coming. And he understood that he's a great personality. And he's going to do great work for Lord Rama in the future. So he made his rays very nice, so they didn't in any way discomfort Hanumanji. Now that day happened to be astrologically calculated a solar eclipse. So as Hanuman was coming toward the sun from one direction,
Rahu was coming from another direction. When Hanuman saw the big planet Rahu about to devour the sun, he thought that Rahu was fruit. So he went right toward Rahu. Rahu was terrified. This little infant monkey was flying at him so fast, so fearlessly. Rahu ran to Indra. Said, Indradev, don't you remember? You gave me a benediction that at specific given times I'm able to devour the sun and the moon. It's my time today. But instead, this little baby monkey, he wants to devour me. You have to protect me. So Indra got on his elephant Airavata, big elephant, and followed Rahu. And when they came in the sight of Hanumanji, again he immediately attacked Rahu, and Rahu ran for his life. Then he saw Airavata, the elephant carrier of Indra, and thought he was a big piece of fruit. He charged at Airavata. Airavata was so much fearful, screaming like an elephant, Indra, save me! I'm your servant. At that time, Indra took thunderbolt and hit Hanumanji on the side of his chin. Shri Hanumanji fell down to the earth unconscious. Vayudev, seeing the condition of his little baby, began to weep. He was also very much disturbed. He brought Hanumanji into a cave. And as Vayu was lamenting to teach the Devatas a good lesson, he used his supernatural powers to withdraw the wind from the universe. Wind means air. And everyone, from the lower planets to the higher planets, they all began to suffocate. Because no living being can survive without air, without oxygen. At that time, all the demigods approached Lord Rama and said, Brahma, we're all suffocating. Please save us. Vayu has retracted all the air. And Brahma said, well, what do you expect? Look at what you have done to his beloved son. We should all go, and with folded palms, we should all beg forgiveness of Hanuman and Vayu, and we should all award Hanumanji our most intimate benedictions. So, headed by Brahma, the chiefs of the demigods all came to that cave in Kishkinda Kshetra, and they all offer their obeisances, and Brahma, from his immortal Kamandalu, he sprinkled water on the child, and it came back to life. And Vayu became very happy. And Hanumanji was smiling. And then they began to atone for their offense by offering some seva. This is very significant. When we commit an offense to somebody, anyone can say, I'm sorry. Actually, I take that back. Most people are too proud to even say, I'm sorry. They make excuses. Actually, it wasn't my offense. It was your fault. Or it was somebody else's fault. To humble yourself and to beg forgiveness for a mistake that you've made is a glorious virtue. It's the quality of a saintly person. To admit you've made a mistake and beg forgiveness is a strength that all noble persons will love you and respect you for.
So all the demigods, they're so much greater than us, but they admitted we made a mistake, we begged forgiveness. But our forgiveness, our begging of forgiveness is not just cheap words. We must do something about it. If we really are sorry, we must offer seva. We must offer service to that person to show them that we're sincere. So they began to offer Hanumanji such benedictions. Brahma gave the benediction that you will live a long life in this body. If you so desire, you could live as long as me. And you can change your form anytime, anywhere you want in the service of the Lord. Indra gave benediction that your name is Hanuman. And just as I hit you with my thunderbolt, I give you the blessing that every limb in your body will be harder than my thunderbolt and invulnerable toward any type of attack. Surya gave him the benediction that I will give you 1/100th of my effulgence. And when you reach the proper age to go to school, I will be your teacher, personally. Varuna gave him the benediction that you'll never ever be in any danger from any body of water. If we study these benedictions, we see how Hanumanji used each and every one of them in his service to Ram. Yamaraj gave the benediction that you will never see my rod of punishment, and you will never, throughout your life, ever get sick or ill by any type of disease. Shiva gave him the benediction that you will be immune from death at the hands of myself or anyone else in the universe. Vishnu gave him benediction that Hanumanji, you will be the greatest devotee. Agni gave him the benediction that fire can never harm you. And Vishvakarma gave him the benediction that you are immune even from the greatest of all celestial weapons. And he was given benedictions by the Ashwini Kumars that he would always have perfect topmost health. He was also given benedictions by so many other demigods that no curse from anyone could ever hamper your service to the Lord. So little baby Hanuman, he knew very well the power of his benedictions. And when he became a little child in his Komara Lila, Bal Lila, you have seen pictures of Bal Hanuman. He was very mischievous. And he was so mischievous because he knew, who could stop me? I have all these benedictions upon me. No one can stop me. I can do anything and get away with it. And he did. When people would bathe in the Tungabhadra river at Kishkinda Kshetra, he would go to where the rishis and sages were in meditation on the banks of the river. Little monkey, he would jump on them on the back. He would jump on their heads. He would pull their beards. He would start eating their scriptures. He would be spitting water on them, splashing water on them, jumping off trees upon them. When people would go to bathe, he would come down and rip up all their clothes. So when they came out, they were naked and there was no clothes left. He was very mischievous. And he wouldn't listen to anyone. And when the sages would come, when they would be offering yajna, he would come in the middle of the yajna with a big bucket of water and put it out. And when they'd be trying to chant Vedic hymns, he would start screaming so they couldn't even hear the Vedic hymns. This was his play. So they approached Keshari Raj and Anjana, and they said, please, do something. It is your duty to discipline your child. He said, we've tried. The more we tell him to be good, the worse he becomes. There's nothing we can do. He's beyond our control. Because he knows he has all these powers. So, use great sages, rishis. Give a benediction to our child. Give the benediction that he forgets all the powers that he has. He forgets all of the benedictions that were given to him. Unless at the time of crisis where he needs to use them, or unless someone reminds him. So they gave that benediction. And then Hanumanji forgot. And then he became the most perfectly well-behaved little child. He would go before the rishis, Swamiji, how can I serve you? And he would bring them the wood for their yagyas, and he would bring them fruits, and he would bring them food, and he would bring them water, and he would just organize everything so nicely. Anyways, Hanuman grew up in Kishkinda Kshetra. And when he was of age, on the order of his mother and father, he was supposed to learn the scriptures from Visvamitra. So he approached Visvamitra and said, can you teach me Shastra? He said, I'm in charge of the sun planet. I'm constantly moving. When do I have time to teach you? I'm constantly on the move in my chariot. So Hanumanji said, you go and I will be in front of you, going backward exactly at your speed, listening to you as you speak. So in this way he was educated by Visvamitra. He became most learned, most brilliant, most powerful. He was the most of everything. And most of all, he had the greatest bhakti or devotion. So, the son of Vibhishwan was Sugriva. And when Hanuman offered Guru Dakshin to Vibhishwan, he said that you always be the servant, the well-wisher and the friend of my son Sugriva, and never betray him. Sometimes you know the story of the battle between Sugriva and Bali. Sometimes people question, why did he take sides with Sugriva and not Bali? It is for this reason. Because he was honorable to his word. So, in Kishkinda, one time a demon attacked. Bali, who was the king, went out to fight this demon, along with his brother Sugriva. And Bali was so powerful that demon, seeing his strength, he ran for his life, and he ran into a cave. And Bali went into the cave and he told Sugriva, you wait here until I come out and guard the entrance, that no more demons can come in. So for weeks and weeks and weeks, he just waited, and he heard nothing. And then all of a sudden he heard the ghastly roar of terrible Rakshasas. And then he saw blood flowing from the opening of the cave, and he was thinking, Bali is dead. So he put a rock and sealed the cave. But shortly after, Bali came out. And when he came out, he saw that Sugriva had taken his throne and was even taking care of his wife. And Bali became very angry. He thought that Sugriva did this on purpose just to enjoy his position. And he went to kill him. And Sugriva, knowing that he could not compete with Bali, had to run away. And where could he run? There was a particular place just close to Pampasarovar named Rishyamukha Mountain. And on that Rishyamukha Mountain, there was a great sage of the name Maharaj Matunga. And one time a demon attacked, and Bali killed this demon and threw the demon's body a long distance. And the demon's body landed just where Maharaj Matunga and his disciples were performing a yajna. And the blood of that demon got all over them. And this great sage cursed that if that monkey who threw this demon ever comes within even 8 miles of this place, he will die. So Sugriva knew that that one place, Rishyamukha Mountain, Bali will never come. So he was living there with his personal minister, Hanuman. After Sita was stolen at Panchavati, Ravana offered her beautiful, beautiful luxuries in the golden city of Lanka. He offered her all the wealth, the riches, and the enjoyments of the world. But she rejected everything because she was faithful and chaste to the Supreme Lord Rama. He threatened to kill her, to tear her body to pieces, and to eat her flesh and drink her blood if she did not surrender to him. And he was offering every type of sense enjoyment. But Sita was willing to live or to die, but never give up her faithfulness to the service of the Lord. This is the quality of the pure soul. She is the goddess of fortune, but we all are part and parcel of her, and her devotion is within our heart. What are we willing to give up for the pleasure and service of the Lord? And that is real happiness. That is real joy. She spent practically 1 year in the tortures of Sri Lanka and remained faithful. Sita is the goddess of fortune. That means all the good fortune in all of this creation is the energy of Sita. It is actually the manifestation of the grace of Sita. Now, what was Ravana's demoniac quality? He wanted to take the goddess of fortune. He wanted to take the source of all fortune in this world, which was exclusively meant for the purpose of giving enjoyment to Sri Ram. And he wanted to utilize it for his own selfish purposes. He wanted to enjoy the property of Ram. Our body, our health, our wealth, all the resources in this world, it is all the manifestation of Sita. Anything that we take of this world which is meant for the service of Ram, that we try to detach from the service of Ram for our own purpose, we are a thief. We are following the parampara of Ravana. Ravana has many, many followers. Practically this whole world are the disciples of Ravana. It is a fact, including all of us to some extent. The great acharyas, they teach complete selfless devotional service to the Lord. And those who are in the parampara of the great acharyas, they are striving and struggling to utilize all the fortune and all the energy of this world for the service of Ram. And those who are the followers of Ravana,
They want to consider that this fortune is mine. It is mine to enjoy. They are trying to take Sita away from Ram. It is fact. And this demon of lust, kama, material desire, of envy, of pride, it is within the hearts of every conditioned soul. And this demon within us is every bit as powerful as Ravana himself. And every bit as evil as Ravana himself. These Rakshasas and Rakshashis, they were very powerful. Because they actually learned the Vedas and learned how to perform sacrifices. And through the process of learning sacrifices, they attained tremendous powers. But because they had dirty hearts and they weren't being guided by saintly persons, they misused the teachings of the Vedas to acquire powers only for the purpose of creating demoniac circumstances for their own sense enjoyment. Knowledge is power. Veda means knowledge. The Vedas have the greatest power in all of creation within its words. And when knowledge is misused, there is no greater threat to human society than that. And when knowledge is properly utilized, there is no greater benefits that can come to human society than that. Ravana actually was a great, great scholar. He was a pundit. He knew the Shastras like anything. He was expert at the performance of all sacrifices. And his followers, he taught them all to achieve tremendous, tremendous potencies through this process. In fact, he was a worshipper of Lord Shiva. And exactly according to the rules and regulations of the scriptures, he performed sacrifice and ritual to Lord Shiva. And through that process, he obliged Lord Shiva to give him all of these great powers. Now it is interesting to know that although Lord Shiva, in his original position, is Sadashiva, he is actually the personality of Godhead, who has his own Vaikuntha planet in the spiritual sky. In this material world, that same Sadashiva appears in the form of a demigod, in the sense that he gives benedictions to anyone who comes to him and performs the proper tapasya. And he can give, of all the devatas, the greatest powers, Brahma and Shiva, because they are the most powerful of the devatas. Hiranyakashipu worshipped Brahma. Kamsa worshipped Shiva. Ravana worshipped both Brahma and Shiva. Nowhere in any of the Shastras do we find any demon worshipping Vishnu. Why is that? Because they know, although Shiva in his original form is Narayan, in his role as Shiva in this world, if we do the tapasya, he will give us the result. Whatever we want. Even if he doesn't want to give it, he's obliged to give it. He is Ashutosh. So in this way, the demigods, if you perform the proper rituals and the proper regulations of the Shastras, they have to give you whatever you want. But Lord Vishnu, he's completely exempt from this responsibility. In fact, just the opposite. You can spend your whole life worshipping Vishnu to get a material benediction, and you can perform all the regulations perfectly, and in response, he may take everything away.
He may put you in a completely poverty-stricken condition. He may make you a complete fool. It is a fact. Because Vishnu will not give you what you want. He'll give you what you need. Whatever is required to purify you and bring you closer to God, He'll give you that. If you worship the demigods and ask them for that, they can also help you with that. But practically nobody wants that. So in this way, Ravana is the emblem of the demoniac quality within our own hearts that wants to enjoy the property of Ram, and how difficult it is to kill. This desire to enjoy, everything we enjoy, we should know we are thieves stealing from Ram. Every time we try to enjoy sense gratification, literally we are stealing Sita from Ram. It is a fact. We don't want to think about it this way, but it is a fact. We should admit it. Because unless we admit our disease, we cannot treat our disease. The ignorance of human society is we want to think everything's all right. And a sick man who thinks he's all right cannot be cured by any means. But a person who admits that I'm sick, I need help, help me, he can be cured.
So, as Ravana was pulling Sita over the Rishyamukha mountain in Kishkinda Kshetra, Sita saw Sugriva, Hanuman, and some of the monkeys. And from the air, she was calling out, "O Ram, O Lakshman, O Ram, O Lakshman." Ram and Lakshman, as they were traveling, they saw this terrible, terrible creature. He was the size of a mountain. And in his chest was one gigantic eye. And in his belly was a terrible mouth with sharpened teeth. And he had arms that were 8 miles long. And he was grabbing everything in the forest and eating it. Elephants, lions, tigers, deers. And constantly just eating. And there was blood just profusely coming from his mouth. And with one hand he grabbed Lakshman, and with the other Ram. He told them that at this time I will eat you. Lakshman and Ram both took out their swords and cut off his 2 arms. And this mountainous being fell to the ground. And as he fell, he asked, "Who are you?" And Lakshman said, "This is my elder brother Ram, the son of Dasarath, and I am Lakshman." And this great, terrible Rakshasa of the name Kabanda, he became very happy. He explained that actually I was a celestial being, like a demigod. And one time I disguised myself by my mystic power as a Rakshasa just to play games. And I harassed one great sage who cursed me to become a Rakshasa. And I prayed to him. I prayed to Lord Rama. And I was given the benediction that when the Supreme Lord descends on earth as Ram and Lakshman, they will cut off your arms, and then they will burn your body in a funeral pyre, and you will attain your original celestial form. So Lakshman and Ram made a fire, and he told them, "I will tell you how you can find Sita when I resume my original form." And as his body was burnt, a beautiful godly form appeared. And he told them that close by there is a forest called Kishkinda. And in that forest is a lake called Pampasrovar, which is very, very beautiful. And there is an ascetic woman there of the name Shabri. There, Sugriva, who was a great soldier
in the dynasty of the Vanaras, or the monkeys. If you make alliance with him, he will help you get Sita. So Ram and Lakshman went to this beautiful place called Pampasarovar. They drank the cool, fresh, ambrosial waters. They took their bath and refreshed themselves. And there they were greeted by Shabari, who was a completely purified soul. She explained to Ram and Lakshman that she was a disciple of Matunga Rishi. And while they were living in Chitrakoot, Matunga Muni and his disciples all went to the spiritual world. But he told her, when Ram and Lakshman, the Supreme Lord, come, and you personally serve them and worship them, you will also achieve the perfection of life. So she made wonderful offerings to Ram. All that was growing in that forest was bitter fruits. And out of her spontaneous love, she would taste each fruit to see whether it was bitter or sweet. If it was bitter, she would throw it. And if it was sweet from her own mouth, she would give it to Lord Rama. And seeing her love, Lord Rama enjoyed very dearly the fruits that were tasted by the mouth of his devotee. When you have spontaneous love, then perhaps this can be done. But on the platform of sadhana bhakti, Vaidhi bhakti, you should not even smell the food, what to speak of tasting, before offering it to the Lord. So after surrendering her very life at the lotus feet of Lord Ram, she started a sacrificial fire. And touching the Lord's lotus feet, she entered the fire. And right then, Lord Ram, by his blessings, gave her her original spiritual body, and he sent her back to the spiritual world. Ram and Lakshman began to wander through the forest near Pampasarovar. At that time, Sugriva heard that these two young warriors, looking like ascetics with bows and arrows, were in the forest. So he became very afraid. Maybe they are messengers of Bali, my enemy. Then he turned to Hanuman. Please, find out who they are. Hanuman said, I do not believe they can be the messengers of Bali, because no messengers or affiliates of Bali will dare come to Rishyamukha mountain. So Sugriva ordered Hanuman take the form of a mendicant Brahmin and find out who they are. So Hanuman, by his great mystic power, he transformed his body into that of a very noble and righteous Brahmin, who was a beggar, a mendicant. And he came before Ram and Lakshman. And when he saw their beauty, his heart began to melt with ecstatic love. And he bowed down to them. And he addressed himself that I am Hanuman. I am actually a monkey, but I'm in the disguise of a Brahmin. And I'm the messenger of Sugriva. And I've come to find out who you are and what you're doing here. You look like the Supreme Personality of Godhead himself. Although you're in the guise of sadhus, you appear to be the most tender, gentle, loving, and heroic princes. At that time, Lakshman, he explained that this is Ram. He is the son of Maharaj Dasarath, the king of Koshal. And from the kingdom of Ayodhya, he and myself, who is his younger brother Lakshman, have been banished to the forest for 14 long years. We have served 13 years of this sentence. And then the beloved bride, the eternal consort of Ram, has been kidnapped. And we have been told to come here to the Pampas Rovar and Rishyamukha mountain to make allies with a great monkey king named Sugriva. That time Hanuman fell at the lotus feet of his beloved Ram. It was the first meeting with Ram in this wonderful incarnation. It was the reunion between the eternal servant and his master, Sri Ramachandra. And Hanuman asked Sri Ram, with tears of love in his eyes, his heart beating with emotions. He said, "My dear Ram, you are my worshipable Lord for my whole life. There has never been a moment that I can remember that I was not chanting your holy name. Why is it that I could not recognize you when you first came before me?" And Lord Ramachandra explained that I reveal myself to my devotee according to how he surrenders to me. Krishna says in Gita, "Ye yatamam prapadyante tam stathaiva bhajamyaham mama vartmanu bharatante manushya parata saravasha." That as you surrender unto me, I reveal myself accordingly. Because you came to me in a disguise, not revealing who you really were. Therefore, I did not reveal to you who I really was. But after you touched my feet, immediately upon touching my feet, your form immediately came back to the original Hanuman. So now I'm ready to explain who I am to you and reveal it. Then Hanumanji said that I am the minister of Sugriva, and he is living on Rishyamukha mountain. I will bring you to him just now. He said, I will carry you on my back. And Lakshman and Ram both boarded upon the shoulders of Hanumanji. And as the all-loving, munificent servant of the Lord, he carried them to the top of the Rishyamukha mountain, where Ram and Lakshman made alliance with Sugriva. Sugriva explained that I can help you, but only after I defeat Bali. He is very powerful. He explained the story, how one time a demon who was the son of Maya attacked Kishkinda. Bali is my older brother. He was the king. He went to fight this demon along with me. They went in a cave together, and Bali said, you stay here and wait for me. They fought in that cave, and I waited for 1 full year. And then blood came out, and I understood that Bali is dead. So I put a rock in front of the cave, and I went back to the kingdom of Kishkinda, and the ministers coronated me as king. But then Bali came out of the cave. And when he saw me sitting on his throne, he was very angry. I explained, you can have your throne, you can have your crown. I was only trying to help. But he became so angry that I had to hide from him. And I am hiding here because Bali cannot come. So this is where I am safe. Ram told him, you be my ally, and I will help you to defeat Bali. But Bali is very strong. How do I know you can defeat Bali? Bali is so strong that he lifted this demon and threw him so far. And you see these big sal trees. He was able to pierce each one of them with an arrow. If you can do this, I will know that you are fit to conquer Bali. So Ram picked up the bones of this demon and effortlessly threw it 80 miles. And then he took a bow and he shot it, and it went through all of the 7 tall trees. And then it went down into the earth. Then it came back into the sky. Then it went into his quiver.
When Bali saw that, he understood that Ram, you are very good. I have nothing to fear. So then he went to Bali's kingdom and said, Bali, I challenge you. Ram said, I will be behind this tree waiting, and I will shoot you. So Bali and Sugriva were fighting, and gradually Bali started winning the fight. Sugriva was very much confident, Ram will save me. Bali was beating him worse and worse and worse and worse and worse and worse. Sugriva was thinking, Ram, save me. And then Bali started beating him more. And Sugriva was on the verge of death. And then he somehow or other ran away. Very well. And then he came to Ram and said, why didn't you save me? You promised you would save me. Ram said, because you are brothers. You look exactly the same. I could not tell which was Sugriva and which was you. And Bali, I didn't want to accidentally kill you. So then Lakshman made a nice garment and he put it on Sugriva. And Ram said, now, because you're wearing the garland, I will know who is who. No, you go back and fight. He had to have great faith. Again, Bali was beating him. And Sugriva, Ram. And then Ram defeated Bali. Very well. So, there are many lessons from this story we can learn. One is how, in this world, even if we have all good intentions, due to misunderstandings and miscommunication, there can be so much rivalry and hatred between people. Srila Prabhupada explained this world is like a forest. And in the forest, sometimes the wind blows, and the wood of the bamboo trees scrape against each other like this. This friction causes fire, which burns the entire forest down. Who's at fault for this fire? It is just the nature of the world. Similarly, sometimes people have all good intentions, but in this world, misunderstandings will often come. And that misunderstanding, someone will speak something. And then in a reaction, someone else will speak something else. As a reaction, you start speaking behind the person's back. Why like this? He said like this. And then as a reaction to that, somebody does something. And then because of that, we have to do something. And the other person does something more, and we do something more, and we say something more, and then our friends get involved and everything else. In this way, husbands and wives become enemies, brothers and sisters, brothers and brothers become enemies, friends become enemies. Even nations become enemies. So that is the nature of this world. That Bali and Sugriva were best friends and brothers, but because of a mistake they became lifelong enemies, ready to kill each other. So it is very important that people have a higher understanding of communication. Because once these miscommunications happen and harsh words start flying between us, we never forget those harsh words. So that is one lesson we should learn from this story. Another is we have to be always on guard of the effects of the nature of this world trying to take us apart from each other, create animosity. Especially amongst devotees, because we have such an important service to be fulfilled and we must be together to do it. So then, how is it that Ram could not recognize Sugriva and Bali because they looked so much alike? The Supreme Lord is the knower of everything and everyone. He's within everyone's heart as the super soul. How is it that he said, I could not distinguish because you are like twin brothers? Actually, he could distinguish. But he acted like this just to test Sugriva's faith. Sometimes, even when we surrender to the Lord, He wants to test our surrender and make sure that we are really sincere. Krishna says, Sarva dharma purityajya mamekam sharanam vraja aham tvam sarva papebhyo mokshayusami masucha. That surrender to me, I will protect you from all reactions. Do not fear. But sometimes, even when we're trying to surrender to Krishna, it appears he's not protecting us. So many things are happening. Krishna lets those things happen just to purify us, just to increase our determination, just to increase the quality of our faith. So in this way, many thousands of years later, Lord Chaitanya came to that same place called Kidnapping of Sita during his South Indian tour. He took his bath in the Tungabhadra River. He took his bath in the Pambasarovar. He obviously even saw the caves that Shabari lived in and offered her foods to Ram. Then he saw those same 7 big trees were still there. This was thousands and thousands of years, ages later. By this time, the trees were very big and fat. So, Chaitanya Mahaprabhu remembered from long ago when he was Ram how these trees assisted him in his mission. These were the same 7 trees that he shot his arrow through, all 7 of them, just to prove to Sugriva of his all-powerful protection. So because those trees performed a service to help Lord Ram, millions of years later, Lord Chaitanya remembered the service that these trees had done for him. Lord Chaitanya was so grateful to these trees that he went to each tree individually and very lovingly embraced that tree with his beautiful golden arms that extended below his knees. And as he embraced each tree one by one with such affectionate love, right in front of everybody's eyes, the tree went back to the spiritual world Vaikuntha. The soul of the tree went back to Vaikuntha and the body of the tree just disappeared. Then he went to the next tree and embraced. The tree went back to God. All 7 trees disappeared in front of everyone's eyes to go back to the spiritual world to engage in eternal loving pastimes with the Lord. So this wonderful story shows how the Lord never forgets even the slightest service we offer to Him. Even millions of years later. So what greater utilization of our time could there be in offering service to the Supreme Lord?
So in this way, we know the story, how they became allies and they made their extraordinary plans. And Ram coronated through Lakshman, Sugriva as the king of Kishkinda again. And for 4 months, during the rainy season, it was impossible to search for Sita. So in that holy place of Kishkinda, to this very day, there is a cave called Malyavanta, sometimes called Purashravana. And that is where Ram sat in meditation on his beloved Sita for 4 months, living like a sadhu, simply chanting the names and meditating on Sitadevi, his beloved devotee. So, after the 4 months of the rainy season, Lakshman sent Sugriva to remind him that now it is time to look for Sita. And Sugriva sent Hanuman and Angada to go out and bring all the monkey soldiers, millions and millions of monkeys. And after some days, Hanuman and Angada came with innumerable, powerful monkeys who were all the descendants of the demigods themselves. And Ram told them that I want you to find Sita. And there was all arrangements, which directions each would go. And then Ram took Hanuman confidentially. And he said, of all the monkeys, I believe you are the one that will find Sita. Lord Ramachandra understood that ultimately one is empowered according to his devotion. And Sri Hanumanji was the supreme-most devotee. Therefore he gave Hanumanji his own ring with the name Ram written on it. And he said, I believe you will be the one to find Sita. Give her this ring. It will give her life and hope. And then he gave a beautiful message to be relayed to Sita. When you see her, tell her how much I love her and miss her, and how I am going to come to rescue her without doubt. So they began to search and search, and they were looking and looking and looking in all of the different monkeys in all different directions. They could not find even a trace. Angada, Hanuman, Jambavan, they were searching in the southern direction. At one point, they were so frustrated that Angana said, if we cannot find Sita, that we might as well fast till death. What is the use of our lives if we cannot fulfill this service? So they all began to fast. And as they were very, very weak, there was a big vulture. His name was Sampati, who saw them all laying there in a weakened state. And he said, oh, this is very good. He said, I am very old, and I have no wings, but they have come right before me, so now I will eat them. And Angada and others were thinking, now, what to do? We are about to be eaten. So they began to chant the glories of Lord Ram, because after all, before death, we should remember the pastimes and the names of the Lord. And he began to narrate how they were about to be killed, trying to find Sita, just as the great bird Jatayu was also killed in pursuit of helping Ram come back to Sita. And when Sampati heard that, he said, Jatayu, he is my brother. Tell me about this Jatayu. And when he heard that Angada and Hanuman and the others were devotees of Ram, he became very happy. He explained, when I was very young, myself and Jatayu, we went very high in the sky, flying. And at that time, the sun began to beat very, very hot. So with my wings, I covered my brother Jatayu to protect him. And my wings were burnt. And I have been laying here ever since. I have not moved in ages. But I was told at that time that someday the servants of Sri Ram will come. And when you help them in their devotional service, your wings will grow back. And just at that time, his wings grew back. And he said that Ravana is living across the ocean, 100 yojanas, 800 miles, in the kingdom of Sri Lanka. And that is where he has taken Sita. You can reach there by going to Setu Banda. So with these words, Hanumanji, Jambavan, Angada, Nila, Nala, and the others, they went to the shore of the ocean. They were thinking, who could possibly jump so far? It's a long way to Sri Lanka. How will we get there? And they all began to describe the capacity of their strength. And one of the monkeys said, I can go 1 yojan, I can jump. Another, I can go 10, I can go 20, I can go 30, I can go 40. Angana said, I can make it all the way there, but I do not think I could make it back. And Jambavan, who was the senior-most of all of them, he said, actually, Angada, you could make it there and back. You are the son of Bali. But you are our commander-in-chief and our leader, and you have to be with us. He said, when I was young, I could circumambulate the whole world several times. At the time of Vamanadev, when he was taking his first and second footsteps, I was circumambulating his feet very fast in honor and worship of him. But now I am very old, and I cannot jump so far. Meanwhile, everyone was speaking. Hanuman was sitting in complete silence. Why? For two reasons. One is he forgot his own power. Someone had to remind him. And two, it was his natural quality of humility, to never boast what he could do. That he would not take any project unless he had the blessings of his seniors. So Jambavan said, Hanuman, you are so quiet, you are not saying anything. But actually, and he began to explain the glorious powers of Hanuman. And when Hanuman heard this, he began to expand in size, and he said, yes, there is nothing I cannot do if I have your blessings. And then he asked for the blessings with all humility of all of his associates and colleagues. He knew that without the blessings of the Vaishnavas, one cannot be successful in one's service to Krishna or Guru. This was his humility. And they all imparted their heartfelt blessings and said, Hanuman, now you go, you jump across the ocean. And Hanuman expanded in a large form. He went atop a mountain. And as he began to jump, when his feet pressed down before he jumped, the mountain began to sink into the ground. And from the mountain there was so much pressure, liquid gold and silver began to ooze like rivers and streams in all directions. And all the animals began to shriek because they were so much bewildered. What was happening? And when he jumped, the wind that was caused by his jumping tore all the trees and all the vegetation from that mountain to follow along with him. And he began that great and glorious journey to Sri Lanka. What was his purpose? He was the servant of Ram, going to rescue Sita from the hands of the demoniac. And I'd like all of you to listen very carefully of what this means. Sita is the goddess of fortune. Sita is the reservoir of all opulence. And all the fortune of this world, all beauty, all knowledge, all wealth, all fame, all strength, it is all the expansion of Sita. It is not different than Sita. It is her energy. And those who are like Ravana, they want to take the opulence and the energy of God and they want to utilize it for their own personal aggrandizement and sense gratification. To the degree we are taking any of the fortunes or opulences of this world and trying to utilize it for our own purposes, not in connection to the service of Ram, we are like Ravana. And to the degree we are simply trying to take all the opulences and wealth of the world and all the good qualities, everything of the world, and we want to offer it back to Ram, we are like Hanuman. But Sita represents also the highest emblem of love, devotion, and chastity. Hanuman's mission was the service of the Lord to achieve the feat of Sita, which means to achieve the feat of pure bhakti, pure devotional service. And his journey was very, very instructive. As he was going to find Sita, soaring in the airways across the ocean, Varuna, the Lord of the ocean, approached the Menaka mountain, a mountain which was made of solid gold. It is explained, this was in Treta Yuga, that previous mountains were living personalities, and they had wings and they could fly. You may not believe, but 200 years ago, they wouldn't believe that an airplane could fly. It is all relative. But we are talking about Treta Yuga, where the mountains were great personalities. But somehow or other, at one time it is explained that the mountains became so puffed up that they would just fall on cities and destroy everything. So Indra cut off the wings of all the mountains. But evil. So Menaka was living under the sea, and she was a mountain of solid gold. And Varuna, the Lord of the ocean, said that Hanuman, he's going on a very long journey across the ocean. You should come up and give him a place where he could rest. So the Menaka mountain rose from the ocean and invited Hanuman, please come and rest on me for some time, relax. And Hanuman, he was so fixed in resolute determination to carry out the order of Ram that there was no question of resting, there was no question of comfort, there was no question of enjoyment. But at the same time, he had to honor, because she was offering herself with devotion. So with his hand, he touched, just to accept the offering. But then he went on. So he carried on. And then the mother figure for all the Nagas, whose name was Suras, who was sent by the demigods to test Hanuman, she came out of the ocean. And she said to Hanuman that I have been given a benediction by Lord Rama that anyone who comes by my way, I will have the power to eat them, and no one could get by me without being devoured. So she expanded her mouth to eat Hanuman. She expanded it 10 yojanas. A yojana is approximately 8 miles. And then Hanuman expanded himself to 20 yojanas. And then she expanded her mouth to 30, and him to 40. And in this way, finally she expanded her mouth to 100 yojanas. And then Hanuman became as small as a little thumb. And he walked into her mouth, and then he came back out, and he said, Suras, you have fulfilled your benediction. You have devoured me. Now please give me your blessings that I can go rescue Sita. And she was so pleased that she said, yes, you have very politely caused me to fulfill all my benedictions. Now I bestow blessings on you. Go to Lanka, kill that Ravana and rescue Sita. Bring her back to Ram. So then again he began to fly to Sri Lanka. And another obstacle came in his path. A terrible, terrible demon. Her name was Samika. And she saw Hanuman flying overhead. And she had tantric powers. She was a great sorceress in black magic. And she had such power. She was in the ocean. And she saw Hanuman way up in the sky. But his shadow was coming over the ocean,
So she grabbed on to his shadow, and he could not move. And then, through his shadow, she dragged him down. And she opened her mouth to devour him. And again, he took a tiny little form, like a thumb, and he walked into her mouth, and walked down her throat, and walked through her chest, and went right to her heart, and with his nails, he ripped her heart apart. And then as he came out, she died and fell into the ocean dead. Then he continued his journey, and he finally reached the island of Sri Lanka. And he waited till dark. And when it was night, he made his form very small to inconspicuously come into Sri Lanka and to find Sita and to see how formidable the forces of Ravana was, what the dimensions of the city were, so he could report it back to Ram, Sugriva, and Angada. Just as he approached the gate of Lanka, a massive and powerful Rakshashi, whose name was Lankini. She was none other than the presiding deity of Sri Lanka. She stopped him. With terrible, rude language, she had said, "What nerve do you have to come here?" He said, "I'm going into Lanka." She said, "This is Ravana's kingdom, and you are a thief. You have no right to come into Ravana's kingdom. I am the presiding deity, and I am the protector of Lanka. And you have the nerve to think that you could come in, you criminal? Today I will kill you and devour you." And she approached Hanuman, and she struck him. And Hanuman became very angry. And he took his fist, and he punched her in the chest, and she fell down to the ground vomiting blood. And then she got up, and she began to offer prayers to Hanuman. That Lord Rama told me long ago that when a monkey comes and defeats you, that he is none other than the servant of Ram. And when that time comes, that means that Ravana and all of his Rakshasas will be destroyed and the city of Lanka will be conquered. So now I offer my prayers and my obeisances to you, Hanumanji. Now, kindly, with all my blessings and prayers, you go into Lanka and do your glorious seva for Sri Ramachandra. Now let us examine this journey to Lanka. The first obstacle was the mountain Menak. He was trying to do his seva, and a golden mountain appeared and offered him a place to be comfortable, to rest and to enjoy. As you are engaging in devotional service, a great obstacle that you have to watch out for is the tendency for comfort and enjoyment. Gold is the symbol of wealth. Gold is a symbol of material enjoyment. Through this golden mountain, Hanuman was being offered wonderful, wonderful comforts, pleasures. If we become attached to material pleasures or sense enjoyment, or even comforts in life, it will completely divert our attention from real devotional service. How did Hanuman overcome this obstacle? Through detachment, through tapasya, the willingness to say no to the comforts, the opulence, and the enjoyments of this world, and keep your mind fixed on your service to Guru and Krishna. The Bhagavatam says, Dharmasya hibhavarajasya narato yauto yopakalpate naratasya kharamaitam kamalabaya hismrita. That when you are engaging in devotional service, many material benefits will come to you.
Never accept any of them for your own enjoyment, but they all must be utilized in the service of Krishna. Vyavashayatmaka budhir ekeha kurunandana bahushakahyanantashta budhayo vyavashayanam. Krishna says in Gita that on this path of devotional service, your aim must be one. You must be resolute in purpose. You cannot be diverted to anything. So yes, so many temptations will come. Temptations of money, temptations of nice home, temptations of nice family, temptations of nice comfort. Oh, let me enjoy for some time. Let me relax for some time. But a sincere devotee will channelize all of these things in God's service and will not deviate from the mission of Guru or Krishna. So we must be very careful of this obstacle of comfortable enjoyment, because it will take us out of the path of bhakti through the process that Hanuman taught us, detachment. If someone offers you something, you honor it, but do not in any way let it disturb your service to Guru and Krishna. And the second obstacle came in the form of suras, which is the obstacle of pride, competitive pride, wanting to show how great you are. Materialists, they are always doing this. But even on the spiritual path, we want to compete with others. I'm a better cook. I'm a better pujari. I'm a better collector. I'm a better preacher. I'm a better devotee. I'm more austere. I can fast very nicely. I can sing very nicely. I can dance very nicely. I know so many slokas. This idea of trying to make yourself appear better than others. Competitive pride is a great obstacle, which is very difficult to overcome. Suras was getting bigger, Hanuman was getting bigger. Suras was getting bigger, Hanuman was getting bigger. It was competition. Who's bigger? Who's better? Who's greater? How did Hanuman defeat this obstacle, this enemy of pride? There's only one way, through humility. Hanuman became the smallest. You're so big, I'm so small. He became as humble in size as our thumb. And with all respect, he walked into her mouth and he came out. And then he offered obeisances. It is only through humility and allowing other people to be bigger and better than us, and recognizing that they are bigger and better than us, that we can kill this demon of competitive pride in our heart. And then he went on. And the next obstacle was the demon, Samika. She's a terrible demon. He was in the air, and she grabbed his shadow. She represents envy. What is the nature of an envious person? What is the propensity of envy within our own hearts? The shadow, the form of a person, is light, but the shadow is black. Right? It's dark. The nature of envy is to simply cling on to the dark qualities of another. To attach our consciousness to the shadow of another, whatever bad qualities they have. A non-envious person finds great pleasure in seeing the good in others. But an envious person loves to find the faults in others, loves to find the black spots in another person's character, and completely ignore whatever good they have, and just discuss and challenge the faults in other people. Why? Because envious people cannot tolerate somebody being above them. And Samika was in the ocean, and she could not tolerate that Hanuman was way up above her flying high. So therefore, the nature of envy is you want to drag down people above you by latching on to their bad qualities, to drag them down. By finding faults in those better than you, you try to bring them below you. That is envy. And how expert this demon was. She couldn't tolerate Hanuman's above me. She dragged him down by his shadow. And how did Hanuman defeat her? How did he show us that we can defeat this demon of envy within our own hearts? This great obstacle to devotional service. First of all, again, Hanuman became very small. He became very humble. And then he went right to her heart. Because envy is the heart of all material disease and bondage. And he ripped out her heart. The process of overcoming the obstacle of envy is in the humble service of the Lord. We must very, very, very strictly adhere to the regulative principles of Krishna consciousness. By chanting the holy names, by following the four regulative principles, by living a pure life. This is the means by which we can go right to the heart of the material disease called envy and purify it, destroy it. And then he continued on, and he met the Demoness Lankini. She represents bewilderment. She was such a bewildering propagandist. She was saying that Hanuman was a criminal and a thief, and that he should be punished. But Hanuman told her, "What nonsense! You're calling me a criminal and a thief? You're guarding Ravana, who stole another man's wife, Sita. He's the greatest criminal and thief, and you're protecting her? How dare you say this?" And through his harsh words and through his good slap, he brought her to the ground. Similarly, this is a great obstacle to our spiritual lives. You must know the propagation of people in Maya. They think that they're normal, they think that they're good, and they condemn you for surrendering to God. Sometimes your own family members. They say, "What is this nonsense? You're becoming so serious about God consciousness. It's not normal. You have your duties to your family. You have your duties to society. You should be enjoying movies. You should be enjoying television. You should be getting a good job. You should be getting a lot of money. You should be making a good name for yourself. You're crazy. This is not normal life. You are being brainwashed." Lankani, personified through all these people who say these nonsense propagandic things. The fact is, they're brainwashed. The eternal soul is brainwashed to think I'm this body. The eternal soul that is part of Krishna is brainwashed under the illusion and is simply usurping more and more for their own sense enjoyment, not knowing it all belongs to God. So the fact is, when you dedicate yourself to the service of God, most of the society in all ranks is going to criticize you and say that you're foolish, you're crazy, you're brainwashed. But the fact is, they are foolish, crazy, and brainwashed. This city belongs to Lanka. You're a thief. What are you saying? You're a thief. You are supporting Ravana. I am on the side of God. And Hanuman, how did he overcome this bewildering propaganda of others? By
firm conviction. And similarly, if we want to progress in spiritual life, we should know that so many people on all sides, even loved ones, is going to try to dissuade you from the spiritual path. And you have to have firm conviction. You have to have faith. And that faith comes by hearing regularly in the association of devotees. By hearing in the association of devotees regularly, we develop conviction and faith and inner strength, where we can conquer all the Mayic propaganda of this world and not be bewildered and confused by what people are accusing us of. And in the end, because of Hanuman's conviction and firmness, he actually cleansed the perverted mentality of Lankani and made her a well-wisher and a devotee. And similarly, even those people who are trying to drag you away from devotional life, if you simply remain firm and convinced, you will change them to become glorious, humble devotees. So Hanuman entered Lanka. In his little form, he was just investigating everything. By that time, the moon was rising. It was night. Very dark. Actually, the moon was in the middle of the sky. Everyone was sleeping. He was traveling around, looking for Sita. Going from one house to another. Such a beautiful city he saw. It was like a heavenly planet. There were beautiful mansions. Everything was bedecked with precious gold, diamonds, rubies, emeralds. The fact is that the brother of Ravana was Kuvera, the treasurer of the demigods, and that Rakshasa was so greedy that he defeated his own brother and took all of his wealth away. Right here in India, we see it all the time amongst wealthy families. They get in fights in the courts and they try to take everything away from each other. Greed destroys the sanctity of any type of love amongst even family members, what to speak of friends and countrymen. So Ravana had created such a city, Hanuman was just amazed to see. It was more opulent and prosperous than the kingdom of Indra in the heavens. But he was not in any way impressed. He was simply fixed in his consciousness on finding Sita. That was his service. Not to be diverted by anything else. But he could not find Sita anywhere. After searching for hours, he was becoming discouraged. Then he saw the king of all mansions, the residence of Ravana. He saw Ravana lying on his big, soft bed. His 10 heads. His arms showing scars from his fighting with Indra when he defeated him. Hanuman was thinking, if this person was only a devotee, what a great personality he could be. He sought all these beautiful, beautiful women with instruments in their hands around the bed of Ravana. But he could not recognize Sita. He continued his search. Hanumanji was thinking, here I am, a brahmachari, and I'm secretly going into the inner corridors of all these Matajis and looking at them sleeping and scrutinizingly examine each one to see if they're Sita.
This is not according to the principles of brahmacharya. However, because it was the necessity of doing for the service of Ram, he continued on with conviction. He saw the principal queen of Ravana, named Mandodari. She was so beautiful. He was thinking, this must be Sita. But after examining her very carefully, he understood it cannot be Sita. She is not flawless. He saw Pushpaka, the airplane chariot that Ravana had stolen from Kuvera. It was in a high place. Hanumanji stood on that, overseeing the whole of Sri Lanka, but he could not find Sita anywhere. And he began to think, maybe she drowned in the ocean, or maybe the Rakshasas have eaten her. If I tell Angana and the monkeys this, they will all commit suicide. And how can I tell Ram that? So he continued to search and to search and to search. Ultimately he came to the favorite garden of Ravana. It was called the Ashoka Grove. And there under a tree he saw the most beautiful, illustrious of all living beings, the most wonderful Princess Sita. She had one golden cloth around her body. She was emaciated from not eating. Tears were flowing from her eyes like the morning dew falling from a lotus petal. And all the while, with a faltering voice, she was chanting the holy names of Ram. She cried out, but Ram, still I have faith that you will save me. But where are you? Where are you? Hanuman was hiding in a tree, and all of a sudden he heard noise, and there was Ravana. Sita was surrounded by all Rakshashis. And then Ravana came in a whole procession with many of his queens and many of his consorts and guards. They were holding solid gold torches. And they approached Sitadevi. And Ravana began to speak. He said, I have given you 12 months. He said, I have made a vow. I will not force you to become my bride. But why don't you become my bride? You surrender to me. She said, I can never do that. I am the beloved bride of Ram and only Ram. But Ram is living in the forest and the jungles. What can he give you? I can make you the queen of all of Lanka, the most opulent place in the entire creation. I will have all my other queens as your maid servants. You can enjoy the finest foods, the freshest garlands, the most beautiful sandalwood pulp upon your body. You can enjoy all my riches, all my wealth, and who is more affluent, who is more powerful, who is greater than I? And if you do not surrender to me, you have 2 months left. I have given you a year. 10 months have gone by. If you do not become my bride within 2 months, I will cut you to pieces and eat you. I will eat your flesh and drink your blood. Sita said, when Ram comes, he will destroy you. Ravana, he remarked that no one can destroy me. I have defeated even Indra. And he became so angry that he took his fist and was about to strike Sita. When Mandodari, the principal queen of Ravana, grabbed his hand and said, no, Ravana, she's a woman. And besides that, she's such a pale complexion. You have me. Who is more beautiful than I? Let us go and enjoy. So then he told the Rakshashi women, you torture her until she submits to my will. And Ravana left. And the Rakshashi women were tormenting poor Sitadevi. She was crying out in Ram's name in such desperation. She decided she could not live without him. She took the cord that was binding her hair and she put it around her neck and was about to strangle herself. At that time, Sri Hanumanji began to extol the glories of Sri Ramachandra. This brought great life to Sita. She was wondering, where is the sound coming from? Then Hanumanji came down before her and offered his obeisances. Immediately upon seeing Hanumanji, Sita said, you are Ravana! Just as you disguised yourself as a sannyasi renunciate to deceive me, now you have come in the form of a monkey to deceive me. Get out! I am Ram's chaste wife. I will never succumb to your wicked ways. And Hanuman again began to explain the glories of Ram, and she became a little pacified. And she said, if you are actually the messenger of Ram, you tell me certain things about Ram that no one else knows. And then he began to explain the beautiful, beautiful complexion and bodily attributes of Ram and Lakshman. And he said it with such love that Sita's heart was melting. And then Hanuman said that Ram has given me this ring to give to you, to prove that I am truly his messenger. And when Sita took that ring, she looked at it just as she was seeing Ram himself, and she pressed it to her heart and began to cry. And she looked at Hanuman and said, oh Hanumanji, please bring Ram here. He said, Ram will come here very soon, and he will kill this Ravana and destroy all these Rakshashas, and he will again reunite with you. In fact, if you want, I can bring you to Ram on this very moment. You just get on my back. In one leap, I'll have you with Ram. She said, I very much like to do that, but I am a chaste woman, and I cannot be touched by another man. Therefore, I cannot have you take me to Ram. And besides that, I think that it is Ram's desire that he wants to come here and destroy all these Rakshashas himself. Then she took the jewel from her own head and she gave it to Hanumanji and said, when you return to Ram, please give him this, the gesture of my love, and beg him, please, if he takes much longer, I will not be able to survive. And Hanuman made his promise with Sitadevi. Very soon you will again be in the loving embrace of your beloved Lord, Sri Ramachandra. So he fulfilled his mission. But a real servant will never end his service when he fulfills his specific responsibility. A devotee always wants to do something more. So he was thinking, this Ashoka Grove is the favorite garden of Ravana. Let me test the military strength of Ravana so I can inform Ram and Sugriva. So he started tearing apart all the trees, uprooting them and breaking them. And there was a beautiful, beautiful citadel, mansion building, which was like the emblem of Sri Lanka. He destroyed it. He started ripping it apart and punching it and powdering it. The news came to Ravana that there's a monkey just causing havoc. Ravana sent 80,000 soldiers. In a matter of minutes, Hanuman killed them all. Then Ravana sent the sons, 5 of the sons, powerful sons of his leading ministers,
Hanumanji killed them all. Then he sent some of his major generals of his army. Hanuman killed them all. Ravana then sent his own son, Akshaya Kumar. It was a good fight, but Hanuman killed him. Ravana then sent his eldest son, Indrajit. It was a good battle. But Hanuman was thinking, I want to be defeated by him, because I want to meet Ravana face to face. So Indrajit sent a particular astra that was given to him by the gods, and it formed like a rope and captured Hanumanji. Hanuman was very happy. He could have got out of it, but he didn't want to. He wanted to have a good talk with this Ravana. So they brought him before Ravana. Ravana blasphemed him. Who are you? What nonsense you have done? You deserve to die. Hanumanji said, I am the messenger of Ramachandra, and he's coming, and he's going to kill you. If you have any intelligence at all, give Sita back. Otherwise, the abode of Yamaraj is waiting for you. That's a big insult to Ravana. And Ravana is not a person who can control his senses. He just flew off in anger. Kill him! Kill him! Vibhishan said, you cannot kill him. According to Kshatriya conduct, he's the envoy of the enemy. You must respect him. You can punish him, but you cannot kill him. Ravana said, we must cause more pain to him than death without killing him. He's a monkey, a low-class monkey. And the pride of a monkey is the tail. Light his tail on fire. Therefore, wherever he goes for the rest of his life, he will be humiliated. So they took his tail, and they wrapped it with cloth and dipped it in oil and set it on fire. Then Ravana said, just to humiliate this rascal monkey with his burning tail, just drag him through the streets of Sri Lanka and let everyone laugh at him. So Hanumanji was thinking, very good. I want to see exactly how the city is constructed. I want to see as much details about the Sri Lanka so I could report to Sugriva and Ramachandra. So he was taking notes in his heart of everything he was seeing. Meanwhile, some of the ladies informed Sita that Hanuman's tail is set on fire and he's being dragged through the streets of Lanka. Sita had such love for her son Hanumanji, her devotee. She prayed with her heart of hearts to Agni Dev that if I have been a chaste and pure wife to my beloved husband and consort, Ramachandra, if I have followed the principles of chastity and purity throughout my life, if I have properly pleased Lord Hari by my worship and service, then please grant me this benediction, that the fire on Hanuman's tail will not burn him, but rather that fire will feel refreshingly cool. As Hanuman's tail was burning, it wasn't just a little fire. He has a big tail. That fire was blazing all around him in all directions. And yet Hanuman was feeling like nice ice being rubbed against his tail. So he understood this could only be possible because Sita is praying for me. So in his heart of hearts, he was feeling the mercy of Mother Sita. So he was in ecstasy. After he finished his tour of Sri Lanka, he decided, now I'm going to do some real service for Lord Rama. He broke out of the ropes that were binding him, and he just picked up a big steel bar that he found and started killing all the guards by smashing them to death. Then he jumped up on the terrace of the nearest mansion and with his tail set it on fire. Hanumanji had the perfect body of monkey. You have seen how monkeys jump from one rooftop to another when we were in Vrindavan. Hanumanji was jumping from one rooftop to another. And he was going in order of the majestic significance of each mansion. He was going to Ravana's generals, his prime ministers, his greatest political allies, and he was jumping from roof to roof effortlessly. He was in bliss, and every house, flames soaring to the sky. Then he came to Ravana's mansion and lit it on fire. He was dancing like anything on Ravana's mansion. He went to every building of Lanka except Vibhishan's. Then he stood on a very, very tall tower and looked down, and he saw the entire city burning. It was burning. So hot, so uproariously, that all that could be heard was screaming. A major part of the population of Sri Lanka was burnt to death. People were running. They were in total confusion. They were in chaos. And these big, beautiful mansions made out of gold, silver, precious metals, diamonds, rubies, and everything else, they all just melted into liquid and were just flowing down the streets. Within a matter of only minutes, the entire city of Lanka was nothing but ashes. Shri Hanuman Ji Ki! As Hanuman was looking down and seeing all this, a thought came to his mind. What about Sita? Sita's in that fire. I may have killed Sita. Every part of my mission was a success. But if Sita is harmed, then it's better if I never even came here. He started to reflect in his mind as tears were flowing from his eyes. If Sita is no longer alive, then Ram will die of separation. Then Lakshman will die of separation. Then Bharat will die of separation. Then Satrughna will die of separation. Then practically everyone in Ayodhya will die of separation. And I will be the cause of the extinction of the whole race. And throughout the world there will be nothing but crying and weeping. But then he was thinking, I'm seeing many auspicious omens in the environment. Now, in previous ages, auspicious omens told very, very accurately what the status of the environment was. Then he was thinking that Sita gave me the benediction that I would feel no heat in my tail when it was burning with fire. So certainly fire cannot harm Sita. Then some of the celestial chanaras, they started singing a beautiful song to Hanumanji, that Sita is very protected and very happy and proud to see the wonderful service of Sri Hanuman. Then Hanumanji came to the Ashoka Grove, where just around Sita everything was untouched by the fire. He bowed to Sita's lotus feet and she blessed him. She said, "Please stay with me for one day. You are Ram's devotee. I cannot bear the separation from you. When you see Ram, just to make sure he's convinced that you met me, tell him this particular story that no one but me knows." Sita blessed Hanumanji, and then he jumped in the ocean and put his tail out from the fire, and then he returned to the ocean side, on the other side. And when he came close to where Sugriva, Jambavan, Angada, and the others were waiting, he screamed, "Victory cry!" And when the monkeys heard this, they started dancing. "Hanuman has returned! He is victorious!" Now before Hanuman left, he told them, "You eat fruits, you eat nicely, but do not leave this place." And the reason why he said this was if they would have gone back to Kishkinda to be with Ram, then Hanuman, he knew he would be victorious in finding Sita. He would have to go back and he would get all the credit himself. But he wanted to tell all them first, so that they would all go back together and Ram would give them all credit. And they would all have the joy of explaining the report to Ram of their victory. This is the selflessness of a devotee. Even when a devotee does something wonderful, he does not want to enjoy the credit for himself. He wants to give the credit that belongs to him. He wants to give it to others to enjoy. Devotees never like to take credit. They like to give credit. Even if you do something wonderful, it is only because of the love and the blessings and the support of the Vaishnavas, they get all the credit. It is only by the mercy of my Guru, he gets all the credit. And then Hanumanji gave him a full report, and they were just jumping and dancing. It was a big festival. Let's go tell Ram. They returned to Kishkinda Kshetra. There they went to Sugriva's favorite garden called Madhuban. This place is still there. And there, to celebrate the wonderful victory of Hanuman finding Sita and burning Lanka, they all began to jump and to dance. And they were just having a wonderful, wonderful party and festival. And they destroyed the whole garden in the process, and Sugriva became very angry. But because Hanuman did such good work, he forgave him. And then Hanuman, he gave Ram the jewel from the head of Sita. And when Ram saw that jewel, he looked at it as if he was looking at Sita's lovely face. And he pressed it to his heart and began to cry. And when Hanumanji wanted to tell him one story that Sita told him, that when you were living in Chitrakoot, you were sitting on a stone together, and a crow started to claw with his beak and his claws on Sita's body. And although the two of you were resting and sleeping, it woke her up and she found that she was bleeding. And he kept doing this again and again and again. And when you woke up, you saw blood was flowing. You asked Sita, "Who has done this to you?" "This person is digging his grave." And then you saw the crow who was Jayant, the son of Indra. And very angry, you took a piece of kusha grass that you were laying on and invoked a mantra to make it into a celestial missile, and you threw it at this wretched crow. The crow flew away, trying to save his life. He went to Indraloka, Brahmaloka, Shivaloka, all the lokas, and they all said, "We cannot help you." Then he came back and surrendered at the lotus feet of Sri Ram. And Ram, with the permission of Sita, forgave him, but said, "When I throw a weapon, it must have some effect." So it pierced his right eye and blinded him. But in the process, the crow became purified. When Ram heard this story, an intimate story that no one knew except him, Sita, and Jayant, he was in bliss. And when he heard how he pacified Sita's heart, Ram became so much overwhelmed with affection. He said, "Hanumanji, you are a real servant. You not only executed the mission, but you did so much more. I am so obliged to you." Ram was glorifying Hanumanji as if he had 5 mouths. And he said, "Hanuman, for what you have given me, I have nothing to repay you. I'm a recluse with no possessions, living in exile in the Dandakaranya forest. And now here I am in Kishkinda. I feel my heart breaking in pain that I cannot give you anything in return for your service. There's only one thing I have that I can give you, that with exclusive love and affection for you as my devotee, that I will embrace you." Then Lord Sri Ramachandra, with tears of love in his eyes and ecstasy of affection for his devotee, causing all of his limbs to tremble, Lord Sri Ramachandra embraced the body of Hanumanji to his chest. There's a beautiful, wonderful picture, sometimes often Murtis made of this wonderful, wonderful pastime. When Ram, so grateful and so conquered by the love of the service of Hanuman, he embraced him. And as they embraced each other, they were both completely struck with the ecstasy of love. It is true that the devotee of the Lord is the heart and soul of the Lord, just as the Lord is the heart and soul of his devotee. Most warriors, they would have taken a bunch of jewels and gold and everything with them. He didn't take anything, because he didn't want anything. He found the ultimate treasure of all of his hopes when Sri Ramachandra was pleased with his service. And when the Supreme Lord Sri Ram offered him the boon of liberation, Hanumanji, with folded hands, he prayed, "My Lord, I do not want mukti, because in that state I may forget that you are my master and I am your servant." Because Hanuman, who is the very emblem of devotion, was willing to tolerate all difficulties, was willing to risk his life simply for the pleasure of Ram and Sita. He didn't even ever think or consider what could be done or what couldn't be done. He knew, because I am Ram's servant doing Ram's will, Ram can do anything through me or anyone he so desires.
That power of bhakti alone purchases Krishna, purchases Ram. It is only through such bhakti, Krishna says in Gita, that we can know him as he is. The culmination of Hanumanji's life was that moment when Ram embraced him with love. And as he embraced him, Ram told Hanuman that you are my life and soul. Sri Hanumanji, there are wonderful many stories. Of course, it is very significant that during the Battle of Kurukshetra, the chariot that Krishna was driving, he personally arranged for Hanuman to be on his flag. Because he knew wherever there is Hanuman, there is sure to be victory. And the Lord loves to glorify his devotee. In his previous incarnation as Ram, Hanuman sacrificed so much in the surrender of the Lord that even in the original form of Sri Krishna, as he expanded himself onto the battlefield of Kurukshetra, explained that he wanted to glorify his devotee. So he put his devotee over his own head, Hanumanji, as the flag on his standard. And it is said at a certain point in the Battle of Kurukshetra, Hanuman was not allowed to fight. He was only meant to be on the flag. But when things were very difficult and the Kurus were overcoming Hanuman, from the flag he roared, and the Kurus just lost all of their powers. So Hanumanji is the eternal servant of the Lord. In fact, before Sri Ramachandra left this world, after Sita entered into the earth at Valmiki Muni's ashram, Hanumanji was praying that he do not leave. And Sri Ram gave him the benediction that you will always remain in this world. Wherever anyone is chanting my name, you should be there to protect him. And there are so many stories, even to this day, of how anyone who sincerely chants the name of Sri Ram receives the divine protection of Hanuman. The news came to Ravana that Ram was coming to retrieve Sita. And although he was very proud, thinking that no one could defeat him, still he was very fearful, because he had seen and heard the glories of Sri Hanuman. So he sent 2 spies. These spies, they saw the nature of the armies, and they saw the beauty and the strength of Lakshmana and Rama. And they were captured. They were identified. And the soldiers of Ram's army wanted to kill him. So these spies were brought before Ram, and Ram, he said, release them, let them go back. He said, you tell Ravana everything you've seen about our armies, everything you've seen about everything. I will not harm you. I am not afraid of the truth. You go back, and you tell him that unless he gives Sita back, he will be finished, and his whole dynasty will be destroyed. So these spies returned, and they told Ravana that Rama and Lakshmana, we have seen them. You have no chance against them. Please give back Sita. Ravana was furious. He would not hear a word that they said. Meanwhile, in the royal court, amongst his chief ministers, Indrajit and others, they were just really, really fiery in their egoistic ways, telling Ravana, we will destroy them. Who could defeat you? You have defeated even Indra. What can Ram do against you? Let us go. Let us fight. And when Vibhishan heard this,
He became very bold. He said, Ravana, I am your brother, and I am your well-wisher. I am your only well-wisher. Give back Sita to Rama. He is the Supreme Personality of God. He is Achyuta. He is infallible. He is the cause of all causes. He is the Supreme Master of the universe. And if you do not give up your envious, lusty ways and allow his life to go back to him, he will destroy you and our entire kingdom. You have no chance. Give back Sita while you still breathe. All of these so-called flatterers who are around you, telling you how great and mighty you are, they are simply ushering you to the door of death. Sometimes we see in this world when a person is very powerful, he surrounds himself by people who just flatter him and tell him how wonderful he is, and tell him how undefeatable he is. And through this process, by supporting this false sense of ego, they are his worst enemies. They are leading him to the path of destruction. So Vibhishana explained that this is who you are surrounding yourself by. And Indrajit stood up and said, you are a coward. Why you are saying this? And Vibhishana, being the uncle, he said, Indrajit, you shut up and you sit down. You are an arrogant, inexperienced child. You listen to what I say. You are helpless before Rama. Surrender to him and live. Don't surrender and you die. Ravana became so angry, so furious, that he dared to challenge his egoistic authority. That Ravana was about to kill his own brother. When others in the assembly said, please, he is your brother, but he's the chief minister. Vibhishana said, you can kill me if you want, but I resign. I have nothing to do with you anymore. I am leaving you. And Ravana said, get out. Either you are my man, or get out. So Vibhishana, with his associates, his servants, they came across to Sri Rameshwaram. And as some of the monkey soldiers saw Vibhishana approaching, they understood that he was a Rakshasa. And he was with Rakshasa servants. So they became very alarmed. They were thinking, we should attack him. We should capture him. But then Hanuman recognized him. And Hanumanji went before Ram and explained, please know that this Vibhishana, although he is the brother of Ravana and he is of the Rakshasa dynasty, he is your great devotee. Vibhishana told the monkey soldiers that I have come to surrender to Ram. I have not come as a spy. I have not come as an enemy. I have come to be his humble servant eternally. Rama explained to his associates that if a person comes to surrender to me, I don't care who he is, what his past is, what his caste or what his race is. If a person comes with humility to surrender to me, I must give him shelter. I must give him my divine grace. So it was at this very place where we are now sitting that Ram was seated, and Vibhishana came before him and placed his head at the lotus feet of Sri Ram and surrendered his life to Lord Ramachandra. And Lord Sri Ramachandra very pleasingly accepted him. And we know that Vibhishana was such a loyal and devoted servant of Sri Ram that throughout the battle of Sri Lanka, he was one of the principal assistants of Sri Ram in that great fight.
because he knew the inside and outside of everything of Ravana's army and all of his associates. When Kumbhakarna came, his head towering over the walls, even Ram was shocked. And Vibhishan explained, that is Kumbhakarna. That is my brother. And he's very dangerous. And he explained the whole history of Kumbhakarna. How he was such a demon that he was cursed by Rama that he could only be awake for 1 day a year. And during that day, he would just eat everything that was made of flesh and blood in sight. And so many of the mystical powers of Indrajit and other soldiers, Vibhishan was explaining what is the nature of these powers and how to counteract them. He was such a valuable assistant to Sri Rama. And of course, ultimately, Kaunteya pratijanehi name bhakta pranashiti. Krishna always protects his devotees. Krishna is always victorious.
So, Sugriva and Ram organized their armies to come to this place, Sri Setubandha Dham, Rameshwaram Dham. It was here at Rameshwaram that Lord Sri Ramachandra made his camp, where he decided all the strategies of how to destroy Ravana and his dynasty and how to bring back Sita. There is a temple which is called Gandhamadana Parva. Lord Ram climbed that mountain. On that mountain, still to this day, are his footprints. And there he looked across to see where Sri Lanka was. Then Lord Sri Ramachandra, he went to a place called Dandakaranya. And there they decided to construct a bridge across the ocean. It was here in Rameshwaram that Lord Sri Ramachandra asked the presiding deity of the ocean to grant his blessing that they could cross the ocean to Sri Lanka. But the ocean, taking Ram to be an ordinary man, did not respond. Lord Ramachandra became so angry that he glanced upon the ocean, and his glance was so full of fire that the entire ocean became so hot it practically began to boil. And all of the aquatics in the ocean were screaming for their lives in pain. At that time, the presiding deity of the ocean came before Ram and surrendered his life. Now I understand. You are my eternal Lord. You are my eternal Master. How can I serve you? Please forgive me. He said, you can cross me by building a bridge of stones across. They will certainly float. And it was from this place that Ram took his bow and he placed it on the ground, marking that this is where we will begin the bridge to cross over to Sri Lanka. That place is called Danushkirtan. And then Hanumanji, Sugriva, Angada, and all the other monkeys, they placed the name of Ram on each stone. The stones that they were picking up were huge mountain rocks, peaks of mountains sometimes. And because the name of Ram was there, each one floated on the ocean. And they tied them together with vines. After 5 days, they had built a bridge that was 800 miles long and 80 miles wide. By the way, it is called Setu Banda. Setu means bridge, Banda connect, because it was from here that the bridge connected the mainland to Sri Lanka. It was here that the bridge was made, so this land is still called Setu Banda in honor of this Leela. People ask, how is this possible? That big stones can float on the ocean.
But Prabhupada explains the Supreme Personality of Godhead, He makes big, big planets float in the sky. It's easier to float things in water than in air. This is the power of God that we see with our own eyes. Krishna can do anything. So they all crossed the ocean and they came to Sri Lanka. At one point before the battle began, Vibhishan was telling his brother Ravana that you should surrender to Ram. He is better than you. He is the Supreme Godhead. And Ravana was so angry. How can you say anyone is better than me? I curse you. You are a rascal. If you were not my brother, I would kill you at this very moment. So Vibhishan handed in his resignation, and he left that place and he surrendered to Ram. And then the declaration of war took place. And a wonderful, wonderful fight is described in Ramayana. Ravana came out to inspect what type of soldiers were there, and Sugriva jumped on him and knocked him to the ground and bit him with his teeth, and then jumped off. And all the monkeys were very happy. Haribo, Haribo, Jai Ram, Jai Ram. Anyways, it was a terrible fight. Terrible fight. And Ravana started destroying the armies, and then he sent his soldiers, and all of his great, great generals were coming out, and the monkey soldiers were killing all of them. They were so enthusiastic. Srila Prabhupada explains that Ravana's armies were highly trained military men with the most advanced, sophisticated weapons of the time. And in the whole army of Ram, only Ram and Lakshman had bow and arrow. The others just had the fists, and whatever they saw on the ground they would pick up and throw. And yet, because they had so much determination to fight for Ram, Kaunteya pratijanehi name bhakta pranash, they were empowered. A devotee should have that faith that against all odds, if Ram is on our side, we will be victorious. So many wonderful incidents took place in this fight. At one time, the monkey soldiers were becoming so much empowered that Indrajit came out. And he was a great mystic. He was a son of Ravana. And he leaped into the air and became invisible so no one could see him. And then he started showering everyone with arrows. And all the monkeys, everybody was covered with arrows. And even Ram and Lakshman were covered with arrows. And they fell to the ground unconscious. And there were arrows in the form of snakes wrapped around their bodies. Everyone felt defeated. No one could move. But then Sri Garudaji descended. And as soon as the snakes around Ram and Lakshman saw Garuda, they became afraid and went away. And everyone was revived. And Garuda fell at the feet of Ram. Ram thanked him. And he said, no, I am thankful that you have arranged this wonderful pastime just so that I could come to serve you. So the fight continued. At one time, again, Indrajit went into the sky. He sent a particular astra that was given to him by Lord Rama. This astra caused innumerable arrows to just shower like a torrential monsoon rain on the entire army of Ram. And Ram, Lakshman, and the entire force of soldiers was laying on the ground, completely defeated. Everyone appeared dead. Some people were just groaning in pain.
Meanwhile, Indrajit felt, we won. He went back to Ravana and said, everyone's dead. You're victorious, O Father. And Ravana was celebrating in Sri Lanka. Only Vibhishan and Hanumanji were untouched. As they were walking, they found Jambavan laying there. He was in so much pain. He was old. So Vibhishan spoke to him, are you still alive? Jambavan said, Vibhishan, just tell me one thing. Is Hanuman still alive? That's all I want to know. Is Hanuman still alive? Vibhishan was stunned. You're not asking about Ram. You're not asking about Lakshman. You're not asking about anybody else. You're only asking about Hanuman. He said, because if Hanuman is alive, we will be victorious. If Hanuman is gone, we cannot. There is no hope. Hanuman happened to be standing right there. He said, I'm here, Jambavan. Jambavan, Prabhu, I'm here. So, Jambavan was laying there. He said, there's a mountain. Only you can find it. There's a hill called Rishab. From there you look from that direction, and there you will find Mount Kailash. Then you go to Mount Kailash, and you look in another direction, you'll see two mountain peaks, and between the two mountain peaks you'll see another mountain. And it's full with rich herbs, medicinal herbs. You must find the particular herb called Vishalya Karana. And there's three other types of herbs. Sanjeevani Karana and some others. But this Vishalya Karana was very critical to get. So Hanuman went. When he arrived, first he went to Rishab Hill. He saw Kailash, went to Kailash, saw the two peaks. There was the mountain. But the herbs were so afraid of Hanuman, they went into the mountain. He was very angry, these nonsense herbs. But this was not an obstacle for him. He just pounded that mountain and said, there's no way that I'm going to be stopped from my service. You see what I do to you, O mountain. He ripped off the peak of the mountain, picked him up with his hands, and jumped back to Sri Lanka. When he arrived, just the scent of the herbs entered the atmosphere and brought everyone back to life. Those who were wounded had perfect health again. Those who were dead immediately came back alive. Something interesting to note. None of the Rakshasas were brought back to life. Do you know why? Because Ravana made a policy that any Rakshasa that died was thrown into the ocean immediately, so that the monkeys would not be enlivened to see the dead bodies of the Rakshasas. So because they were all under the water dead, they didn't smell the herbs. And then Hanuman brought the mountain back to Himalayas. Shri Hanumanji ki. And the great fight continued. As so many of the generals of Ravana were being killed, he called for his brother Kumbhakarna. Kumbhakarna was very terrible Rakshasa. He was huge like a mountain. He had a benediction. He was cursed by Indra because he was so powerful. So powerful. He was just eating everyone in sight. So Indra approached Brahma and said, we have to do something. He's going to eat the universe.
So Brahma cursed him to sleep for the rest of his life. But then Ravana approached Brahma and said, let him at least be awake one day a year so he could eat. Ravana said, wake up, my brother. So they went to wake him, but he was sleeping. He was in a cave. And he was snoring. When he would exhale, it was so terrible, the smells, that nobody, even the Rakshasas, could not bear it. But somehow they went in and they started taking these clubs with nails at the end and beating him as hard as they could. Thousands of Rakshasas beating him with nails and swords. He kept sleeping. Then they started taking elephants, thousands of elephants and chariots with horses. And while they were beating him with swords, tens and thousands of elephants and chariots were running up and down his chest. He was very big. Still he was sleeping. So as this was going on, they brought a huge mountain of human flesh and 2,000 pails of human blood and put it right next to his nose. Still he was sleeping. Then they took 10,000 gigantic drums and put it right to his ears and started beating it. And meanwhile, the elephants and the horses and the chariots and everyone was beating him with nails and spikes and swords. And finally, he woke up. As soon as he woke up, he yawned. And then he looked and he saw the mountain of human flesh and shoved it in his mouth and ate it. Then he took the 2,000 buckets of blood and drank it. And then they told him, Ravana wants to see you. So he went to Ravana. Ravana said, I must have this Sita. You must kill Ram and Lakshman. Yes, I will kill. So when all the monkeys saw this Kumbhakarna, huge, terrible Rakshasa, when he was walking, his whole body was just overtowering the walls and the palaces. So Ram asked Vibhishan, who is this? He said, this is Kumbhakarna. And he told him all about Kumbhakarna. And he attacked with his club in his hand. And all the monkey soldiers started jumping on him. And he was just taking handfuls of monkeys and putting them in his mouth and crushing them with his teeth. He's eating them, dozens at a time, handful after handful. And there was blood coming out of his mouth and his nose. And it was such a terrible sight that all the monkeys just ran away in fear. And then one of the monkeys said, we cannot run, we must fight. So they ran back, and he was just eating them and trampling on them and killing them. He was like death personified. But then he went toward Ram. And he attacked Ram with a club in his hand. And Ram took a special arrow and cut off the arm with the club. Then with his other arm, he pulled a tree out and he attacked Ram. And with another arrow, he cut that arm off. And then he ran at Ram to trample him with his feet. And Ram, with 2 arrows, cut his legs off. And all that was left was his mouth. So he just started lunging at Ram with his mouth to eat him. So Ram took thousands of arrows and completely filled his mouth with arrows. And then he took an arrow and chopped off his head, and his head went flying and landed right at the gate of Sri Lanka. When Ravana heard of the death of Kumbhakarna, he became very desperate. Then Indrajit said, don't worry, my father. I will destroy him. I have conquered Indra. So Indrajit went, and Vibhishan said that he is very powerful and he's a great mystic. So Ram told Lakshman, you should kill him. So there was a great fight. Very, very great fight. And Indrajit disappeared again and started showering millions of arrows, defeated everyone. And then he went back to perform a yajna. And Vibhishan told Lakshman and Ram, if he completes this yajna, he will be so indestructible, he will definitely destroy all your armies. You have to somehow or other stop this yajna. So Lakshman with the monkey soldiers went into the war field, and they began fighting and fighting in such a way that if Indrajit did not come out, his whole army would be destroyed. And he came out. And there was a wonderful war between Lakshman and Indrajit. And ultimately, Lakshman severed the head of Indrajit. When Ravana heard this, he was very, very vexed. Everyone was gone. There was just a handful of Rakshasa soldiers left. He realized that he would have to go himself. And he vowed to kill. First he went to Sita. And he took a sword and was to kill her. He said, because of you, my brother, my son, and everyone has been killed. Now you will be killed. And Ravana's wife, Mandodari, she said, no. Why should you kill her? Take your wrath out on Ram and Lakshman. So he said, yes, I will do. So he boarded his chariot. He went to the battlefield. First Lakshman approached him. There was a great battle. Ravana took a terrible javelin that was given to him by the demon Maya. And he threw that javelin and it entered the chest of Lakshman. And he laid unconscious. Everyone thought he was dead. Even Ravana thought he was dead. That's why he left the battlefield. He thought, I have defeated him. He was laying in such a state of utter helplessness. No external consciousness whatsoever. In the fight against this demon, the original Guru Lakshman accepted such a terrible, terrible condition of life. Ram embraced Lakshman and began to cry. At that time, Jambavan sent Hanuman back to the Himalayas. He told him exactly which mountain had the special herbs. Hanuman in one leap jumped across all of India. He lifted the entire mountain. He brought it back. He set it down. One of the monkey medicos. He went into the mountain and took the proper herb and administered it to Lakshman. And Lakshman came back to life. And then Ram was so angry that he had done this to Lakshman. He decided this is the end of Ravana. So Ram and Ravana were face to face. They were both covering each other with arrows. And then Ram, he said to Ravana, you are the most abominable of the man-eaters. Indeed, you are like their stool. You resemble a dog, for as a dog steals edibles from the kitchen in the absence of the householder, in my absence you kidnap my wife Sitadevi. Therefore, as Yamaraj punishes sinful men, I shall also punish you. You are most abominable, sinful, and shameless. Today, therefore, I, whose attempt never fails, shall punish you. Ram took his sharpened arrows and started cutting off the heads of Ravana. But every time he would cut off one of Ravana's heads, another head grew. He would cut off 1, 2, 3, all 10 of them, and all 10 of them would grow back. Again he'd cut them, again growing back. He attained this benediction from Lord Shankar, that whoever tries to cut off his arms or his heads, they can't do it. Innumerable forms will grow back.
You see, this is the very nature of our own material propensities, our own lust, our own desire for enjoyment. As devotees, you know how much we're trying to defeat it. We're trying to restrain our senses. We're trying to give up material desires. We're trying to give up sinful activities. We're trying to give up false pride. But at the least expected moment, this grows back. Sometimes we do fasting. We just chant all mantras. We do so many things. And somehow or other, everything's good. And then all of a sudden we just become lusty again. We become proud again. We become angry again. We become envious again. And every time we cut these down, comes back. Does anybody have this experience? So ultimately, Ram was told that the only place he's vulnerable is the center of his heart. If you shoot a special arrow there, then only can he be defeated. There's only one way to defeat this demon of Ravana within our heart. And that is to surrender. To surrender with all humility and devotion to Sri Ram. To allow the arrow of his mercy to enter into our hearts. To let that arrow enter into our hearts means to submissively surrender to the will of Guru and Krishna. Any other process of trying to destroy this demon in our heart will not work. Even Visvamitra Muni, he was such a yogi. He didn't eat for years. He fasted for years at a time. He tortured his body in such ways that it's beyond human ability. He went beyond Gangotri in the Himalayas and went in the water up to his neck for 6 months at a time. He wouldn't even breathe. He did it all to conquer this enemy of material desire within his heart. And he did. He became completely immersed in samadhi. Negation of all material desires. Ravana appeared to be dead within his heart. But then Menaka moved her bangles. And then what happened is, the 10 heads just grew back. And he just, Menaka, Haribo. So you see, there's no other way except to surrender and allow the arrow of the mercy of Sri Ram coming on the bow of Gurudev to just let it pierce our heart. And sometimes it hurts. But that arrow cannot enter into our heart unless we submit ourselves and allow it to do so. When we chant the holy name of Ram in that surrendered attitude, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare. Then all the demoniac qualities in our heart are destroyed forever. So on the day of Vijaya Dashami, Ram Vijayotsava, Ram took a very, very, very special, powerful arrow, the most powerful of arrows, and he pulled it back. And when he released it, there was a tumultuous sound that echoed through all the heavens. And that arrow flew through the sky and entered into Ravana's chest and pierced his heart. And with his 10 heads, he began to vomit
terrible blood profusely, and he fell from his chariot to the ground. Shri Ram ki! Ravana was dead. Hariyo! Why devotees like so much when demons die? Because we know they go back to Godhead. They get liberated at the least. So, at that time, the wives of Ravana and the other soldiers were coming out, headed by Mandodari, the chaste wife of Ravana. And they were weeping and crying and beating their chests that now, because you have tampered with the goddess of fortune, Sita, the property of Ram, because you attempted to violate the chastity of a chaste woman, therefore you are killed by your own sinful activities. And now we are helpless. The power of a chaste woman is so great that anyone who offends such a great personality will be destroyed. Because you have caused such harm and anxiety to Sita, you deserve to die and go to hell. The wives were speaking like this as they were crying. Mandodari was utterly despondent because she herself was repeatedly, along with Vibhishan, pleading with Ravana, give Sita back. So Ram, who is compassionate to every living being, he told Vibhishan that you should perform the last rites for Ravana, because if you perform the last rites properly, it will relieve him from his sinful activities. Although Ravana was naturally liberated by being killed by Ram, still he wanted to show that even on the social level, how compassionate and loving he was even to his worst enemy. And then Vibhishan was ordered by Ram to bring Sita. They came back here to Rameshwaram, and she was brought before Ram after she was decorated in beautiful jewels and silks. It was here, on the banks of the ocean, that Ram told Sita that he could not accept her back because she had been touched by Ravana. And Sita, she told him that, how can you think this of me, my Lord? If you have any doubts, for your pleasure I will prove my chastity. And Sita ordered Lakshman, start a raging fire out of trees, and I will enter the fire. Lakshman looked at Ram. Why are you doing this to Sita? And Ram acknowledged that you should do what she says. So with a mortified heart, his own worshipable object of devotion, Sitadevi, he began to collect big logs and started a huge fire. And then Sita, completely fearlessly, she entered the fire. And as she entered the fire, all of the greatest of the demigods, Brahma, Shiva, and others, they all came before Ram and said, we have seen all the four directions and all the devatas. Never for even a second, with her mind, her body, or her words, did she ever stop thinking of you. Never did she consider violating her chastity for even a moment. She is the supreme emblem of goodness and purity. And at that point, Agni Dev himself came out of the fire with Sita and told Ram that she is completely pure. The Kurma Purana explains that Ravana could have never touched Sita. According to Kurma Purana,
Lord Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu explained to one Ramdas Vipra the story of the chaste woman. There it describes that in Panchavati, when Ram understood the dangers that were about to take place, even in Panchavati there's the place where this happened. Lord Ram entrusted Sita in the care of Agnidev, who entrusted her into the care of Parvati. And at that time, a false Sita appeared. It wasn't actually false, but it was an expansion of the real Sita. That person was Vedavati, the daughter of Kushadvaja Muni. He was chanting mantras in glorification of Vishnu, and from the sound of his mantras, this beautiful woman was born. So he told her that you should go to the forest, perform tapasya with the single-minded desire to have Vishnu as your husband. She was doing that. Ravana, after he got his powers from Brahma and Shiva, after he already conquered Lanka and took the Pushpaka airplane of Kuvera, he saw Vedavati in the forest and desired to have her as his wife. He grabbed her by her matted hair, and she took her hand and made it into a razor-sharp weapon and cut her matted hair to sever herself from him. And she said, because you touched me, I cannot live in this body anymore. But I curse you that I will appear again, and I will be the cause of your death and the destruction of your entire dynasty. And meditating on Vishnu, she ignited the fire element within her body, and she burned to ashes. That same Vedavati was an expansion of Lakshmi herself, was exchanged for the original Sita. And she was the one kidnapped by Ravana. And at the time of the trial of Sitadevi, Agnidev brought back the original Sita. Now in Tirupati, Balaji temple, where Lord Chaitanya visited, most famous temple in India, sometimes hundreds and thousands of people a day will go there. There's the story of that deity. It explains there, quoting from Puranas, how Sita, the original Sita, was so lovingly obliged to Vedavati that she prayed to Ram, you should accept her as your wife. What she has done, she endured all the injustices of Ravana for that full year and remained faithful and true. Ramachandra said that in this incarnation I can only have one wife, and that is you, Sita. But I will come again and accept her as my wife. The Lord appeared again as Srinivas on this earth. I will not tell that story, but in that incarnation Vedavati was married to Lord Vishnu to fulfill Sita's desire. She actually is an expansion of Sita. So after Sita came out of the fire, shining with purity, Ramachandra took her hand and accepted her back. The intimate, ecstatic love shared in the reunion of Sita Ram is nothing that the mortal mind could possibly begin to comprehend. From separation, the joy of meeting is ever increasingly pleasing.
So Lord Sri Ramachandra accepted Sita again. But the rishis told Ram that although everything you did was perfect, still, in order to set a proper example for others, you should atone for the offense of killing a Brahman. because Ravana was a Brahmin, not an ordinary Brahmin. He was the great-grandson of Brahma himself. And besides that, Ravana was a great devotee of Lord Shiva. And Lord Shiva granted him so many benedictions and so many powers. And Lord Shiva, Ishvara, is such a great personality. He is your greatest devotee. And you have killed his bhakta. So you should worship Lord Shiva. And the way to do so is to worship him in the form of his lingam. So it was here that Lord Ramachandra instructed Hanumanji that you go to Kailash Dham, and there you procure the Shiva Linga, and you bring it back here. But you must bring it back by a particular time, which is astrologically auspicious to perform this puja. So Hanumanji, the son of Vayu, leaped into the air. Hanumanji ki! And in one jump he arrived at Kailash, and he picked up the lingam, and he started jumping back. Hanumanji ki! But on the way he met Narada Muni. And Narada Muni began to offer humble prayers. And he went on offering humble prayers. And he said, Hanumanji, where are you going with this beautiful big Shiva Linga? He said, I'm going to Rameshwaram, to Setubandha, because Ram killed Ravana, who was the son of a Brahmin, and also a devotee of Shiva. So to atone for that, he must do this puja to Shiva Linga. So Narada Muni said, but you also killed Brahmins. So you also have to perform this puja. So you should get a linga for yourself. So Hanuman said, yes, correct. So he flew all the way back to Kailash and got another Shiva Linga. And with one in each arm, he flew back to Rameshwar. But while he was still in the airways, the rishis told Ram, it's becoming late. The auspicious time has come. Hanumanji is not here. At that time, Sita, always anxious to serve her Lord, she built with her own gentle, blessed, divine hands a Shiva Linga made out of sand, made out of the sand from the beach on the shores of the ocean. And upon her touch, the Shiva Linga became solid. And then that Shiva Linga was installed, and they performed the puja. Ramachandra worshipped Lord Shankar. Some people wonder, why? Why Lord Sri Ramachandra is worshipping Shiva if Ram is the Supreme Personality of Godhead? The Srimad Bhagavatam explains, of all lords, Achyuta is the best. Of all rivers, the Ganges is the best. Of all books, the Srimad Bhagavatam is the best. And in that verse of the 12th canto it ends, Vaishnavanam yata Shambhu. And of all Vaishnavas, Shiva is the best. He is the greatest of all Vaishnavas. And it is the greatest pleasure of the Supreme Lord to worship His devotees. During Krishna Leela, in Dwarka, Krishna worshipped Sudama Vipra. He washed his feet. He drank the water. He and Rukmini offered arti and various praises. In the Leela of Lord Ram, he worshipped Visvamitra by serving his feet and massaging it, by going out and collecting wood for him each day and doing menial services. Throughout the Shastras we find how the Lord finds the greatest pleasure in worshipping His devotees. So it was Lord Rama's great pleasure to worship the foremost of all of his devotees, Lord Shiva, in this place. From one point of view, he was showing the world how such great devotees as Shiva, the greatest of all devotees, they are worshipable by even me, what to speak of all of you. And also as a matter of etiquette, he killed Shiva's devotee. He also killed a Brahmin. So he wanted to show the world that this should not be taken lightly, that even he atones for such an activity. So this beautiful, beautiful Abhishekam and Puja was performed by the very hands of Ram to the Shiva Linga of Sitadevi here at Rameshwaram. But then Hanuman appeared with his two Shiva Lingas. And he looked, and Ram had already completed the puja with another Shiva Linga. And Hanuman was very depressed and distressed. My Lord, what about my service? I have gone all that way. Ram said, this was made by Sita, and I have already invoked the puja, so I cannot remove it. But if you want, you can move it, and then I will worship yours. So Hanuman said, all right. So he wrapped his mighty tail around this Shiva Linga. And with all of his might, all of his strength, he began to pull and tug and strain and toil, and he couldn't even budge it in fraction of an inch until his tail was about to fall off. So Ram saw that Hanumanji was not very happy. So to satisfy Hanumanji, he gave him a benediction. He said, I vow to you that whenever my devotees come to worship at this place, first they must go to worship your Shiva Linga. It was installed just close by. Only then can they come to worship Sita's Shiva Linga. The Shiva Linga of Hanumanji is called Vishwanath, and the Shiva Linga of Sita that was worshipped by Ram is called Rameshwaram or Ramanath. And since that time, great personalities and pilgrims by the hundreds of millions have come to worship this beautiful form of Lord Shiva. Meanwhile, they returned to Rameshwaram, and Vibhishan, being totally selfless and pure in heart, he said to Lord Sri Ramachandra that now the beautiful golden kingdom of Lanka is yours. The whole universe is yours. All of existence is yours. But by your mercy, this kingdom of Lanka you have reclaimed. It is being offered to you. You be our king.
According to Sri Bhagavad Gita, one can only be peaceful if one accepts, both in theory and practice, that Krishna is the proprietor of everything that exists. To apply this principle means to utilize everything according to Krishna's desire for his pleasure.
Ram told Vibhishan that in order to set the proper standard for humanity, I do not want it to appear that I have waged this great war against Ravana's dynasty to take his wealth and kingdom. Yada yada hi dharmasya glanirvavati bharata avyutanam dharmasya tadatmanam sejamyam. Ram said, I want to show the world that I have come to re-establish dharma. Paripranaya sadhukam vinashaya chatuskritam. And in order to establish dharma, we have to protect the religious and we have to destroy the irreligious.
I have not come for any gain, for any kingdom, but I have come to reveal the truth. Vibhishan, you, I desire to be the king of Lanka. Ram ordered Lakshmana to perform the Abhishekam, to coronate Vibhishan as the king of Lanka. Sri Ramachandra ki Jai! And you can see the beautiful pictures on these walls show the wonderful pastimes. There is Vibhishan, after performing tapasya in the forest, getting bhakti as a blessing from Lord Rama. In this beautiful painting we see Ravana furiously rejecting Vibhishan, and Vibhishan trying to help his brother, trying to be his well-wisher. But when he saw that his brother was so stubborn, he would not listen to good reason, ultimately he had to leave him. And here we see the monkey soldier of Rama's army suspiciously wondering why this Rakshasa is coming. But Hanuman is pointing out that I know who he is. He is a great Bhakt. And in this picture is this very site where we are now present. Vibhishan surrendering to Sri Ramachandra, and Ramachandra be accepted in as his eternal servant. And in the last painting, we see Ramachandra bestowing his auspicious blessings upon Vibhishan as Lakshman is coronating him as king. So let us celebrate this wonderful, wonderful holy place and our presence here by offering a prayer that we could, following in the footsteps of the great Vibhishan, against all obstacles, dedicate our life to the truth. Despite all social pressures, family pressures, even risks of our life, we should live for the truth. And what is the truth? That we are all the eternal servants of Sri Rama, and we should offer the best of our lives in his loving service by always thinking of him, by always chanting his holy name. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare.
So when the real eternal consort of the Lord, Sri Sitadevi, was brought back to Sri Ram, they were reunited, and very soon after that, they returned to Ayodhya. Their 14-year exile was complete, and when they entered Ayodhya, there was a grand and wonderful celebration.
Sri Ramachandra fulfilled the prayers of his beloved devotees by freeing the world from the demoniac grip of Ravana and his Rakshasa assembly. Ravana was especially proud to ride upon the aerial plane that he had stolen from Kubera of the name Pushpaka. At the demise of Ravana, Pushpaka was offered to Sri Ram, along with Sita and Lakshman, accompanied by his beloved devotees Hanuman, Sugriva, Vibhishan, Jambavan, others. Sri Ram rode upon the Pushpaka on his celebrated return to Ayodhya. They stopped at Kishkinda, and according to Lord Rama's promise, they stopped at Prayag. to visit Bharadvaj Muni. The great sage welcomed Ram with a heart full of love. It was from there, at the confluence of the rivers Ganga, Jamuna, Saraswati, that Sri Ram sent Hanumanji to be his special messenger to bring the good news to the residents of Ayodhya that the 14 years of his exile have expired and he was returning home. Lord Ram, the very embodiment of humility, respect, following all etiquette perfectly, with due consideration of the thoughts and feelings of everyone concerned. He sent Hanumanji first to Nandigram. In Chitrakoot, Bharat, with a genuine heart of love for Ram, begged, appealed, pleaded that he could remain in the forest for 14 years and that Ram return to sit upon the throne of Ayodhya. But Sri Ram, who had his higher purposes to fulfill, sent Bharat back. But there was no possibility of this great devotee Bharat sitting on the throne of his beloved master. Rather, he offered the Lord those beautiful wooden sandals, ornamented with gold. Ram placed his feet on those sandals, and Bharat had a royal procession from Chitrakoot back to Ayodhya in honor of Sri Ram's sandals. For the next 14 years, Sri Ramachandra's sandals sat on the throne in the kingdom of Ayodhya. Bharat, out of his love, considered that it was impossible for him to accept anything more than what Ram was receiving in the forest. Therefore, to express his love for that entire 14 years, Bharat remained here at Nandigram. He matted his hair, only wore the bark of trees and the skin of the antelope. For the whole 14 years he never ate anything but the wild roots that grew in the ground of this forest. He had his ministers come here, and he would dispatch them. And each day he would give his report in submission to Sri Ram, who was represented by his sandals. Lord Ram sent Hanuman to Nandigram with a very, very special mission. Tell Bharat that today I am returning to Ayodhya. I will first come to meet you in Nandigram. Carefully watch the expressions of Bharat. Listen attentively to the intonations of how he speaks, what he speaks. Look into his eyes and see his facial expressions to evaluate his reaction. If you see that Bharat is in any way attached to being the king of Ayodhya, or ruling as he is, then we will allow this great and pious descendant of Raghu to remain throughout his life the king of Ayodhya. But if you see that he genuinely wants me to come back and sit on the throne, only then will I accept his service. Sri Hanumanji, with the speed of the wind, he came from Prayag to Nandigram. He had been here once before. It is said that when Sri Hanumanji was bringing the mountain with the herbs from Himalayas back to Sri Lanka to help cure Lakshman, at that time Bharat did not know who or what this was, so he stopped him. When he learned that this was Hanumanji, the beloved devotee of Ram, the two of them, weeping and crying in love for one another, embraced. On this day, Hanumanji returned with the most joyful news. The exile is finished. Today only, within the hour, Ram will be coming here to Nandigram to meet you and the citizens of Ayodhya. Bharat heard this. His whole condition was transformed. Hanuman first saw him. He was emaciated. He was wearing only antelope skin and the bark of trees. 14 years of matted hair means lots of matted hair on his head. He was emaciated from practically never ever eating anything. For 14 years he suffered immense separation from Sri Ram. There was no happiness at all in his life. The citizens of Ayodhya were so faithful to the king that they felt guilty to accept anything beyond what the king was accepting. So the whole citizenship of Ayodhya, everyone was performing severe tapasya. No one would accept any forms of sense gratification. Until Sri Ram returned. Hanuman saw Bharat in this lamentable situation. At the moment Bharat heard the news that Ram is coming within this very hour, his face became bright, his eyes sparkled, smiling and shedding tears, not of separation, but tears of joy. Bharat was speechless. Hanuman knew the heart of Bharat. Bharat asked Hanumanji, "Please tell me. I have not heard anything about Ram, practically at all, for the past 14 years. Please tell me, what are the pastimes of my Lord?" It was here at Nandigram that Sri Hanuman spoke Ramayana. He described with great detail from the time that Bharat left Sri Ram in Chitrakoot, his travels through the forest, the meeting of Surpanakha, the kidnapping of Sita, Jatayu's Leela. He described so nicely the alliance that the Lord made with the Ravana dynasty headed by Sugriva, the Battle of Sri Lanka, the coronation of Vibhishan, and now your beloved Lord Sri Ramachandra is at the ashram of Bhardraj Muni with Sita Lakshman and his devotees ready to return. In rapt attention, Bharat, weeping tears of love, heard the narration of Sri Ram's pastime. Bharat then said to Satrugna, who was there performing tapasya with him for that 14 years, tell the citizens of Ayodhya there should be royal reception for Sri Ram. Let the Brahmins light their fires again after 14 years. Let them chant their Vedic mantras. Let the women be singing. Let there be garlands of flowers decorating every building and palace of Ayodhya. Let the monkey and the elephants be decorated with royal attire. Bring out all of the insignias for the king. Have the musicians playing auspicious music and the dancers dancing. Have all of the streets washed with scented waters. Have all of the citizens of Ayodhya give up their 14 years of grief and separation and decorate themselves with their most luxurious clothes and smiles on their faces, carrying auspicious offerings in their hands to greet Sri Ram. Practically the whole of Ayodhya, all assembled here at Nandigram to get the first glimpse of Sri Ram on his return. Sumitra, Kaikeyi, Vishishta Muni, and innumerable citizens were all assembled. And then on the day of Diwali, they happened to come back into Ayodhya. It was a grand celebration. The citizens were all waiting for him. They had beautiful lamps of their love lit to welcome Sri Ram back to his eternal home. Ram, Sita, and Lakshman returned to Ayodhya, along with Vibhishan and Hanuman and Sugriva and Jambavan and so many of his other dear devotees. There was joyous celebration, the return of Sri Ram to Ayodhya. Can we even imagine the anticipation within their hearts, waiting for that first sight of Sri Ram to return? Who do you think it was that was the first person to catch a glimpse of the Pushpaka chariot in the sky on the horizon? It was Hanumanji. He saw Pushpaka with Sita, Ram and Lakshman sitting in the front. Immediately, with tears of love, he rejoiced. Sri Ram has come! Sri Ram has come! Sri Ram is returning to Ayodhya! And everyone looked up, and there they saw in a distance the effulgent form of the Supreme Personality of God. As he was coming closer, Bharat, he fell in the dust of this place to offer his prostrated obeisances. As Ram was descending from the sky, Bharat was offering him puja. He offered water to wash his feet. He offered achman to wash his mouth. He offered Madhupark. Then Bharat offered all the royal arti paraphernalia to Sri Ram as he was descending on the Pushpaka. As Sri Ram was coming closer and closer and closer, the vision of him was becoming clearer to the residents of Ayodhya. There were cheers, crying of love after 14 years of painful separation. It was here at Nandigram that Sri Ram's chariot came down to the earth. Bharat, Satrugna, the beloved brothers of the Lord, approached him. Bharat, in ecstasy, he fell to the ground, offering his heart and soul to his prostrated obeisance. It was here, after 14 long years, that Sri Ram personally lifted Bharat from the ground and embraced him. Both of them with matted hair, clad with tree bark and the skins of animals, barefooted. When the citizens of Ayodhya saw Sri Ram and Bharat embracing, their joy knew no bounds. Not only did they embrace, but their love for each other was expressed through the trembling of their bodies and the flowing of incessant tears from their eyes. Lakshman and Satrugna embraced. Satrugna also fell at the feet of Ram, and Ram embraced him. The joyous reunion had finally come. Kaushalya and Sumitra were both emaciated. They never were even able to eat properly due to 14 years of suffering, the agony of separation from Sri Ram Lakshman. What to speak of the departure of their husband Dasarath. It may be asked, why after Dasarath left this world, why did Sumitra and Kaushalya not, grieving in separation from their husband, enter into the fire of his funeral? That was generally the standard. Because a woman, unable to bear the separation from her husband, wanted to be with him, so entered into the flame in the funeral pyre. However, Kaushalya and Sumitra, they were feeling intense pain from Dasarath, but inconceivably greater than that was the intense pains they were feeling from Ram. And they did not enter into the flames of their husband's funeral pyre because they wanted to be here after 14 years to greet Ram and see him once again. And also they knew that for them to be here would give pleasure to Ram. And ultimately, all rituals, all the Vedic cultural rules and regulations are ultimately only meant to give pleasure to the Lord. And they can be accepted or rejected according to what pleases Sri Ram most. After 14 long years here at Nandigram, Sri Ram and Lakshman and Sita saw their mothers, Kaushalya and Sumitra, as well as Kaikeyi, who they had already in Chitrakoot offered their complete forgiveness for her offenses. And once she came out of the spell of the illusion that she was victimized by, her natural love for Sri Ram was also restored. Sri Ram, Lakshman and Sita approached Kaushalya, who was crying with motherly love. The fulfillment of all of her dreams had come about. For that 14 years, the only thing that kept Kaushalya alive was the expectation of this moment. Ram, Lakshman, and Sitadevi, with great love and affection, touched the lotus feet of Kaushalya and Sumitra. Kaushalya, bursting with joy, embraced her beloved Sitadevi as they cried tears upon each other. Vishishta Muni and others came forward to offer auspicious blessings to Sri Ram on his return. Bharat stood before Sri Ram with folded palms, love overflooding his heart. He spoke, "My worshipable brother Sri Ram, this kingdom is yours. On your behalf, as your representative, I have ruled this kingdom for the past 14 years. But please know, it is your property. Like a calf trying to carry the burden that is meant for a full-grown bull. Like a crow trying to do the work of a swan, I have attempted to do your service here in Ayodhya. But today, I am like an insignificant candle, and you have appeared like the rising sun. Knowing my insignificance, we offer your rightful kingdom back to you. Please accept it, and once again sit on the throne of Ayodhya." Sri Ram, very pleased with the genuine offering of Bharat, he smiled and said, "So be it." Listen carefully, please. At that time, Bharat went to bring the wooden sandals of Sri Ram. They were brought on procession from the palace of Ayodhya. It was here at Nandigram that Bharat, with tears of love in his eyes, he bent down to place those wooden sandals before the lotus feet of Sri Ramachandra, asking him to accept it. To the ecstatic joy of all the inhabitants of Ayodhya, that cherished moment had finally come. Lord Sri Ramachandra placed his worshipable lotus feet upon those sandals. Sri Ramachandra Bhagavan ki! Bharat then called the royal barbers to come to remove the matted hair from Sri Ram, as well as Lakshman. Kaushalya, Sumitra, Kaikeyi, and their assistants personally disentangled the matted hair of Sitadevi. They bathed Sri Ram, Lakshmana, and Sita with fragrant waters and anointed them with oils. Then they decorated their bodies with most luxurious garments and ornaments. Bharat then called for Sumantra, Dasarath Maharaja's personal charioteer. With the royal chariot of the king, Sumantra appeared. Bharat personally took the hand of Sri Ram to escort him to sit on the royal chariot. Sitadevi and Lakshmana also stood on that chariot. Bharat, in the mood of a most humble menial servant, he accepted the role of the charioteer holding the reins. To the great joy of all the citizens of Ayodhya, the procession was about to begin. Sri Ram looked at Pushpaka and told him, I have no need for you any more. You return to Kuvera. Pushpaka then took leave and returned to the heavenly abode of Kuvera. The honor of Sri Ram is he would never accept for himself that which was the property of another. By Bharat's order, Vedic hymns were being chanted. Kirtan was loudly resounding in all directions. Bharat pulled the reins and began the procession from Nandigram to Ayodhya. On the chariot, Bharat was charioteer. Lakshman and Vibhishan were on both sides of Sitaram, fanning them with chamara. And Satrughna, he was standing, holding the royal umbrella or canopy over Sri Sitaram. Slowly they moved through these roads as they entered deeper and deeper into Ayodhya. The people rejoicing, celebrating the coming of the Lord. It was festival of all festivals. Sitadevi very shyly was looking at her beloved's lotus feet. Ram was looking in the eyes of each of the citizens, smiling upon them and offering his most auspicious blessings. The chariot then came to the palace. Bharat escorted Sri Ram into his sacred quarters. There the Lord was served with the unlimited love of his devotees. Bharat then called Vasishtha Muni to receive blessings that the royal coronation be tomorrow morning. Vasishtha Muni explained exactly how it was to be done according to the Vedic principles. Waters from the 4 oceans and all the sacred rivers and lakes in the entire earth were to be there to bathe Sri Ram on his coronation. Bharat called Sugriva. During the procession to Ayodhya, Bharat not only honored Sri Ram, but also wanted to honor those who gave their lives in the service of Ram. Just behind Ram's chariot, there were approximately 9,000 beautifully decorated elephants. And the leaders of the monkey soldiers Jambavan, Nila, Nala, Sushena, they were all upon these elephants in royal procession. Leading all of them was Sugriva. Sugriva was the king of the Kishkinda dynasty. So Ram told Bharat that you must give a royal palace to Sugriva to live in while he is here in Ayodhya, which was done. Bharat called Sugriva and told him that the coronation will be tomorrow morning. We need sacred waters from all the kunds, lakes, rivers, and oceans by that time to perform the Abhishek for Sri Rama. Now, if you remember, for Srila Prabhupada's 100th appearance day anniversary, he was bathed with over 1,000 waters from various holy places. It took sincere devotees over 2 years to collect all these waters. It was evening, and they had till sunrise the next morning to bring all these waters and more. But that was no problem for Lord Sri Rama's devotees. Because for them, the only limitation that could be was the limitation of their desire to serve. And according to their desire to serve, the Lord gave them all power and strength to do anything. And because they surrendered their hearts and souls, Ananyas chintayanto mam ye jana paripashite tesham nityavayuktanam yogakshemam bhahavya. Sri Ram gave an inconceivable ability. They leaped to Ganga, to Jamuna, to all the Srovars, to all the 4 oceans. The most difficult ocean to achieve is the Arctic Ocean. That's way up at the North Pole. How to bring that water down by sunrise? Hanuman jumped up to the North Pole, and with a golden pitcher decorated with jewels, each monkey was given golden pot inlaid with jewels to collect the waters. He brought the water from Arctic Ocean. It was all duly sanctified. Sri Ramachandra was coronated as the king of Ayodhya. The Abhishek was performed, the mantras were chanted, the yajnas were done perfectly according to the Brahman's desires. Then the crown was brought. Vashishta Muni brought in the crown. This is the crown that can only be worn by the emperor of the earth. This crown was personally made by Lord Rama when he coronated Manu as the first king of the earth. And it had been worn by the great kings of the Raghu dynasty ever since that time. Sri Ram was escorted to the magnificent throne. There, the crown of the king, which was so beautiful that words cannot describe, was placed on his head. Varuna came down to offer the Lord a garland of unfading, undying golden flowers. Anyone who were to wear that garland would never get sick and would not be subjected to any of the miseries of material existence. Indra personally came and put around Lord Sri Ram's neck a strand of elegant celestial pearls. Sita was seated beside Sri Ram. And throughout the whole kingdom of Ayodhya, there was dancing and chanting of the holy names of Sri Sitaram. Sri Ram Jai Ram Jai Jai Ram, 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 Raghupati Raghava Raja Ram, Bhatita Pavana Sita 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 Ram, Sita Ram, Sita Ram, Jaya Sita Ram, louder. Sita Ram, Sita Ram, Sita Ram, Jaya Sita Ram, Sita Ram, Jaya Sita Ram, Sita Ram, Jaya Sita Ram, Sita Ram, Sita Ram, Sita Ram, Jaya Sita Ram. Shri Shri Sitaram sat upon the throne of the kingdom of Ayodhya. After days of joyous festivities, the Lord sent Vibhishan back to his kingdom, sent the leaders of the dynasty of monkeys back to Kishkinda. He turned to Lakshman and expressed his gratitude. Out of your unmotivated love for me, you suffered those 14 years in the Dandakaranya forest, practically not eating, practically not sleeping in devotion. You helped me to conquer the great Rakshasas in the jungle and to annihilate Ravana and his military in Sri Lanka. There is no words that I can express to thank you. Perhaps the greatest of virtues is humility and gratitude. We know that all virtues originate in their fullness in the Supreme Personality of God. There is no one that is more grateful than the Lord toward the service of his devotees. Sri Ram expressed to Lakshman that it is my desire that you be coronated as the Prince Regent. Prince Regent means the prince who is meant to be the next king. Lakshman expressed his heart. He put his head down. Dear Sri Ramachandra, please let this not be. It is not my desire. Lakshman did not want any position. He only wanted service. On the request of Lakshman, the coronation of Bharat as the Prince Regent was conducted. Together, Sri Sri Sitaram remained in Ayodhya, along with his dear brothers Lakshman, Bharat and Satrughna. The Supreme Personality of Godhead, the son of Dasarath and Kaushalya, ruled the kingdom of Ayodhya for 11,000 years. But one day, an insignificant washerman was criticizing that why does Ram keep Sita? She spent time with another man. And Lord Sri Ramachandra, he established Ramraj, that a leader must be above suspicion and have the faith of his citizens. And he has to be willing to make any sacrifice for the benefit of the citizens of the world. That is a real leader. So Lord Ram told Lakshman that I must banish Sita into the forest for the rest of her life. Some people cannot understand this, and there are different levels by which the Acharyas has explained. Lord Ram wanted to establish the principle of a king. For the sake of leading an impeccable life of decency, morality, and spirituality, a leader is obliged to make any sacrifice to maintain the faith of his integrity before his citizens. This is very rare in the political arena all over the world in this day. There is so much corruption, so much secrecy, and everything. And that is one of the reasons the world is in chaos. People have hardly any faith in their leaders. If you want Ram Raj, you have to have a king who's a pure devotee of Ram, guiding everyone in pure devotion to Ram. But in a democracy, that can never take place unless all of you become devotees of the Lord. So, Ram approached Lakshman and he said that I want to tell Sita that I'm going to send her on a nice holiday to the beautiful, beautiful hermitage of Valmiki Muni to spend some time. And she will be very happy to go. But when she arrives in Valmiki Muni's ashram, then you must tell her that she can never return. For the sake of maintaining the confidence of my citizens, I must exile her for the rest of her life, so she will never see me again. Lakshman's heart was broken into millions and millions of pieces to hear of this. His life and soul was simply to accommodate and facilitate the wonderful pastimes between Sita and Ram. Lakshman was driving the chariot, and Sita and her maidservants were in the back. And as he was driving into the forest deeper and deeper, and they were approaching Valmiki's ashram, Lakshman was just restraining himself in every possible way to keep his emotions within. Yet at a certain time, she could understand his heart. She could understand what was taking place. She was so innocent and so pure, and her love was so perfect. She asked Lakshman, "Why is it? We are just going on this nice holiday. Why are you weeping? What is this that it's breaking your heart?" And he had no words to speak. It was impossible. But somehow, with great effort, He had to tell her. But he couldn't. She said, "Is it, Lakshman, that I am being exiled for the rest of my life away from my beloved Ram? Is that where you are taking me?" And Lakshman, choked up and weeping, he said, "Yes." Sita's heart broke beyond the comprehension of any mortal being. And with tears of pure love for Ram in her eyes, she spoke words that have brought immortal wisdom to the whole world. She said, "Lord Ram is my life and soul. To please him and to serve him is the only purpose of my life. If me bearing this unthinkable suffering for the rest of my life in separation from him, if this is what pleases him, if this is what I must do to best serve him, then I will gratefully accept this banishment until I leave this world." This is Bhagavad Dharma. Whatever we do in life, we must know it is a reality if it is done for the pleasure of the Lord in the service of the Lord. Bhoktaram jagatapasam sarva loka maheshwaram suhridam sarva bhutanam gyatpamam shantim richchati. Krishna declares this to be the peace formula. One who understands that Krishna is the supreme proprietor of everything that exists and that everything is meant for his satisfaction. And he is the best well-wishing friend of all. That person can achieve real peace, supreme peace. Sitadevi left when she was pregnant. And it was in the ashram of Valmiki Muni that she gave birth to Lav and Kush, who were the two most powerful and devoted acharyas, who were the very persons who narrated Sri Ramayana as they had heard from Valmiki Muni. So we should know that this standard of devotion is what we should all be striving for. This standard of devotion is what will bring real happiness and purpose to our life. And that is the purpose of this Krishna consciousness movement. To teach people how to make their lives truly successful and blissful by not longing or aspiring for any of the pleasures of this world, but aspiring for the service of the Lord. And this is the gift that Srila Prabhupada gave to everyone. And he was especially anxious that the people of India take this gift, because it is your spiritual heritage.
Nandigram is a place of both the bitterest extent of separation as well as the most joyous exhilaration of reunion in the Leela of Sri Ramachandra. So, as Krishna is eternally performing his divine pastimes in Vrindavan,
Similarly, Ayodhya is not of this world. When Lord Rama appeared in Ayodhya, the Ayodhya of Vaikuntha, the spiritual world, descended with him. This is the eternal abode of Sri Ramachandra. It is the place where Sri Ram is performing his eternal pastimes. And those who have the spiritual vision to see it are able to appreciate it. Of course, these days in Ayodhya, there's all kinds of famous activities going on. But beyond it all, it is the transcendental pastimes of Sri Ram and Sita that are always being enjoyed by those pure-hearted devotees in this holy place. Of course, these days in Ayodhya, there's all kinds of famous activities going on. But beyond it all, it is the transcendental pastimes of Sri Ram and Sita that are always being enjoyed by those pure-hearted devotees in this holy place. Anyone who submissively and attentively hears this narration of Valmiki's Ramayana will be free from all the sins that pollute our heart and prohibit us from expressing the soul's pure and natural love for Sri Sri Sitaram. Srimati Radharani and Lord Sri Gopinath descended into this world as Sri Sri Sitaram, so that we can hear this beautiful narration and purify our hearts and once again engage in their unmotivated devotional service and find ultimate joy in serving their devotees and continuously glorifying their holy names.